Good morning, all, and welcome back to day 3 of the Jaylin Brazier trial. I am, I had something planned to say and I forgot what it was. I am broadcasting from my office today as I will be working while the stream goes on. I expect this date to end today. Now, if you are unfamiliar with this case, let me bring you up to speed. Jaylin Brazier is being charged with second-degree unaliving of his cousin, Zion, who disappeared in January of 2022. He initially said that he didn't know where she was, hadn't seen her that day at all, then changed the story to she died at my place. And I freaked out because we were doing a bunch of illegal drugs, although, and maybe it sounds like they weren't illegal, and disposed of her body in a dumpster or a garbage can somewhere. And her body's never been found. Now he's being charged with second-degree murder as well as it's not destruction of evidence, but it's tampering with evidence, which I think he's guilty of the tampering with evidence. However, he was charged with lying to police in Macomb County, which is a neighboring county. Now, if you are familiar with Eminem, you knew he grew up on 8 Mile, and he was technically in Macomb County on the other side of the border from Detroit, which is Wayne County. It's the same sort of situation. They're both close there. Now, I believe it was Jaylin's home. No, Jaylin was in Detroit, Wayne County. And so maybe it was Zion that was in Macomb County and East Point. Either way, both Macomb County and Wayne County were involved. So he was charged in Macomb County with lying to police and obstruction of justice and that sort of thing. And he's now being charged in Wayne County with the second degree unaliving of his cousin, as well as tampering with evidence. Hey, Aaron, welcome. Hey, Stray. Nice to see you both. And so, what I thought I would actually show, I posted this up as a video yesterday, late yesterday night. Hey, Fubar, welcome, welcome. Good to see you survived Lincoln Kane. He was, I always wake up and they are way toasted. I try to get in earlier, but I'm never up early enough. But what I wanted to show was actually, so Jaden was sentenced in Macomb County back in 2022. He pled no contest or guilty, really, to the lying to police. And this is his sentencing. And so this is the first time, or maybe the only time, we'll have him speak on this sort of on this very issue, because he might not testify in this upcoming trial. So this is about 28 minutes, which should take us straight into the trial starting today at 8 or at 9:30 rather. So I thought this would be interesting to hear what he actually has to say.
I'm sorry.
You are Mr. Brazier?
Yes.
Mr. Brazier, you understand the
Oh, what's going on here?
maximum period of incarceration the court can impose for the lying with respect to the peace officer involving an investigation of a violent crime is 4 years. 2 years for the lying with a
Hi, Stray. Why is this doing this? This is annoying.
investigation to a peace officer. You understand that?
Yes.
And you reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report.
Yes.
It's factually accurate.
Yes.
Is it your desire to accept your previously tendered pleas?
Yes.
The record will reflect the court does in fact accept your pleas. Are you ready for sentencing today?
Yes.
Very well, Mr. Doty. Well,
You know what? I'm going to have to do this. Hang on. I've got to turn off something. Close. Let's see. Let me do that.
what would you like to say on that?
There we go.
Your Honor, appearing before you is Mr. Brazier. He's 23 years old. He's engaged. He's the father of 2 children with 1 child on the way. He currently lives with
All right, this is just going to be
most of the
annoying.
time living with his spouse to be in Detroit in their home. She's had since to move out because of the nature of these charges. She's received death threats. They both received death threats before he had turned himself in. To the nature of they're going to kill us.
So they were talking about death threats during this current trial, and I didn't realize that the death threats were against him, which is interesting.
children. They're going to cut out the unborn baby from his daughter. There's been a lot of trauma that has been delivered to my client and his fiance at this time. So what we respected, we request that honor that you would accept the recommendation of the probation department for the 150 days in Macomb County Jail credit for 66 days served and the 18 months probation. And my client would like to speak on his own behalf, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. It is the obligation of this court in imposing sentence to consider punishment, rehabilitation, the need to protect society, as well as deterrent similar offenses, and individualized sentencing. Mr. Brazier, what would you like to tell this court?
One, I did turn myself in. Yes, I lied, but I was not in the right state of mind. There was no way for me to prepare for a situation like that. I was scared.
I'm not totally clear on the situation. And the report is rather sketchy with respect to the situation.
And I will fill Your Honor in on some of those details.
Appreciate it. But what the report suggests is that you had contact with the individual. The police questioned you regarding that contact. You didn't tell them the truth associated with the contact. Then you, once confronted with information that you were not telling the truth, you came forward and told them that you disposed of the body. I mean, that's all. That leaves a whole lot out there that's unaccounted for from the court's perspective. But what circumstances are you talking about?
Well, when she died, it was just random. From my end of it.
What do you mean?
I was terrified.
Good morning. You're not that late. So this is Jaden's sentencing for lying to police back in May of 2022. This is his sentencing. And what was interesting about this is that he actually talks about the whole night, which we might not get if he doesn't testify in this current trial. So I'm playing this right now so we can all see it and experience it. It is also a video that I posted last night. So if you want to watch it without me interrupting or whatever, you can watch that as well. But I wanted to get a sense of what his story was as we continue this trial later today.
It's literally from that point on, I didn't know what to do. I wasn't in the right state of mind for anything. And I turned myself and they didn't present me with anything. After getting my thoughts together.
So did you explain how she passed?
I don't know exactly how she passed, what caused her to pass. I just know 1 minute she was cool, she was fine. She laid back for a minute. Next thing I know, she was dead. I don't know what caused it. I did not cause it or anything like that. I reacted stupidly off of fear and panic like I've never felt before in my life. Literally.
Well, I mean, people are sitting around and somebody just passes. I mean, did you think about calling 911 or something like that?
No, not at the time. We were smoking. We were on marijuana as well. So my mental state wasn't in any logical spectrum. I was just immediately just terrified. That's the only words I can use to describe the moment.
Are you telling me that you're stoned, she's stoned, you think she dies, and then you dispose of the body? Just like that? That was your choice?
I sat for a minute and I didn't know what to do. I just did not know what to do. It's like,
I mean, the first thing that came to your mind, I'm trying to understand with the limited information I have, that this person passed away in your presence. And your first thought is, well, I got to get rid of the body.
My first thought was how bad it looked to start with. It's like, how do I explain what happened? I don't know why she died or what it caused her to die. And just a lot of possibility just popped in my head. And I was just
Good morning, Chris.
reacting off of just innate fear. I don't know. Literally, I don't do anything. I just didn't know what to do. Literally, I did not know what to do. I sat for at least 10 minutes sitting there. What do I do? Who do I call? My kids are upstairs. We just got into this place after struggling for 2 years to get it, and everything is falling down.
won't have any conversation in this court.
And I wish I could take it back. I would have called the ambulance, called her mom, because her mom's so sweet. Her mom is so sweet. And I just knew. I wish I could take it back. Nobody been in the situation. At the very least, they'd be like, okay, this happened, confirm this. And everybody has some sort of peace right now, you know? But I just didn't know what to do. It's not something, you know, like I said, in life, you try to mentally prep for a lot of situations. But when one that you just would never have even thought to happen just happens. And you're like, wow, immediately the first thing comes to your mind is everything about to lose, how it's going to affect your kids, your life in general. And then after that, how it's flipped when whoever, it's like play telephone and change many times. Facebook, everything, just a lie hitting me at once. So I had to just take time and try to get my thoughts together because I was on panic mode ever since that happened. Her mom at one point talked to me and I couldn't bring myself, like, your daughter just died. What do I do? And I can't even explain it. What happened? I just can tell you my honest reaction.
Anything further?
You know, on my client's behalf, Your Honor, I can say this, that every interaction I've had with him, whether it's over the phone, via Zoom or personal jail visits, is the same reaction. I wish you could take it all back. And we know that's not possible, but if there's one person that might deserve to take it back, he does, because he's shown nothing but regret, sorrow, and just an utter confusion on his own actions. You know, he expressed to me on multiple occasions, I can't believe I did what I did. I still can't believe it because I'm not that person. And I don't believe a lot of my clients because they're always just trying to get over, trying to decrease their time in jail or prison or whatever it might be. This gentleman's not one of those persons.
Very well, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. And, Sarah Milton, Zian Foster's mother, would like to speak. I don't know if Your Honor wants to hear from me before or after she speaks.
They should speak first.
Why don't you guys step over here? Here you go. Just face the judge.
Yeah. Can I have you state your name?
Sierra Milton.
Milton, what would you like to tell me today?
Zion. She just turned 17 in November. She shares her location with me everywhere she goes. She asks if she can go wherever I would allow her to go. There are yeses and there are nos. Because as a parent, you want to protect your babies. I have 6 kids. Zion is my oldest. All of my children look up to her. We were supposed to be planning her prom.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult if he testifies.
Her dress and colors. I'm still getting emails from the school right now for graduation pictures and just graduation. And now we can't do any of that because she asked me if she could go with Jaylin. And I said yes, because I trust him. And I thought he would be responsible. But the fact is that it seems to me like he was hiding. He didn't pull up in my driveway. He pulled up in my neighbor's driveway. And he's pulled up in my driveway before. We've given each other a hug. I've spoken to him. He came that night And he picked my baby up by pulling into my neighbor's driveway and then parking in the front of my other neighbor's driveway. He called me. I didn't call him. He called me on the 5th when my baby didn't come home. He called me to say, I don't know why Zion would lie and put me into this. I haven't seen her in years. I haven't seen her in months. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, this is
It
tough
wasn't
to
too
listen
long
to.
ago that I saw you. And even knowing that my baby has been in
I'm going to give
contact
myself
with
a
him,
thumbs up.
I kept going to his house. I just wanted him to tell me the truth. I stayed up for nights, for days, panicking and being so fearful. God, please don't let my baby be dead. Please, God, don't let my baby be just thrown away like she's nothing. These are the things that I prayed. I was fasting, my children not getting sleep, not eating, can't go to work. I'm a single parent. Everything that I do is for my children. Every ounce of money and time or whatever and energy is for them. It's to make sure that they're good. It's to make sure that they're surrounded by people that love them and protect them. And so, yes, Zion, you can go with your cousin who you have in your phone as Favo because he's your favorite on that side of the family. And to say, you panicked. Then why didn't you think about my baby? What if you were so high you didn't know she was alive? And you just threw her in a dumpster in the cold without a coat? And if that's the case, that means that my baby was crushed in the process of how trash is taken and picked up and placed in a landfill where she will never be found. I will never know. I will never know. I won't get to see my baby again. And as far as the many times that I went to his house during the search, Your Honor, he helped me post flyers of my baby.
Sorry, I was muted. There was recommended 15 months, was recommended by the state. Then he spoke. Then Zion's mother spoke. Let's see what he ends up getting.
Baby in his neighborhood, on the corner of his house, the street that he lives. He told me, along with his mother, I would not lie to you. I know this has got to be really fearful for you.
15 months is not that long. He's already served 66 days. He'd get 15 months. It's a non-violent crime. He'd get out on good behavior. He's not going to do that much time. 15 months is less than 2 years.
But I'm telling you, I have not seen her. I have not been around her.
Take care, Fubar.
His
Have
mother
a
said,
wonderful evening.
My
Get
baby
some
wouldn't
sleep.
lie to me.
Say hi to the kangaroos for me.
And so now everybody is suffering. My children are suffering. And they have to grow up knowing that their cousin did something this awful. And that their big sister isn't there anymore. And we have so many events and so many life changes that are happening now. My son came to his house and he didn't recognize him, but my son was so angry and he just knocked at the door and was like, is Zion here? Is Zion here? You could have came and said something. You could have called 911. You could have called your mom. You could have called relatives that are all around. Somebody could have helped. Somebody could have known something, but it seems like more than just a panic. It seems like you did something or you gave something. Because why, if you love her, if she says that she loves you and she always does, and you say that you love her, then why? How is it that someone that can love someone could just dispose of them in trash like she's nothing? And then come with me and post flyers and reach out to me and tell me, I don't know. I know you're looking for Zion, but I don't know. I haven't seen her. I haven't spoke to her, and I don't know why she would use me. Why lie? This is something that can't be repaired. She cannot be replaced. This cannot be rectified. And we will never have closure. And as much as I love you guys, as much as I love that family, you have caused such distinction that it's hard to trust family at all. And now my babies are even more isolated. Because how can I trust family when family is one who did this?
Yeah, that's my thing.
Forgive you, Jaylin.
Sorry, this is very emotional, right? This is horrible. What he did after the fact was horrible. But is there evidence that he caused her death? Now, it comes down to credibility of witnesses. People want to say there's no evidence of something. Somebody testifying to something is evidence. The question is, do you believe that person? All right. So it's going to come down to, I believe, Jaylin having to testify and having to be credible. Now, I thought his statements, although they seemed a little self-serving, were somewhat genuine. I could see the genuineness behind it. If you take the emotion out of what this woman is saying, is there any evidence that he unalived her in some way? I don't know. It's horrible, but is there evidence?
And it may not matter, but I hope that your children grow up without you so that they can be better.
Ooh, that burns. She hopes that his children grow up without him so they could be better. I'm not trying to make light of her emotions. I'm just trying to take the emotions out of it.
Your Honor should be aware of some more of the facts, because I will be making an argument to exceed guidelines, and there's a basis to do so. January 4th, Zion went missing. She left to go to an individual's home, didn't know who at that time. Ultimately, of course, we learned it's Jaylin Brazier to smoke marijuana, as he indicates later. 15 days later, when he speaks to police, 14 days. It wasn't his panic that night. Of course, that started this, but it's the 14 days after he pays for it now before the court. January 5th, you've heard the statements he's making to Sierra. January 7th, there are text messages. And at this point, Sierra has gone public with her daughter missing. And she's suffering through scams. She goes to the city of Detroit on the 8th to pay somebody money because her daughter is allegedly being sex trafficked in a home. She's going to gas stations. People are taking advantage of her, not because of defendant's panic, but because of what he chose to do every minute, every hour, and every day after January 4th. January 10th, police confront him. He says, I haven't seen her. I haven't been to East Point in a year. January 14th, police confront him again with phone records. I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her since May. Police confront him again. He says he'll come in for a polygraph. Of course, he doesn't show. On the 18th, finally, they confront him. He says he'll turn himself in. And on the 19th, he does so with his lawyer, not Mr. Doty, another counsel. And he tells police, ultimately, although lying during the course of the interview, he eventually confesses that he did, in fact, see Zion that night, picked her up, brought her home. They combined their marijuana together, and they both smoked it. And somehow, when he came back to the room, she was unconscious. Now, he didn't just, claim to be affected in any way, but purported that it was an overdose. Said she was breathing faintly, and that's important for the court. He tells police, the only one with knowledge of the facts, his version, if you believe a marijuana overdose, is that she was breathing faintly and he panicked. He didn't check on whether she was still breathing when he put her in the trunk of his car. He didn't check whether she was still breathing when he drove her to a dumpster.
The counsel.
Yeah.
My concern here is what you're suggesting is that this was murder. That's what you're suggesting is
That is being
was murder.
suggested. That's being suggested. That's not what he's tried for. No, I don't think you can overdose on marijuana. I don't think it's possible. But I'm not a scientist or a doctor.
Not the disposal of a body. And that's the prosecution's consideration.
Your Honor, you're correct.
And you're putting facts in here that are not before this court, and this court is not prepared to sentence on murder today because that's not before me.
Correct in one way, Your Honor. Homicide is not the charged offense, correct? Lying to police absolutely is, right?
But that is distinct and different from the additional facts you're providing the
Not
court
accurate, Judge.
as to consideration that she was breathing when he disposed of the body.
And that will go to one of the offense variables that I'm going to ask Your Honor.
All right, well, let's get to the offense variable.
So ultimately, he tells police where that dumpster is. Police take time to locate what company hauls from that dumpster, where the dumpster is dumped, what dump and landfill it goes to. And now 14 or more days after the incident, 15 days of lies and more, they find out that her body is unfortunately 75 to 100 feet or more below the surface. And the reason all of these facts are important, Judge, and they are before you, and I can present every police report, Your Honor, I can mark it as an exhibit if you prefer, is two things. Offense variables, of course, and the guidelines are suggested in nature now. They're not mandatory. Offense variable 5 has not been accounted for in this public order offense. Offense variable 5 is the psychological injury to family members. You've heard from Sierra about how devastating this has been, not only to her, but other family members. Offense variable 8 is the transport or placement of a victim into a place of greater danger. A woman who's faintly breathing, thrown into a trunk of a car, buried beneath garbage, certainly is placed.
See, that's what I've been saying this whole trial,
within the public order.
that there's no evidence that she was actually dead, because the only person with the information, Jaylin, says he thinks she died, but she was breathing slowly and had a slow heart rate. Well, if you put her in a trunk and then in a dumpster, you are creating a reckless situation, causing her death. So therefore, he is guilty of second-degree murder. But the state's not emphasizing that aspect of it in the trial. And I believe that if he gets acquitted, it's because of the prosecutor's inability to properly make that argument, because that argument wasn't made in the trial that we're currently watching in Wayne County. The argument's being made here, and I, before I saw this, surmised that that might be a logical way to find him guilty on second-degree murder, but that's not being argued by the state. So maybe they'll step it up at closing.
Guideline range, but they are to be considered by Your Honor when you make this decision, Judge. At the time I authorized these charges, I was aware, and as he sits before you today, you're aware these may be the only consequences he faces for the torture, the pain, and the suffering this family has to go through when they want to visit their daughter's resting place. And they have to go to a landfill.
Counsel, my concern is that I'm not sure I have the appropriate offense here. based on what you're saying, and that she was alive and put in a position that she ended up deceased, murder should be the charge.
And that's a decision that Wayne County Prosecutor's Office needs to make, Your Honor.
But that is not a decision for this court because it has not been charged.
Correct.
And so I can't go into these guidelines and say murder is an issue here because it is not before me. And you know that as well as I know that. And this would come back tomorrow. Should I even consider that? It will not be considered by this court.
That's the thing, is that if he had just called 911 and she ended up dying, he could have he could have gotten manslaughter charges if like they discovered that the drugs were laced with something or something like that. Because he did say that it was his marijuana that was used, or that they used that night. But still, all of that's going to be lesser than all of this BS going on.
Your Honor, is permitted.
What is here is absolutely perverted. I cannot believe what this family has been through. That is before this court. To suggest that somebody, what a sick society we live in, would further complicate and injure the mother of this child by suggesting that the child was subjected to other things in an attempt to procure finances from this person. It's perverted, absolutely perverted, but he's not responsible for that. And how our society goes on with that type of behavior, I am so sorry for what you've been put through. It is incredible.
You're right, Judge. It's disgusting.
I can't change those things. You understand? Those things are not before me. Now, let's get to the guidelines, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. And what is before you, I believe the guidelines for what can be accounted are accurately scored. I believe counsel for defense said the same.
So they're accurately scored as they're before me.
Correct. Offense variable 5 and 8 are not available.
Okay, well, I
Under
can't
this public order.
do that.
But in order to exceed guidelines, Your Honor is able to consider facts that are not accounted for in the sentencing guidelines, which is why I presented this to you. I'm asking Your Honor to hold the defendant accountable, not just for his panic, but for what he did every day thereafter, for the lies he told, and for the suffering this family is going to have to deal with for the rest of their lives.
All right,
Your
thank
Honor,
you, counsel.
32 months to 48 months in
Thank
the
you,
Michigan
counsel.
Department of Corrections.
It is the obligation of this court in imposing sentence to consider punishment, rehabilitation, the need to protect society, as well as deter similar offenses and individualized sentencing. What happened there, I have no idea. None. The demise of this poor young lady is information that I never will possess. Nobody will possess. Quite frankly, is unique to your memory, which you did not share, which you intentionally then put this family through unnecessary trauma, despair, heartache for no reason. By your own admission to this court today, I knew what happened to her, and I chose to conceal it, to perpetuate the false statement on this family, while they participated with the falsehood that you created, that she was out there somewhere. That's just incredible, absolutely incredible. I cannot do anything to remedy what occurred. I am so sorry for what has happened to you. But you need to be punished. As I indicate before each sentencing, it is the obligation of this court in imposing sentence to consider punishment, rehabilitation, the need to protect society, and deterrence from civil offenses. Your failure to be honest and truthful in preventing, I don't know, maybe preventing certainly further pain and suffering from the family, requires punishment. Probation, you've recommended that he be afforded probation. That's not appropriate here. He's going to prison today. And the prison sentence here hardly reflects the injury that you've accomplished. The guidelines are appropriate, however, under these circumstances, and the court will stay within the guidelines. And I am only considering the facts that are known and presented to this court and are not in dispute. Other matters that have been brought to this court's attention for which there is no basis and would require a hearing are not considered by this court. Therefore, it is a sentence of this court that Mr. Brazier, you be remanded to the custody of the Michigan Department of Corrections for a period of 23 months to 4 years on count 1, and on count 2, what's his credit?
66.
On count 2, 66 days. And credit for 66 days.
And that seems to be the argument that's being made based off of
Total of $136.
the statements
state
that he
court
made.
costs, $130 crime victim right assessment, $250 circuit court cost. And Mr. Doty, your attorney fee is
$925.
$975. You're entitled to appellate review of your conviction sentence in this matter by way of application for leave to appeal. If you're financially unable to afford an attorney, court will appoint an attorney to represent you. You have 6 months from date of sentencing to request a court-appointed attorney. You're being handed a form you should use if you want the court to appoint you an attorney. Do you acknowledge receipt of the form?
My client is receiving signed the form, Your Honor.
Well, yeah. All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to work behind the scenes a little bit. Okay, so that was his sentencing. That was Jaden's sentencing. Extremely powerful. And it's his side of the story. He was scared. I believe he sounded credible to some extent. I don't know how credible the jury's going to find it if he does testify. But what do you guys think? Do you think he needs to testify in order to get anything? Or do you think they can rely on the fact that the state hasn't presented any evidence as to how she died? Okay, let's go back to... I was trying to dress up my window a little bit, this whole thing, because here in my office, I feel like I'm going to have a minimized window. Otherwise, I'm going to get the spinning wheel of death. And so I've been trying to come up with a framework around all of this so that when I play this is yesterday, by the way. I'm just going to pull it up for now. And I'm not going to be able to do the zoom either, which is disappointing. So I am working. You guys get to see a little behind the scenes here. I am working on a layout that will hopefully work for just to make it look a little cleaner, because it doesn't show dark mode this way, which is weird. Well, hang on one second. Cancel. Let me try to get this squared away. I am working in Photoshop trying to get a layout that's going to work. Let's see. Just throw it on my desktop. Perfect. Let me upload it. Live streaming from Fox 2. Guys, check out Fox 2. They have all the news you could possibly need. This is an advertisement for them. All right, where is this it? All right, let's see how this looks. All right, so first of all, I have to take the background, make it black. And then I'm going to do the overlay. Hey, kind of sort of worked. Let me get this banner off here. There we go. That's not so bad, is it? Now I can just play everything in here. All right. So while we are waiting for a current court feed, let's take a look at this what Jaden had to say. I think we have to go back to yesterday. So now this is in the this is during the investigation when he said that he didn't know where she was, and the police went by the house. So this is what I'm going to play. So this is the body cam from the police. Now you just saw him in court, everything that he had to say there. He fell flat with the emotions, you think? Okay.
How you doing? Mr. Brazier?
Yes, sir.
What's your name, ma'am? Okay. You guys know Zion?
Yes.
Okay. They were saying her phone pinged through here. You don't mind if we
Yeah, I'll give you
just do? Okay, cool.
And did you hear that? Was there some reference to made by the defendant as to the last time he spoke with Zion?
In May
In
of
May,
21.
May of 21. Okay.
a year or so back where I jumped up her board and I stayed gas. And that was when I saw her. Her mom said that Cortez, he was also calling us Tuesday, Wednesday. He's the one that kind of told everything.
I was working on my background, and how late are they going today? They're going to go to 4 p.m. today, and they're going to start at 9:30. Why no Zoom? Because I am at the office on my laptop, and for Zoom, I need 2 screens so that I can make the Zoom feed full size on one screen. Otherwise, I can't share the entire window, and it looks really weird. So since I don't have a separate screen here, I can only do it via the news feed. You missed the beginning of his comments. Oh, well, we can go back and play. You know what? We have more people here. We can go back and play, but let's play this real quick.
We were at our limit. Our phone on Tuesday. He called us. Well, called me directly. I was like, he called me. He said, he said, Zion told him and her mom that she was coming over here. I was like, she was never here. But her location did say she was here. And that house across the street. I was like, but she was never here. I don't know. But anyway, that whole nonsense happened yesterday. Everybody was calling me. I have cameras to show that literally she was never here.
So I keep muting myself because I don't want to, the volume is low and I don't want to cause noise. So what he's saying is, listen, is her mom's coming over here saying that she was with me. She wasn't with me. I don't know why everyone's telling me she was with me. I've got cameras that show that she wasn't with me. He's talking about his Ring camera. What's interesting is how calm he is compared to what we just saw in court, what we're going to see again in court during his sentencing.
Same thing I told them, same thing I would do. Look around, show them. Same thing we show y'all.
They came in?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, just to say that we did it, you might.
Yes, he did mess with the cameras. The time in which she would have been there was no video. Now he's got to point the officers to it here in a second and say it's motion capture. So if there's no motion, it doesn't capture anything, which might be true, but it might be a good excuse for why there's no video when in reality there should have been.
Mind if we take a quick run through?
He's way too calm. This is way too calculated.
Don't go in there.
It will be quiet.
Yeah, check the basement, everything. Actually, I have my cameras.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
No problem. I can bust your house, bro. I haven't seen this.
We don't have any dogs over here.
No dogs, no dogs.
Okay.
They go down to the basement. They don't see anything.
Don's mom, Sierra, is kind of, obviously not finding her this one.
So I think this is where he's showing him the camera system.
Don's mom, Sierra, is kind of, obviously not finding her this one. But she told the truth inside the store. She told me that I ain't saying, I'm like, what? My mom, that Don was slow, and then she never saw her again. So kind of, I don't know, it's a lot of weird shit going on. It was weird to me that the boyfriend is the one that kind of told everybody, Don's mom is the one who started it for everybody. The boyfriend heard my number, and that's how the whole thing kind of came
Boyfriend
together.
is sending all of my address to
They don't
Side
remember
Republic
everything.
instead of telling him he has 2 addresses. This
Also
one
have-
and that one across the street.
The address, his name's Vertez. Don's mom.
It was like 2 weeks or 10 days or so after she went missing.
So he sent the link. That's directly across the street. They went to the house, some old ass people to stay there. So I'm assuming she hadn't come this way because she hasn't been here before. So, the iPhone, ping where you actually with air tags. But he gave us his address, right? But everybody else, he was saying she's our address and stressing out. Little girl's alibi, one, y'all never asked anything. She said, at least once or twice a month, Zion said she's with me. I was like, why? We didn't think to, hey, why the fuck would I be hanging with her to start with? You feel me? Like, and you don't see me around. Our family don't really talk. I'm like, you think it's your fucking kid? You feel me? You're gonna see what she left with, who she's leaving with. You didn't even see she had a fucking coat on. But now I'm getting baited. I'm stressed. Like, you guys want me to show you the camera sheet? Say it's on the floor and it shows. Oh, yeah.
We're just gonna look upstairs and then, if anybody wants to take me, come.
I'm gonna go upstairs, wake up the kids. So here's the camera.
It only records. It only records the motion. So let's say you come to the door or leave out the door.
I see. So it only records with motion. I'm sorry. He said it was 2 days ago. So they came here 2 days after she went missing. So that would have been 3 days after he picked her up.
That's why I took her to work and we came back, went to the gas. Just basically showing this girl was never in my house. So
Yeah.
and
All right. So let's go back to his statements during the sentencing.
Correct.
All right, you are Mr. Brazier?
I'm sorry.
You are Mr. Brazier?
Yes.
Mr. Brazier, you understand the maximum period of incarceration the court can impose for the line with respect to the peace officer involving investigation of a violent crime is 4 years, 2 years for the line with the investigation of a peace.
He was sentenced to 24 to 48
Reviewed
months.
the pre-sentence investigation report.
Yes.
It's factually accurate.
Yes.
Is it your desire to accept your previously tendered pleas?
Yes.
The record will reflect the court does in fact accept your pleas. Are you ready for sentencing today?
Yes.
Very well. Mr. Doty, what would you like to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, appearing before you is Mr. Brazier. He's 23 years old. He's engaged. He's the father of 2 children with 1 child on the way. He currently lives with he was at the time living with his spouse to be in Detroit in their home. She's had since to move out because of the nature of these charges. She's received death threats. They both received death threats before he had turned himself in, to the nature of they're going to kill his children. They're going to cut out the unborn baby from his daughter. There's been a lot of trauma that has been delivered to my client and his fiance at this time. So what we respected, we request the honor that you would accept the recommendation of the probation department for the 150 days in Macomb County jail credit for 66 days served and the 18 months probation. And my client would like to speak on his own behalf, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. It is the obligation of this court in imposing sentence to consider punishment, rehabilitation, the need to protect society, as well as deterrent similar offenses and individualized sentencing. Mr. Brazier, what would you like to tell this court?
One, I did turn myself in. Yes, I lied, but I was not in the right state of mind. There was no way for me to prepare for a situation like that. I was scared.
I'm not totally clear on the situation. And the report is rather sketchy with respect to the situation.
And I will fill Your Honor in on some of those details.
Appreciate it. But would it, the report suggests is that you had contact with the individual. The police questioned you regarding that contact. You didn't tell them the truth associated with the contact. Then you, once confronted with information that you were not telling the truth, you came forward and told them that you disposed of the body. I mean, that's all. That leaves a whole lot out there that's unaccounted for from the court's perspective. But what circumstances are you talking about?
Well, when she died, it was just random. Like from my end of it.
What do you mean?
I was terrified. Literally from that point on, I didn't know what to do. I wasn't in the right state of mind for anything. And I turned myself and they didn't present me with anything. After getting my thoughts together.
So did you explain how she passed?
I don't know exactly how she passed, what caused her to pass. I just know 1 minute she was cool, she was fine. She laid back for a minute. Next thing I know, she was dead. I don't know what caused it. I did not cause it or anything like that. I reacted stupidly off of fear and panic like I've never felt before in my life. Literally.
Well, I mean, people are sitting around and somebody just passes. I mean, did you think about calling 911 or something like that?
No, not at the time. We were smoking. We were on marijuana as well. So my mental state wasn't in any like logical spectrum. I was just immediately just terrified. Like that's the only words I can use to describe the moment.
Are you telling me that you're stoned, she's stoned, you think she dies, and then you dispose of the body? Just like that? That was your choice?
I sat for a minute and I didn't know what to do. I was like, I just did not know what to do. It's like,
I mean, the first thing that came to your mind, I'm trying to understand with the limited information I have that this person passed away in your presence.
This judge is totally
Your
not
first
buying
thought
this
is,
story.
well, I gotta get
my
rid of
first
the body.
thought was how bad it looked to start with. It's like, how do I explain like what happened? I don't know why she died or what it caused her to die. And just a lot of possibility just popped in my head, and I was just reacting off of just innate fear. I don't know. Literally, I don't do anything. I just didn't know what to do. Literally, I literally did not know what to do. I sat for at least 10 minutes sitting there. Like, what do I do? Who do I call? My kids are upstairs. We just got into this place after struggling for like 2 years to get it, and everything is falling down.
I won't have any conversation in this court.
And I wish I could take it back. I would have called the ambulance, called her mom, because her mom's so sweet. Her mom is so sweet. And I just know. I wish I could take it back. Nobody been in the situation. At the very least, they'd be like, okay, this happened, confirm this. And everybody has some sort of peace right now, you know? But I just didn't know what to do. It's not something, you know, like I said, in life, you try to mentally prep for a lot of situations. But when one that you just would never have even thought to happen just happens. And you're like, wow, immediately the first thing comes to your mind is everything about to lose, how it's about to affect your kids, your life in general. And then after that, how it's flipped when whoever, it's like play telephone and change many times. Facebook, everything, just a lie hitting me at once. So I had to just take time and try to get my thoughts together because I was on panic mode ever since that happened. Her mom at one point talked to me and I couldn't bring myself, like, your daughter just died. What do I do? And I can't even explain it. What happened? I just can tell you my honest reaction.
Anything further?
That's it.
And on my client's behalf,
All right. So we are going to go to live court feed here with Fox 2. And if you remember where we left off, they were playing the interrogation video, and they should be finishing the interrogation video starting this morning here. We are 4 minutes behind. Not bad. Now I need to do something about the Fox 2 thing.
You see that? I think all the members of the present on the council from Brazier and Shannon Holmes is retaking the stand. Maybe they're saying still under oath.
Jones, yes,
Or
sir.
Jones, I'm sorry. They're saying you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, I'm going to continue publishing Exhibit 39, starting at approximately 33 minutes into the video.
Okay.
On one road when we need to be on another road, you know what I'm saying? And just get this all cleared up. So it's important we have these discussions. So you drive to East Point, you pick her up, she's texting you, we're gonna smoke some weed. You told me that night I saw a message on there, she said Happy New Year to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was the text, next thing you know. So walk me through it. 10 o'clock, you did what? You left the house and went where?
To Kazan. Oh, they said 10 o'clock. Okay, 10 o'clock. No, my girlfriend, she goes to work at supposed to work at 10:30, clock at 10:30. So
Right.
we were at her job until about 10:30 when she went inside. After that,
So where is it? Where does she work?
at Dakota,
At Dakota, like plastics industries or something?
and that's in Oak Park or Hazel Park.
Madison Heights?
No, it's like going through Ferndale.
Yep.
Where Liz and everything at.
Yep.
It's Dakota, and it's basically by the Amazon over there.
Okay.
Yeah, and then right across from that is Dakota.
Okay. So now you leave your house at what time?
About 9:59.
This is live. This is current right now, this morning. We're about 4 minutes
So you
behind.
leave and you're with who's with you?
My girlfriend and my kids
Okay. And then you drive where?
to her job.
Okay. Now, does your girlfriend know that you're talking with Zion and
She
Zion?
knows we talk and everything and hang out and everything.
Does she know that night?
No.
So she has
Hey,
no idea.
Chris.
So you take your girlfriend, fiance Katrina.
Yes.
So you take her to work.
Mm-hmm.
So you leave at 9:59 exactly.
Get to her job around like 10:27, basically getting close to 10:30.
Okay.
Talked for a minute, she got out, and then I left.
Are you texting or in any communication with Zion while you're taking her to work and dropping her off?
No, I don't really text her out. So
Okay. So after she gets out of the car, then you start texting Zion, right?
oh no, I was on the way home.
Yep.
And down there, Zion was talking about hanging out. She didn't see me on the New Year's anything.
Okay.
So I texted her. I was like, "Do you still want to hang out with her?" And she's like, "Yeah." And she was gonna pick her up. I picked her up.
Okay. So she's like, come by picking up. You're like, yeah, sure, I'll be right over there. So then you take a detour and go pick her up.
Yep.
Do you stop anywhere?
No.
Okay. So you pick her up, and that's the video that leads us into the video that we saw that someone sent us. Correct?
Yes.
Was anybody else? Yeah. Was anybody else at the home, at her house?
I don't know.
So you just picked her up and told the daughter she gets in.
Let me call you back. This is Attorney Jones.
That is his attorney. That's the guy that died 5 minutes after this. The one that's munching down on the chips and sucking down on the pops. That's awesome.
So you pull her driver, she gets in, right? And then you guys take off.
Yeah.
What? Okay, so did she leave anything or forget anything? Like when you pull out of the driveway, you stop in the street or anything? Was there something that was going on?
No.
Nothing at that point?
No.
Okay, because you stopped in front of the house as you were departing?
Yeah. Oh,
For a couple minutes.
she didn't want to walk over it. Like she came on her house.
Yeah.
I was parked in front of the trash can or whatever,
Yeah.
where there was snow.
Yeah.
And she didn't want to walk through the snow, so I grabbed up a little bit and we left.
Okay, so that's why you just sat in the street for 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the defendant's attorney got a phone call during the interrogation, and he answered it and said that he'd have to call back. Why you would not just ignore it, I don't know. Why you're now sitting there playing on your phone the whole time, why your client is making clearly incriminating statements, I don't know. Why you would advise your client to go to the police and make a statement in the first place, I don't know.
So you pick her up, and then you had
Just playing Pokemon Go.
Stay home. Come
So
on.
you guys can stop anywhere, nothing like that? No You didn't buy any marijuana or anything on the way, nothing like that?
No.
You already had your own weed, she had her own weed?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So then that's when you get back.
Cool. I'll check with Baker.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Took him upstairs. I put him in the bed.
Okay.
And then watched PJ Masks for like 20 minutes.
Who?
PJ Masks is a TV show that my kids like to watch.
Car track.
Okay.
Okay, so you watch cartoons with the kids?
Yeah.
Where's she at? Where's I at?
Downstairs.
So she's downstairs, you're upstairs?
Yeah.
In the bedroom with the kids watching cartoons and stuff, right?
Getting them calm down, toys put away, put them in the bed.
How old are the kids?
1 and 2.
So you start, are you texting Katrina still at this point? Or
My
you're not
phone is
texting
on pocket. I was just prioritizing the kids, putting it under bed. They usually go to sleep at like 10, but they're with me and when they're mom at night, so they're still a little late.
Okay. So you're not, you had to charge your phone?
No, it's on my phone in my pocket.
Okay, so you're not texting Katrina anymore?
No.
Okay, while she's there.
I texted Katrina that I was home and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, the kids to bed. After that, there was no conversation.
When you got home, you just text her, hey, I'm back home, this and that. Does she know at that point that Zion's over?
Oh, no, she didn't text me back or anything.
Okay, but you didn't text her and let her know that she's there either,
No.
right? Okay. So you guys start, you come back downstairs, you're just smoking, you guys split up your weed.
We just put it all together.
Yep.
And
Who rolled the lead?
I did.
Okay.
So you just smoke it, and then you guys are just chilling, watching TV, talking, hanging out.
Yep.
Did she come on to you or anything like that? Did you come
No.
on to her at all?
Nothing like that at all.
Okay. At this point here, we're talking, let's see, time frame, you're back at the house at what time?
Between like 11 or 11:15 or 11:30.
Okay. So now it's like 11:15 or whatever. Now we're at 11:30 because you're upstairs watching TJ Maxx. You guys mix up your weed, you roll up, you guys start smoking, you're just watching TV, just chilling.
She's telling me about how her and mom, their relationship's a lot better than it was the last time she talked to us.
I am not here. You are seeing a ghost. This is just AI generated MLS.
And
Welcome,
her
Farrell.
boyfriend about prom, the job and everything, and how she's working on getting an apartment and everything.
So do you notice her on her phone with anybody, FaceTime or anything?
She was texting somebody.
Just texting?
Somebody, she did get a FaceTime.
Okay.
I don't know if she answered or not because I wasn't paying attention. I was just watching TV, enjoying my holiday.
All right. So now you guys are just chilling and that's all of a sudden she just blanks out right there?
When I got up to go give me something to drink,
Yeah.
I came back and she was saying she was tired and everything, and she laid her head back. So okay, I'm let you go to sleep for a bit, whatever.
Okay.
And then about 15 to 20 minutes after that, I was like, okay, are you good? You ready to go home? And she wasn't responding or any of that.
Was her plan to go back home?
Everyone does. Everyone likes the AI better. I will say, since Farrell, you haven't been here, I'm not sure Mads has been here for the entire thing. This is the Jaylin Brazier murder trial. He is on trial currently. This is Wayne County, in front of Judge Knapp. And he is being charged with the second-degree unaliving of his cousin. In January 5th, 2022, his cousin went missing. Zion something, I can't remember her last name. And he originally said, don't know, haven't seen her, don't know where she is, haven't hung out with her since May, whatever. Come to find out, he did pick her up, and they were smoking marijuana at his house, and he claims that she died and that he panicked, didn't know what to do, and disposed of the body by dumping it in a dumpster. Her body's never been found. He was charged in Macomb County, which is a neighboring county where a lot of the things took place. The investigation took place with lying to police. And he was sentenced to 24 to 48 months for lying to police in connection with this. Because he eventually said, which is in this police interrogation right now, that yes, she was there. She died. I panicked and got rid of the body. Now he's being charged with unaliving her, which is interesting because there is no evidence of how she actually died. And in fact, there's been testimony that she suffered from seizures, and those seizures caused her to pass out at times, might have led to her death. Nobody really knows because we don't have a body. My theory of the case is that he is in fact guilty of second-degree murder because when she passed out in the past, as her boyfriend testified to, she looked dead. She had very shallow breathing, very low heart rate, and maybe when Jaden, the defendant, is stoned out of his mind, thinks she is dead, and for some reason dumps the body, That's what caused her to die. Throwing her in the trunk, throwing her in a garbage can, she got crushed or whatever. That's the actual cause of death. So he should be guilty of second-degree murder in my mind, anyways, even though there's not a whole lot of evidence as to exactly how she died. So that's this case, and it's going on right now. Not 20 minutes from me.
Midnight?
She said she had work in the morning.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Who needs evidence, right? So that's where I'm like conflicted. But the state's not making the argument, at least not in this trial, that if she suffers from these seizures, which causes her to pass out, then she wasn't dead. She was just passed out. And when he transported her into the dumpster and in his trunk, that's what caused her death. The state's not actually arguing that. That's a theory that I kind of came up with watching the trial. So I don't know. He might get acquitted, and because the state's not making that argument.
Now, you're still not testing Katrina, right?
No, because at that point I'm freaking out like, oh shit, did she just die or something?
Well,
So the difference between manslaughter and second-degree murder would be the recklessness, right? So if you commit an accident, all right, so you're driving down the road and you accidentally hit somebody, you're driving kind of carelessly, but you're not recklessly. That could be homicide. It's more of a negligence standard, although negligence isn't enough. It needs to be through reckless conduct. Second degree is actions you should know are likely to cause great bodily harm and or death, and you still do it, like throwing somebody in a dumpster that might get crushed into a garbage truck. You should know that that's likely to cause death. So that's the second degree part of it. If it's, hey, I didn't know that she suffered from these seizures and I gave her something that exacerbated that and that caused her death, that's more of a homicide or involuntary manslaughter.
I mean, you just said you went to get a drink and her head's back on the couch. If she's still alive at that point.
So his actual two charges, count one is second degree murder, which is he knowingly caused a great risk of great bodily harm and or death and knew that it would cause that and did so anyways. And then he's being charged with destruction of evidence for essentially hiding the body. That's count two.
Hide or whatever, from Lee.
Hey Lou, welcome.
So you shake her, grab her by the arms, you said earlier, right? Shake her, there's no activity, no like that. You say she's got a faint pulse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now we're looking at the time frame. What time is it at this point? Like we're talking like an hour later?
Right, and that's his defense. His defense is, we're just hanging out. Something happened. I don't know. I checked her breath. She wasn't breathing. I checked her pulse. She didn't have a pulse. And I freaked out, didn't know what to do, so I dumped her body. Now, while that's horrible, he's been sentenced to lying to the police. And in my mind, he's guilty of count two, which is the destruction of evidence, right? He's guilty of that. The question really is he guilty of second degree murder? And if he thought she was already dead, could he be found second degree murder? I still think so. If they can connect the fact that, mind you, the whole seizure thing and her passing out wasn't raised by the state. That was first raised in cross-examination by the defense with the victim's mother. So the state isn't even making this argument. That was kind of my point. And so I said, when they were first cross-examining the mother about the seizures that she has, I was thinking, okay, cool. She has a medical condition that caused her to die, right? That's the defense's angle. But I think they might have opened up a new argument for the state that she suffers from these seizures, passes out, maybe she wasn't actually dead. And by him not calling 911, which he doesn't have an affirmative action to do, but by him not calling 911 and then transporting her and throwing her into a dumpster, that caused the death. So if I was the state, I'd be looking to change up my argument a little bit.
Around that time where all that happens is when we were basically getting ready for her to go home, basically.
Okay.
So that would be within that hour and a half, towards the end of that.
Okay, so we're looking probably close to 1 o'clock, right?
Let's say probably like 12 or 1, yes.
Okay. Okay, I mean, 12 to 1, there's an hour, but, so you
More than
just
one.
got back to the house, watched PJ Masks, so I'm assuming it's not 12.
Right, yeah, definitely, so it would be closer to 1.
Okay, so at that point, she's just really stoned and ready to take a nap, it appears.
That's itself.
And then you start shaking her, she doesn't wake up, you check her pulse, you said,
Mm-hmm.
and you can see she's not breathing, not like that. So at that point, what are you doing?
Freaking out.
Okay, so you're freaking out, and this whole time you've been
Oh, so
home.
at that point in time, we thought she was definitely dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, was she dead? Do you think she was dead at that point, or does she still just have pain breathing and
It wasn't anything.
there was nothing at that point?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You know the difference between dead and alive, right? Was she
Not
dead?
breathing. She wasn't breathing, so I assumed that was then her heartbeat was like, couldn't read a heartbeat, couldn't feel a heartbeat or anything. So I would say she was dead, definitely.
Okay. Now, this whole time that Zion's there, you don't text Katrina.
No, she was texting.
Is Zion texting anybody or calling anybody?
She was definitely texting somebody. I know she had on FaceTime somebody.
Okay, but that was earlier.
Yeah. Like not around. Okay, so you're asking when that was happening.
Yeah, so at this point, you're with another girl,
Mhm.
and your girl's at work.
Mhm.
You stop texting her when you get back to the house with Zion. And you don't text, when you text Katrina again? When you talk to her again?
Around like 2. Because she was feeling sick and she told me that she didn't take a breath.
Okay. So that whole time. she
Yeah, I can
doesn't
pull him
talk
up
to
right
anybody. Now can you see Zion on the phone? Is she talking to texting anybody at all, or even on her phone?
No.
So that whole time, she's not texting anybody either? Except for, you said when she first got there though.
Yeah, when she first got there, when she's on the couch.
Okay, so like at 12 o'clock though, she's not FaceTiming anybody?
Or better yet, let me pull up the jury
Or talking to
instructions.
Not that I can recall.
Okay. So up until that time, you think now she's dead. You have not talked to your girlfriend, and Zion hasn't talked to anybody. You take her, you freak out, and you take her, you throw her body in the trunk, right?
Yes.
How do you do that? Like, what do you do? Like, is your car already set, or? I mean,
No, I parked in the driveway. I pulled in, and so I was sitting there. I said, okay, well, so I went outside and I backed my car up because the trunk would have to come this way, like into the driveway.
Okay.
And then I put her into the trunk, and then that's why I took her to Highland Park.
So you back up in your driveway,
Mm-hmm.
and you just hit the trunk?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you bring out the front door?
The back door.
So you brought her around the backyard and threw her in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay.
What side was her head on?
To my left.
And then so from basically until that FaceTime, just after you got the house at like 11:30 or something, she never got on her phone again. You never seen her phone again?
No.
Okay. So she must have just tucked it away somewhere, right? So when you came downstairs, is that when she got off the phone?
No, when she first like on the phone and I didn't know she'd get a FaceTime call was way earlier in her coming over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she want anybody to know that she was there?
I don't think she cared. Yeah.
She didn't care if people knew that she was over there?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was it. So the FaceTime ends, whatever, her phone's gone, disappeared, you never see it again the rest of the night.
Literally.
Okay. And you have no idea if it was on or not, you think it's on her though?
Yes.
So when you get back home, the phone's not there, right?
No.
There's no cell phones there?
No, just my phone.
Do you have any other cell phones in the house?
Only other cell phone that was in the living room is my girlfriend's old iPhone, which broke during our argument.
It was when you guys were arguing?
Yeah.
Is that when the table broke?
Yes.
What were you guys arguing about?
She was feeling as though I wasn't taking her side because her manager told her that what she was wearing was showing too much of her stomach.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, I understand the manager irritating you, but she just told me what the dress code was. So she came home, and this was before I knew she was pregnant, so it makes more sense now on why that whole thing happened. But she came home, I was just like, babe, so what did you wear your first week there, and what are you wearing now? My point is like, you got too comfortable, so you're wearing different clothing compared to what you're supposed to be wearing. And the bagel she was eating, she smacked me with the bagel, and I ended up throwing her phone at the table, which broke her phone and shattered our damn table.
Okay, and this was, when did this happen?
Did you do your bagel?
She smacked me with the bagel.
Oh, that's bad. I hate getting hit with bagels.
Yeah.
When did this
Who
happen?
was that?
This was
Wait. Hang on. Sorry, am I muted? No, I was doing some research. Who said that? Was that his freaking attorney? I'm backing this up.
compared to what you're supposed to be wearing. And the bagel she smacked me with the bagel, and I ended up throwing her phone at the table, which broke her phone and shattered our damn table.
Okay, and this was, when did this happen?
She threw you a bagel at you?
She smacked me with the bagel.
Oh, that's bad. I hate getting hit with bagels.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's his attorney. That's his attorney. Okay. This guy. He's dead now, by the way.
When was this?
This would have been.
You said a couple months ago, then you said January.
This was before New Year's, so at least like 2 weeks before New Year's.
So 2 weeks before.
I don't know the exact date, but I told my mom about it.
So 2 weeks before Christmas?
Yeah. Yes, before Christmas.
Okay, so what he's talking about is, all right, so first of all, what you need to know about Zion is she's not exactly the most honorable 17-year-old. She's 17 at the time. She's run away for a month at a time, a couple of weeks at a time, staying at various guys' houses. She has a child. Apparently she's being yelled at because she's not dressed properly by her mother, so she's venting about that. And then at some point he says that she threw bagel at Jaylin and hit him in the face with it. And then his attorney commented, "Man, she threw a bagel at you? I hate getting hit in the face with bagel." That's what his attorney is saying during a police interrogation for a missing 17-year-old. Hang on, let's go back one more time.
She smacked me with the bagel.
Oh, that's bad. I hate getting hit with bagels.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. I hate getting hit with bagels.
When was this?
This would have been.
You said a couple months ago, then you said January.
This was before New Year's, so at least like 2 weeks before New Year's.
So 2 weeks before.
I don't know the exact date, but I told my mom about it.
So 2 weeks before Christmas?
Yeah. Yes, before Christmas.
Yeah, this attorney died like shortly after this
So she was at
interrogation.
Fairfield, right?
Yes.
I mean, well, what's the big deal with the dress code? So she didn't like that, and
She felt like I was not taking her side. So that's what she told me.
Okay.
I'm going to throw the second-degree jury instruction in Discord under this case so you guys can check it out. I'll pull it up later.
So
if we get a
she
break.
threw the bagel at you.
She smacked me with the bagel.
She spanked you. What'd you do back?
I threw my phone, threw her phone, and we had a whole heated argument. She smacked me again, and I walked out the house. I called mom. I called my brother. I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, all I told her, I was just trying to have a conversation. I didn't want to argue or anything. I was trying to de-escalate, basically, because I knew she was going to get angry this time or third.
Yeah.
But it turned into a whole argument.
So, all right. So then you take off. So now you back up in the driveway, right? So you take off to Highland Park.
Yes.
What time was that? Do you have any idea?
No.
Because 9:59, you said you walked out of the house before, so no time frame.
No, 9:59 is when I left. My girlfriend to take her to work.
Okay. So after you dumped her in Highland Park, where do you go from there?
I went home.
Did you stop anywhere?
No.
Did you talk to anybody?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay. So when you got home, did you talk to anybody?
When I got home, I was talking to Katrina. She's asking I believe she texted me about the babies or asking what the boys were doing. He said she was feeling sick. We were finding out, just before we knew she was pregnant, she was feeling nauseous and everything. And she's like, I need to come home.
Okay.
Pick me up. So then I had that, and now it's around.
He's talking about his girlfriend at the time, who he has 2 children with, and she is at the time pregnant with their third, and she's not feeling well. So he goes and takes her to the hospital and then goes and picks her up later. So in between his cousin coming over, them smoking pot, her dying or whatever, him going and hiding the body, dumping it somewhere, he then goes and picks up his girlfriend from the hospital.
Something.
You picked her up at, or what time did you?
I left the house at least at like 1:50 something, I would say, or close to. I just know she texted me to come get her.
Yep.
At like 2 something, or getting close to.
Okay, so 2 something. So you went to Highland Park, threw the body, and you're back home, right? You don't stop anywhere. You don't talk to anybody until you get back home. So you get home. You think it's what time?
Let's do like 1 something maybe.
Okay. So after you get home is when you have contact again with somebody in Katrina.
I don't have contact with anybody else but Katrina.
Okay.
After that, yeah.
Okay, so, because you talked to her a lot, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, but you stopped talking to her for those few hours that Zion was at your house.
Yeah, she doesn't text or do anything when she's at work.
Katrina, did you tell Katrina that Zion was there?
No, because I just dumped her body, so that conversation would have been wild, and I didn't want to get her involved in anything.
Okay, so that night you never told her, you just went about your night as just another day in business?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you, I'm sure at this point, you had to talk about it with her, correct?
No, I didn't want to tell her anything.
Okay, so you still at this point haven't told her, like, hey, Zion was over, nothing like
I
that?
tell
No,
her,
right.
so you engaged me and I told her you better tell her what's going on.
I will say too that there was also a glass coffee table that was broken laying out in the backyard of his house. Now, there's no evidence as to when it actually happened. And he supposedly has a scratch on his chest that his girlfriend saw. So after he picks up his girlfriend, they go back to his house or her house. I don't know if they live together or not. And he's taking a shower and she notices a scratch. Now, she said that her cat did it or his cat did it. But anyway, so there are some signs of things like that. Also, her phone is like fully charged and then it just disappears. It doesn't ping anymore. So it's not like it died naturally or anything. So they're trying to get at, well, you messed with the phone. And he's saying no. Again, there's not a lot of evidence. There's just sort of supposition.
Remember that?
No, she didn't know until.
So when he came to, I can tell you that for a fact. He came to me. I said, have you told anyone this? I said, you know, your girl is going to find out and you're going to have hell to pay. I remember that.
And that's
So
what
she didn't know, she wouldn't have known anything till when? Probably that Saturday evening?
When we came back the next was during the whole thing.
There's something I have to tell you there, and I do have to tell you this. What night was that? That would have been the night of the Rams?
Yeah.
So they were staying up in Waterford.
With my brother.
And that was, everything was good because they came and got his car.
Monday night.
And
The Rams played Monday night.
Right.
Yeah.
But they came and got his car.
Towards the weekend.
Was that Sunday or that?
That was like early Friday. Or
No, that was
Saturday.
That was Sunday.
Okay, so early
Sunday. Sunday. Well, whatever the day it was. He received a threat. And excuse me. He received a threat, and they received a subsequent threat. And I told him, I said, listen, you can't go back to that location because somehow they found out he was staying in Waterford. I said, if worse comes to worse, you come to me. So I receive a knock on the door. What time was that?
At this point, I don't know. It was so much going on that day. But
It
it
was
was very
been
like
like
in the
maybe
morning.
10 or something in the morning, 10 at night,
Yeah.
something like that. Him and his whole family came. And I said, well, now, you know, I ain't getting involved with your shit, okay? So he stayed at my house. And I divulged that to, I think, Miss Logan, or, you know, I told her because they were receiving death threats from the Milton side of the family, which created a whole nother issue.
Yep.
Because it turns out I represent one of the Miltons, but not anyone. I don't even think she might be like a second cousin of, what's the mother's name? Sierra Milton? So I represent a Marquita Milton and a Shakita Milton.
Okay.
And I didn't know that there was any kind of relationship till I found out his mom's maiden name.
So
that I never knew there was any Milton anything because the girl's name was Zion Foster.
Okay.
So I didn't know there was any kind of potential conflict, but then the conflict's been resolved.
Okay. So but Monday night, Monday night, the night of the Rams, he came to your house.
Came to my house.
So does Katrina know now?
Yes.
Okay, so you told her, she had no idea at the time.
Because I told him he couldn't stay if she doesn't know what's going on. She really needs to know what's going on.
So was she shocked by Zion being there?
No.
She hasn't been there, right?
Yeah, and
I mean, would
She
you
didn't know the whole story is what she was shocked by.
Well, I'm sure she's probably pissed.
Yeah,
No matter what, it's a lose deal. But so she doesn't know that night. But you normally talk to her like how often do you text Katrina? If you're not with her, like several times an hour. Like 10 times an hour, 20 times an hour?
The whole day, basically.
The whole day you're texting, right?
No, the whole day we're together.
Yeah.
We're never on the phone.
But if you're apart, you guys you're texting, right?
Yeah.
Like more than 3 times an hour, you think?
No,
Like hi.
if she's at work, she really does not be on the phone.
Okay.
So we just don't talk. Unless there's something happening, like she's
So
just
she's
home.
working hours, then your text messaging is not as frequent.
Yeah.
Would she be pissed if you picked up from work and said, hey, Zion was just here for the last 3 hours?
No.
No, she'd be okay with
Yeah,
that?
she's completely cool. She's nice Zion,
Okay.
she likes Zion, everything.
Okay. But she hasn't been to your house since May, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And they're all good?
Yeah.
Right? So there's no reason why you'd hide that from her?
At all.
Okay. But Zion would just openly just be like, hey, I'm over at Jaylin's house, we're just smoking weed.
Yeah.
Was everybody fine with that?
Well, yeah, I spoke to her mom and she smoked, and that was that.
Right. But she had a boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How was he about him?
I have no idea. We do not speak. I don't know that man. Never
Okay.
seen him or anything.
So you never had an issue with him and Zion? There was no issue, there's no jealousy between
I don't know him
Katrina
at all.
or whoever her boyfriend is, not like that? That was never an issue? There's never.
That was the other thing that the state keeps bringing up, is that there's sexualized text messages between the cousins, which seemed a bit odd to me. That there would be some sort of sexual tension between cousins, but I guess who knows. However, it turned out that they are step cousins related by marriage, not by blood. So maybe.
An argument about it?
Not at all.
Nothing. So you never told a family member or nothing that you guys were arguing about that night or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Here's what I want to do. I want to have you show us the dumpster, okay? Because I don't want to mistake it, and I want to obviously get out there and see if she's still there, then we need to recover, and if not, then we need to do the steps to locate where she's at.
Okay.
Okay? You're okay with that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, so let me get that set up, and then,
You wanna do that tonight?
yeah, we're gonna do that.
Let's get going, no time like the present.
Also, a DNA, a buckle swab, are you okay with that?
I'm sorry.
A buckle swab?
He's okay.
Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah, so I'll
Okay.
fill out that.
So we gotta go fill that out and then, we'll bring that back.
Did you say a butthole swab?
It's called, it's called a buckle. No,
I'm sorry.
yeah, no, we're not doing that. But yes, a buckle swab.
Get my charging cord.
Stop the video briefly, 53 minutes and 50 seconds. Sergeant Jones, there was some discussion about a buccal swab.
Yes.
What's a buccal swab?
It's like a long Q-tip that we use to collect saliva from somebody to collect their DNA.
Okay, and that's just to preserve a DNA sample for potential analysis in the future.
Yes, to compare to any evidence that might be recovered.
Okay. I'm gonna skip ahead from 53 minutes and 50 seconds to 55 minutes and 48 seconds.
So let me run this past you. Are you gonna go too?
I would go, might as well. If I need to squeeze me in the back seat of the car.
Well, no, I'm just making suggestions. The options are I can write out the statement while you're here, not gonna have him sign anything until he gets back anyhow. You can review it. They can take him with the camera to go identify what dumpster and then bring him back. Or you can ride with him. You tell me what you're.
I think I'll probably ride with him. I want to see the area too.
Okay. Okay.
That way I get busy. Dude.
Stop the video, 56 minutes and 27 seconds, and then skip ahead. To 58 minutes and 27 seconds.
Shannon, what's your last name Jones?
Is my last name Jones? Yeah.
Shannon, are we related?
No,
How do you know?
because my name is Jones by marriage.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Question, you have cameras on your house?
Yes.
What, company?
It says Vivian.
Vivian?
Yeah.
And did you already delete what was on
I
there?
didn't touch the cameras at all. So
Well, how does it record?
it records motion. And
At what point?
let's say you come to the doorbell, the camera will flick on.
Okay, so what about when you're pulling into the driveway?
I'm not sure. It probably would, yes. If I pull a driver, say any kind of motion that it picks up on that front little thing, it'll ping on it.
Okay, and you have an account for that?
No, it was pre-installed when we moved into the duplex.
So is that, are you renting there?
Yes.
So does that homeowner or whoever owns that house, they have the access to that camera?
Yeah.
Okay, and then who is that?
Her name's Pamela.
Pamela?
No, that's her damn doctor. My girlfriend knows, and my mom has the lease and everything that has the landlord's name and everything on it.
Okay, and the cameras, how many cameras are there?
There's one and two. There's one, the doorbell camera, and there's one on the side of the house that looks like.
So the doorbell and then the side by the driveway?
Yes.
Did you need that?
No, I didn't need it. I said I didn't need it. I just didn't.
I gotta ask him something that a couple things came up. So, do you have an OnlyFans?
No.
What's that?
OnlyFans?
What's that?
It's where they make.
It's an adult porn site. So if I want to make porn and sell my porn, you could.
Like Pornhub?
I guess.
No, you make your own, and you sell. You like do it live, and people pay to see
You shouldn't be on
it
those
live.
sites.
Well, I'm not. That's what I had to figure out what it was. So, but there's some reports that it was, and I got to clarify because you had a few laptops at your
I
house.
have one outside. Well, my girl has one that she used for school, and I have a red one that I
Okay.
really touched. She used that for school as well.
Okay, there's a tablet or something too, but it came up. So there's some tips and stuff like that. You were doing OnlyFans page or something.
Never.
So you have not participated, made, or tried to sell any
No.
homemade sex videos, nothing like that.
Not at all.
Okay, there's gonna be nothing like that on the computers or anything.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never.
Yeah, I'm just telling that now, because just so you know, when you delete something, it's really not deleted.
Remember what I told you? I told him that.
Wait. I missed that. I was making a call. What about OnlyFans? Are they asking about, does he have an OnlyFans account or something?
Okay, yeah, because I mean, that's why, and like I said, I'm trying to build a relationship here. And
He's prepared.
Just
He's
tell me,
prepared to give you his phones. I told him that
That's all.
there's Cellbrite, Cellhawk,
yeah,
all of that. I told
What is
him
that?
Cellbrite,
Oh, Cellbrite.
I told him all of that. I said, turn those things over because they'll actually help him.
Girl has one that she used for school, and I have a red one.
What's that?
OnlyFans.
What's that?
It's where they make.
It's an adult porn.
Okay, we're backing it up.
One, the doorbell camera, and there's one on the side of the house that looks like.
So the doorbell and then the side by the
Yes.
driveway?
Yes.
Did you need that?
No, I didn't need it. I said I didn't need it. I just didn't.
I gotta ask him something that a couple things came up. So, do you have an OnlyFans?
No.
What's that?
OnlyFans.
What's that?
It's where they make.
It's an adult porn site. So if I want to make porn and sell my porn, you could.
Like Pornhub?
I guess.
No, you
His attorney is like, what's OnlyFans? But is very familiar with Pornhub. Oh my God. Okay. Well, good thing I'm not monetized yet.
make your own, and you sell it. You like do it live, and people pay to see
You shouldn't be on
it
those
live.
sites.
Well, I'm not. That's what I had to figure out what it was. So, but there's some reports that it was, and I got to clarify because you had a few laptops at your
I
house.
have one outside. Well, my girl has one that she used for school, and I have a red one that I
Okay.
really touched. She used that for school as well.
Okay, there's a tablet or something too, but it came up. So there's some tips and stuff like that. You were doing OnlyFans page or something.
Never.
So you have not participated, made, or tried to sell any
No.
homemade sex videos, nothing like that.
Not at all.
Okay, there's gonna be nothing like that on the computers or anything.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never.
Okay, so I don't know why that's relevant, but that's fun. Apparently, there's tips that he's making OnlyFans. It might go into connection with his original sort of claim that she did have a history of running away. And he claimed that maybe she was working for a sex trafficker. So maybe that's where the whole OnlyFans thing ties in.
Yeah, I'm just telling that now, because just so you know, when you delete something, it's really not deleted.
Remember what I told you? I told him that.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, that's why, and like I said, I'm trying to build a relationship here. And
He's prepared.
Just
He's
tell-
prepared to give you his phones. I told him that
That's got all the
there's
map.
Cellbrite, Cellhawk,
yeah,
all of that. I told
What is
him.
that?
Cellbrite.
Speaking of completely off topic, did you guys hear the story about the woman whose child died through neglect? She was an OnlyFans model, or whatever the hell you want to call it. OnlyFans creator, I'll say. And she did a lot of pregnancy corn. And then once the child was born, she did a lot of other things involving body parts post childbirth. Anyways, she ended up neglecting her child to the point that I think it died. And she was charged with the unaliving of her child. And all of that came into evidence, all of her OnlyFans stuff.
I told him all of that. I said, turn those things over because they'll actually help him.
yeah, I mean, if we got it, there's no sense of lying. I'm telling you right now, like, there's no, tell me, if there's something that you think you might have lied on or been truthful or
You want to
misleading,
read this over?
just tell me right now,
This is the
because we're gonna find out, or, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And this right here is your opportunity. You know, there's no gimmies, no take backs. 3 weeks from now, go, oh, that's right. You know what I'm saying? So let's.
Of course you want to know. I'll find it
We're
for
gonna
you.
initial and sign.
I've never made any like OnlyFans content or anything like that.
Okay.
Fine. This allows them to take the swap.
Oh, it's fun.
Right. No, not exactly. They'll use your DNA.
She just wanted
They'll
to
compare
if we need it.
Okay.
to any DNA found.
Okay, just what I'm doing over.
And you said sign where?
Yeah, sign at the bottom where it says name of. Yeah.
Print, sign.
Now print your name underneath there. Do the opposite. Okay.
You did it wrong.
And then put the date and time, which I put the date and time over there already. Just do it again.
Didn't you want them to initial?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
All right.
So all I'm gonna do is rub the inside of your cheek.
Okay.
One on each side, one at a time, for like 10 seconds. Okay?
I watched the police interrogation of her.
And then I'm gonna
he
give you
also
a marker, just so you can remark where that dumpster is on there in the marker.
And at this point, Sergeant, is the audio redacted because of discussion about something that you understand is not admissible in court?
Yes.
Owner of who you pay rent to, I should be able to find out who the owner is. You don't remember the name at all?
No, they handled that. My mom will handle that.
Your mom is going to handle that? So
Yeah.
at some point, you can make sure that I get that information.
Yeah.
Right? And it was a Vivian video?
Yes.
Okay. And they're coordinating, let me see, they might be them bugging me that they're ready. Is it the area that you're about to show them? Are you familiar with that area?
Just from driving through.
I mean, do you know anybody? What made you go there?
I was familiar as in like when I first job when we first came back to Michigan, I worked at Magna. So I knew it's in Highland Park.
Okay. Is it off Woodward or something?
Yeah, I guess maybe a couple streets or.
I mean, so my question is what brought you to that spot?
That's just really kind of just spontaneous. I didn't want to put her anywhere that was like down the street from my house or anything, you know.
Does he sound cold and
So you went
calculated?
over there, that's the other familiar area that because you used to work somewhere close?
Yes.
At Magna?
Yes.
And then your cell phone?
FBI, they came in they asked for that when they took my car.
How long have you had that phone? That actual phone, not the phone number.
Probably about a couple months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you delete stuff off the phone?
No.
You didn't delete contacts, erase anything, if you did it, I get, everything has been leading up to you trying to conceal something, right?
Uh-huh.
So that's why I'm asking you, was there anything deleted off there? Because the phone records are not gonna be deleted, right? We're still gonna get those and it's gonna show all that. So if they opened up your phone, it would have messages going back all the way since you've owned that phone.
Yeah.
Nothing's been removed or deleted.
Only thing that's been deleted was the boyfriend. The boyfriend, he texted me.
The who?
The boyfriend texted me.
Okay. How did he have your number?
I have no idea.
Okay.
What's his name?
Bertez.
Okay.
Who? Bertez.
Okay.
Okay.
That's really, that's it.
What is her name stored as in your phone?
Zion?
Yeah.
It was just simply Zion.
Zion?
Yeah.
And then do you have a Gmail account or anything attached to that?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
You have your Gmail account, the locations and all that, you have your access to that?
You mean like
what's your username for Gmail?
It's just my email, Jaylin Omar. Jaylin Omar.
JAYLINONAR?
Yes.
At gmail.com?
15 at gmail.com.
15?
Yes, at gmail.com.
So what I'm asking that would also help show where you went.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to look into the Google, it might be able to show us that. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you know what the password is to that?
It's Brazier 14.
What is it?
BRAZIER 14.
That's the password to your Gmail.
Yes.
Okay.
Is Zion's number still on your phone, or did you delete her?
It's still there. Yeah.
It's still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you delete any pictures or anything off your phone or anything like that?
No. The phone's I didn't really take a lot of pictures from that yet.
Yeah.
It's just my cat, girlfriend, kids and stuff. So all that's still in my gallery.
Okay, so you never reset the phone up like that, right? And nothing else was deleted?
No.
Just like it was two months ago? Okay.
Was she ever in the basement at that house?
No.
So nothing that was swabbed in the basement would show any of her DNA
At all.
or anything like
We
that?
were in the living room the whole time.
Well, what about any other times? Was she ever?
Never.
She's never been in. So her stuff, there should be absolutely nothing, no fingerprints, nothing of hers in the basement.
At all.
The only place that she was on the main floor.
Yes.
What about upstairs?
We tend to call those people
She never went
sociopaths, Stray.
upstairs? She didn't want to see the kids. None of that.
Did she bring any kids into the house?
No, I buried both of them.
Okay, just asking.
Could she have been went down in the basement when you weren't looking or anything?
I don't know why she would have wanted to.
I'm just asking, if you were in the kitchen or doing something, could she have snuck down there or just went down there for something?
I don't think so.
You have an iCloud account?
Yes.
What is that?
Hurt Locker 88.
HURT?
Yep. Locker.
LOCKER?
Yep, 88.
88? Is there a password?
Yep, Brazier 14.
Kept it simple, huh?
Yeah.
13 or 14?
14.
Okay, I think they're getting the car ready.
I know, it doesn't make any
They'll
sense.
Take you guys over there. While you guys are off doing that, I'm gonna write out our statement, what we've been talking about, and then you guys are gonna review it and all that stuff, okay? We'll go see where they're at with that.
Do you see how this is not this?
Stop the video at 1 hour.
Lefty, how many more subs do you need?
Resume at 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 18 seconds.
This was the dude who was going to be Moon Knight.
Do you have access to those cameras at your house?
It's a thing in the house.
There's a thing in the house?
Yes, the FBI said they disconnected it when they came in.
So that's the only way you could access it
Yeah.
was by the screen?
Yeah,
What would you do?
you just click it and you click like recent and it'll show you any activity that was recent. But as far as like admin access or whatever, we couldn't never really touch any of that.
Okay. So you couldn't get to it on your phone?
No.
No app?
They have an app, but the app does not work.
Okay. Do you have the password to the app or anything
It
like
didn't
that?
need a password. It connected through like Wi-Fi, whatever signal they used to bounce around.
Okay. Next question. When the dumpster, was there only one dumpster there or two? Or
There's two.
There's two?
Yes, two of the.
Was there anything in it, did you notice?
I have no idea. I didn't look.
And is there a side door or you had to push her over the top?
Over the top.
And then it had the lids that come down?
Yes,
Were the lids already open or you had to open them up?
they're open.
And then did you put anything on top of her?
No,
So you just threw the body in there?
that was
That's
it.
it?
She was definitely dead at that point.
Was that a question? Oh, yeah. From my understanding of dead bodies, that would should be dead.
Was she heavy?
Yeah, it's like most people are pretty heavy. Yeah.
Was she big?
I'm not heavy.
No.
I'm not heavy either. I'm just portly.
Stop the video at 1 hour and 17 minutes into it. And Sergeant Jones, is it fair to say that that concluded this portion of the statement with the defendant?
Yes.
And what happened at this point, based on your understanding? What did you specifically do at that point?
So at this point, we had members that assisted that took him and his attorney out to be taken to the area that he was describing to them where the dumpster was.
And
And
did you accompany them on that excursion?
No, sir.
And while they were out there, what did you do?
So I prepared a written statement and typed out the different things that we had discussed. And then that statement was provided back to Mr. Brazier and his attorney, and we reviewed that together.
Okay. And before we get to that written statement, just briefly, I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 42, a transcript. Have you reviewed this?
Yes.
And does this transcript fairly and accurately capture the statement, the recorded statement that we just reviewed in terms of exhibit 39?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of exhibit 42, the transcript of the interrogation.
Any objection?
Your Honor, hold on 1 second, I'm sorry.
And if I could just add one, I guess, one point of clarification that there's a redaction in the transcript. Is that correct, for that same area that was discussed about something that's inadmissible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But other than that, it's a fair and accurate depiction of the statement that you took with the defendant on January 19th, 2022.
Yes.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
And may I publish just one thing briefly, Your Honor?
Sure.
Oh, it's muted. Good morning, Dave.
I want to just bring up page 29 of the transcript. At the top, there was a question that you asked about when the defendant purchased the marijuana that he had that night. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And there was an answer that he provided that included some description of seizures that he had. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did he ever say anything about Zion having a seizure the night that he threw her body away?
No.
Did he ever say anything about getting scratched by a cat that night?
No.
And I'm also holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 41. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You mentioned a written statement that you ultimately compiled based on the interview that you conducted. Is proposed exhibit 41 a copy of that statement?
Yes, sir.
And was that something that the defendant and Attorney Gary Jones had the opportunity to review with you?
Yes.
And did the defendant do anything to adopt that statement as his own in your presence?
Yes, he signed it and dated it with the time.
Okay, and that document that you're holding that's marked as proposed exhibit 41, is that a fair and accurate copy of the original statement that the defendant signed in your presence back on January 19th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would ask to admit proposed exhibit 41.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, it's admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just want to walk through this this statement, Sergeant Jones. What's the first question that is posed to the defendant in this statement?
The first question is, do you understand I am conducting an investigation into Zion Foster, who was reported missing?
And what was the answer?
Yes.
And what was the next question that was posed to the defendant?
Can you tell me the last time you saw Zion?
And can you read the answer?
The answer was, on January 4, 2022, I dropped my girlfriend off at work in Madison Heights around 10. And then I sent Zion a text asking if she wanted to smoke marijuana. She replied yes, and I told her that I would come and pick her up. I went and picked Zion up from her house in East Point. I picked her up in my 2005 Acura 4-door sedan, off-white in color. The off-white would be the color. And we went directly to my house at 19451 Greenfield. I had my two sons in the car with me, Deshaun and Isaiah. We got to the house and I carried my sons upstairs and Zion stayed in the living room. I watched some PJ Masks with them till they went to sleep, then went down into the living room with Zion and we started smoking some marijuana.
And what was the next question that was posed to the defendant?
Who had the marijuana?
And what was the answer?
I had some and Zion had some. We mixed it together.
And what was the next message that was posed to the defendant?
Where did you get your marijuana from?
And what was the answer?
I buy it at Liv's in Ferndale. I bought it a couple months ago. Zion had hers in a sandwich bag and it had some purple leaves, but I don't know where she got it from.
And what was the next question that was posed?
What happened next?
And what was the answer?
We smoked weed and she was there for a couple hours. It was time for her to go home, so I asked her if she was ready. She said she was tired, so I let her sleep a little bit and went into the kitchen to get something to drink. When I came back out, I saw Zion's head was tilted back on the couch and she wasn't responding when I was calling her name. I went over to her. She had very shallow breathing and a faint heartbeat. I shook her a couple times trying to wake her up, but she didn't respond.
Okay, and you see at the bottom of the first page, is there a signature on that page?
Yes,
Whose signature would that be?
Mr. Brazier's.
Okay, and what's the next question that was posed, starting toward the top of page 2?
The next question was, then what did you do?
And what
Good
was the-
night, Farrell.
I checked her again and she was barely breathing. I panicked and I thought it would look like I killed her. So I carried her out to the trunk of my car and drove to Highland Park where I found a trash can and put her in it. I then came back home.
And what was the next question that was posed to the defendant?
Did you take your kids with you when you left?
And what was the answer?
No, I left them asleep at the house.
And what was the next question?
What
So he
time
left
was
his
this
kids
at?
home alone?
And the answer?
It was a couple hours after she was over. I don't know the time.
And what was the next question?
Did you call anyone after?
And what was the answer?
No, my girlfriend Katrina texted me around 2 saying she was sick and I went and picked her up. I never told her that Zion had been over because I had just thrown her in the trash and I didn't want to involve her.
And what was the next question?
Why didn't you call for an ambulance for Zion?
And what was the answer?
I was scared and thought it looked like I killed her.
And what was the next question?
How do you know if Zion was dead before you put her in the trunk?
And what was the answer?
She was not moving. I put my hand under her nose and she had no breath. I put my hand on her neck and she had no pulse. She was definitely dead.
And what was the reason behind the "she was definitely dead" part being handwritten instead of typed?
Yep, so that was at the request of Mr. Jones and Mr. Brazier to add that at the end of that sentence. So I added that, and then I had Mr. Brazier initial it. That would be the letters at the end of that sentence.
Okay. And what was the next question?
Describe the trash can that you put Zion in.
And the answer?
It was green, larger one with the large lids on top. They were already open.
And what was the next question?
Like the trash cans for a house or for a business.
And the answer?
The larger one like for a business.
And what was the next question?
Did you wrap her in anything before you put her in the trunk?
And the answer?
No.
And the next question?
Did you cover her with anything after throwing her into the trash?
And the answer?
No.
And the next question?
Where is the area in Highland Park?
The answer?
I drove down Davison to Woodward, and there is a Little Caesars near there, and there were 2 green trash bins, the large ones. I threw her inside the trash can by the alley and left.
And what was the next question?
Have you and Zion ever been in a relationship?
And the answer?
No.
And the next question?
Did you guys have an argument?
And the answer?
No.
Next question?
I am providing you with a map of the area. Can you draw on it where you went?
And the answer?
Yes.
And would that be the same map that was previously admitted that we discussed yesterday?
Yes.
And the next question?
Would you be able to point out the location if you were taken there?
And the answer?
Yes.
And the next question?
Did Zion have a phone?
And the answer?
Yes. She has a phone and was texting, and I think she talked to someone on video while she was there.
And what was the next question?
What did you do with her phone?
And the answer?
I didn't take her phone. She puts it in her pocket or in her bra area. It must have been with her when I put her in the trash.
And the next question?
Do you still have any of the marijuana that you guys smoked that night?
And the answer?
If I do, it would be in an orange jar under the TV in the living room.
And the next question?
Is there anything else you would like to add?
And the answer?
No.
Sergeant, I am holding a handful of discs. One is marked as proposed exhibit 48, labeled DDC calls. One is marked as proposed exhibit 52, labeled Macomb County jail calls. One is marked as proposed exhibit 62, labeled Wayne County jail calls. And one is marked as proposed exhibit 83, labeled NDOC calls. Are you familiar with these 4 discs?
Yes, sir.
And do each of these 4 discs contain some audio recordings on them?
Yes.
And did you review those particular audio recordings on the discs?
Yes.
Now, is there a voice in the recordings on those discs that you have some familiarity with?
Yes.
And what's the basis of your familiarity with that voice?
The voice is that of Mr. Brazier's.
And is your familiarity based on your discussion that you had with him back in January 19th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for Sergeant Jones at this time. I do anticipate I'm going to plan to recall her tomorrow for another discrete part of the case that I need to lay some further foundation for.
Okay. Right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Now, you were contacted by Mr. Brazier's then attorney, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and they were making arrangements for Mr. Brazier to come in and talk with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't have to go pick up Mr. Brazier or look for him, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and there wasn't a warrant out for him at that particular time. That'd be a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And you also heard from his attorney that he tried to contact multiple Wayne County prosecutors prior to him coming in on that particular day, correct?
I heard him say that, yes.
Okay. And you were under understanding that he also tried to contact East Point Police, correct?
That's what I'm told from
Okay.
hearing from him.
Okay. And you had a conversation with the detective from East Point Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to confirm that allegation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you, I guess, author any search warrant affidavits?
Throughout the entire case?
Yes.
I believe, I don't believe I authored any of the search warrants. I think they were all prepped by different members on the team that were assisting.
Okay.
I may be wrong. There's multiple search warrants that were submitted, so.
Okay. And you were you the officer in charge at that particular time on the video?
So at the particular time in the video, there's a team of us.
Okay.
So I'm not necessarily the officer in charge at that point. We do our investigation, and that's when we'll determine who's going to be the officer in charge.
Okay. Was there an officer in charge at that particular time?
After the interview? Yes.
Okay. And was that you?
No.
Okay. Do you know whether or not anybody went to look for this particular jar of marijuana? If you know.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if that was found?
No.
You don't know if it's found or it wasn't found?
It was not found.
Now, you stated that when Mr. Brazier and his then attorney went to go show your fellow officers this particular location, you stayed back at the station and you written up a statement?
Yes.
Okay. And so to be fair to say that Mr. Brazier and Mr. Jones was not there when you typed that particular statement up, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it'd be fair to say that you weren't giving a narrative as you were typing that statement up to Mr. Brazier or Mr. Jones, correct?
The narrative was established during the interview.
Okay. My question is, as you were typing up that particular statement, you were not giving a narrative as you were typing it to Mr. Jones and or Mr. Brazier, correct?
They were not there, correct.
Okay. Approximately how long did it take you to type up this particular statement?
I believe it was finished right around the same time they were back,
Okay. So approximately how long did it take?
but I would have to look at the time when they left. It was less than an hour.
That's an hour. Okay. Now, what did you do in order to write this particular statement? Did you rely on your notes? Did you go back and play the video? What did you do?
Both.
You did both?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you go view the video at?
My desk.
The desk? Oh, so you can just go to your desk and hit rewind of the footage that was being portrayed in this particular room, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were able to listen to the whole video within an hour in order for you to recreate this statement?
I didn't need to listen to the whole video again, so I had my notes. And if there was something that I was trying to rewind to hear what was said, then that would be a part where I would rewind to.
Okay. And on your notes, did you put like 15 minutes into this interview, he said this in order to give you a cue if you needed to rewind a particular video, how far back you needed to go?
No.
Okay, so you just had to guess on what you remembered when he said a particular statement on how far to go back to try to refresh your memory?
I didn't need to refresh my memory to the point where I just finished talking to Mr. Brazier.
Okay.
So this was within minutes of having the end of our conversation. I didn't have to have time notes to know how far back to go.
Okay. And it'd be a fair statement that he repeatedly through this statement indicated that prior to him placing Miss Foster into the trunk, that he didn't sense any breathing and or a heartbeat. That'd be a fair statement, correct?
It changed.
You said it changed?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree he repeatedly said that she was not breathing and or there was a faint heartbeat prior to him placing her in the trunk. Repeatedly stated that, correct?
He repeatedly stated about the faint heartbeat and the shallow breathing before placing her in the trunk. After those sentences, that's when he started to add that she was dead.
So you would agree that he repeatedly stated that she was dead prior to placing her into the trunk, correct?
After, yes.
And you would agree that when you typed that statement up, you didn't indicate on that statement that what he told you about her being shallow or no breathing and no heartbeat prior to placing her in the trunk? You would agree that that's not reflected originally on the statement, correct?
No, the original sentence is from what he said when he said that she had shallow breathing and a faint pulse. He panicked and took her and threw her in the trunk and then took her to the dumpster.
Okay.
It was several minutes after that that he just discussed that now he believes she was dead.
Okay, so the purpose of you writing that statement was to basically summarize the totality of your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you knew during that particular interview, he stated that he tested her for breathing and there was none, and there was no heartbeat. He stated that at multiple times during that interview, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you declined to put that particular information into the written statement, correct?
Correct.
In fact, his lawyer at that particular time had to inform you, like, hey, you're missing out a particular important detail that he stated, correct?
Yes.
And you had to handwrite it and have him initial that particular statement, correct?
Correct.
Now, was this part of the interview videotaped where you presented this particular statement to Mr. Brazier to sign?
Yes, it was in the same room.
It was it. Okay, wasn't my question. My question is, was it videotaped?
While they were reading the statement
Yes.
and I made the correction, yes.
Yes. Okay, was it? Okay. Now, is there a particular reason why you felt to leave that particular important detail out, this particular written statement?
I didn't purposely leave it out. My statement is a summary of the.
Was it an accident? Did you accidentally leave it out?
No.
So if it wasn't purposeful.
Sorry, I've been doing work calls and stuff. I missed what she left out. But I do not know. I don't think there's been a picture of the dumpster. The location of it on a map has been presented, but not the dumpster itself, because I don't think they know what dumpster it is. And he called it a commercial trash can, which might just be a large trash can rather than a dumpster. So,
or accidentally, what would you classify the fact that this particular important information was left out the statement? Was it an act? When was it?
Yeah, so my statement is from when I had the interview and the discussions that we had and what he had explained to me that he did. I type out the questions and then what his responses were. I also present that to him to review. So if there is any changes or anything that I missed that he wants to add, and he's also asked that at the very end of the statement, if he has anything further that he wants to add to this statement, which he declined. And that's why he has the opportunity in front of his lawyer as well to review anything that's been typed out.
Okay. So you said it wasn't purposeful, but it wasn't an accident, but you do agree it was left out, correct?
Correct.
And were you in total control of this particular statement, or did you give this to somebody else to edit it, or that they could have took it out? Or just to be clear. Okay. Did you ever go to the particular scene on Greenfield, his house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever request, you personally, or if it was requested, for any fingerprints or DNA to be checked upstairs or downstairs in the basement? Oh, Miss Foster, I'm sorry.
I know that when I went out with the FBI team, and we were out there to do different testing with luminol, looking for any biological evidence.
Okay. And do you know what areas they were looking in this house for?
Yes, we looked in the living room and the couch where he had described that the incident took place.
Okay. And you posed the question, or the question was posed to Mr. Brazier, whether or not Miss Foster went upstairs or downstairs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you physically ever check downstairs with the luminol or the alternative light source?
I don't do any of the luminol.
Did you see anybody from the FBI or from the evidence tech from the Detroit Police or Michigan State Police ever check upstairs or downstairs in the basement?
They did go upstairs and downstairs. I don't remember seeing any testing being done. in those areas, but we did go throughout the entire house.
Okay. And who was the officer in charge at that particular time when you were at the house?
So when I'm at the house, it's assigned to myself and to Detective Gilliman, who's sitting there.
Okay, so you had some authority at that particular location at that particular time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't direct anybody to go upstairs to check with the luminol or the alternative light source or check in the basement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a particular reason why you didn't request those particular areas to be checked?
Usually when we are given a location of an area, we will look in that area that was the area of focus with the broken table. We saw that different things that had gone on. By the time we got there with the luminol, multiple people had already been in and out of this location. There was no question on whether she was there. Different things are processed depending on the different evidence that you're given.
Okay. Okay. Now, it may not be a question that she was there, but there was a question whether or not she went upstairs or downstairs, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't instruct your staff or fellow officers to verify whether or not that particular question actually took place, correct?
Which question?
Whether or not she went upstairs or downstairs in the house.
Did I ask somebody to go verify whether she made it upstairs or downstairs?
To process that particular area to see if there was evidence that she went upstairs or downstairs.
No, those areas were not processed.
Okay. Did you instruct anybody to process this table for DNA?
We did look at the table, yes.
Okay. I know you looked at the table. My question is whether or not you instructed anybody to process the table for DNA.
So when we're at a scene and there's
yes or no?
Well, I wouldn't be the authority to tell somebody pick up that piece of glass. I'm not a luminol or expert on different items that should.
They did no DNA testing, no fingerprint testing at the house.
One of your duties is to instruct evidence techs on what particular evidence to gather, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
What area?
Or what evidence to actually collect and bag it and then have it sent for processing. That's one of your duties, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of your duties are to swab certain objects for DNA, correct, for processing, correct? Some of your duties as an officer in charge is to instruct evidence techs to process certain evidence for fingerprints and send it off, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on this particular day, at this particular location, you never told any of the evidence techs to process this particular table for DNA, correct?
Not correct.
So you're saying that you told the evidence techs to process this table for DNA, is what you're saying?
So the FBI team that was out there, they were told the area of the living room. They were advised where the table was. It was in the backyard. And these were all items that through their expertise, they review, they look at, and then they.
Sergeant, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. What I'm asking is, did you, I'm not talking about what the FBI independently felt like doing. I'm talking about you as the officer in charge at this particular location. Because you were the officer in charge at the time, correct?
At that scene, yes.
Okay. And you had the authority, correct?
Yes.
This was a state crime, correct?
Correct.
The FBI was there in a capacity to help, correct?
Yes.
They didn't have authority over you in this particular scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it was your decision of what evidence is collected and processed, correct?
Yes.
So my question, I'll go back to my original question. You did not instruct the evidence techs or whoever was in there to help you to process this particular table for DNA, correct?
I am not able to tell somebody if they look at, they knew about.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. They're trying to connect this broken glass table in the backyard to this event, saying that it was a sign of violence, right? So obviously somebody was slammed into it or blah, 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 whatever they're trying to imply. But if they didn't test it for any sort of DNA or fingerprints or anything, that's a good argument by the defense.
About the table, and if they look at it and through their expertise and their way of processing, I'm not going to tell them to just pick up a table and process it if there's no value to it
Okay.
after they looked at it.
Okay. You're the officer in charge, correct?
Yes,
And you work for the homicide task force, correct?
Yes.
You're a homicide detective, correct?
Sergeant.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're a homicide sergeant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to many crime scenes before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had other opportunities where you may see something that somebody doesn't see themselves, and you say, hold on, I think that is important. Let's collect it, correct?
Yes.
And that's the reason why you're a sergeant, correct?
Yes.
That's the reason why you're not just a regular patrol officer who's taking off the scene, correct? Correct?
Correct.
Because the Detroit Police Department relies on your expertise, your knowledge, your experience to be able to go to a particular scene and think outside the box, think other than other people to determine what could be of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
So my question again is, at the particular scene, you as the officer in charge, you as a sergeant in the Detroit Police Homicide Department, you did not independently tell the evidence text to swab this particular table for DNA, correct? Yes or no, Sergeant?
It is not my position, and if you would let me finish to explain it so you understand. When a cadaver dog comes out to the scene, I do not tell the dog where to smell. The dog is given an area of what area that we believe something has happened.
Sergeant, this
With
is an
this-
unresponsive answer. I'm sorry. We're talking about the DNA from this table. Now,
Correct.
we'll get to the cadaver dog
Correct.
maybe in a little bit.
Right.
We're talking about specifically this table. You did not have this table tested for DNA. It's a simple yes or no answer, Sergeant.
The table was presented to the team who is the expert at the DNA. And if they checked it and did not recover anything or see anything that was brought to from the luminol, then they would not have collected anything.
Okay, but you would agree. I mean, you may not.
I like this cross-examination. I think it's effective. I think he's calling out the failure of the investigation.
Be an expert on luminol, but luminol can check for bodily fluids or blood, correct? That's your understanding that luminol checks for?
It picks up on several things. Yes.
Okay, but a DNA swab needs to be sent off to the Michigan State Police to be analyzed, correct?
If something is illuminated throughout by the luminol, yes.
So you're saying is at first the luminol would detect the DNA
Yes.
and then you swab it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But to be totally exhaustive, wouldn't it be prudent to, if you brought this table back inside the house and you suspected this table could have played a particular part in this particular incident, wouldn't it be prudent to make sure you dot all your I's and cross your T's to swab this particular table for any DNA?
Judge, I'm gonna object on two bases. One, I believe this question has been asked and answered multiple times. Number two, this entire issue of the scene processing is entirely outside of the scope of her direct examination, which was limited to the interrogation on January 19th. We already went over the scene yesterday.
And as far as the cross, I mean, I have full scope on the cross. I don't have to just pinpoint my cross-examination on what was asked on direct
That's
examination.
not what Michigan Rule of Evidence 611 says.
All right, I'll allow a couple more questions, but I think you covered this.
Okay.
Okay, so what the rule of evidence they're talking about here is that cross-examination needs to be limited to the scope of the direct examination. However, in most Michigan courts, and I think this judge is aware of this, is that for judicial economy purposes, they will allow cross-examination to go outside the scope of direct if it's going to save the court time by having to call this witness back again by the defense.
Okay, thank you. Now, it'd be fair that you felt that Mr. Brazier's statement was credible on where this body was at, correct? That'd be fair, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't feel that he had lied about where this particular body was at, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I would say it would be sloppy. Yes, definitely. Welcome, Wicked Wookie.
Just 1 second, Your Honor.
And welcome to everybody
Now,
new coming to watch
you
this case.
didn't notice any scratches or on Mr. Brazier, did you?
No.
Did you have him take his clothes off and photograph his body to see whether or not he had any scratches on his body?
No, I don't believe we did, but this was over 2 weeks after.
But so you're saying that you didn't check his body, you didn't photograph his body to see if he had any scratches on his body, correct?
No, I didn't.
And your partners didn't either, correct?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
John, don't be racist.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Sergeant Jones, just to be clear, the process of that written statement, that's something that you compiled based on the recording that we all watched in court that's been admitted as Exhibit 39, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you give the defendant an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
And was that in the presence of his attorney?
Yes.
And he ultimately signed that statement?
Yes.
Were you trying to conceal or hide anything when you drafted that statement?
No.
And just to be clear, in this interrogation that we saw, the defendant acknowledged that he threw Zion's body away, correct?
Yes.
He acknowledged that it looked like he killed her.
Yes.
He denied deleting substantially all the data off of his phone with limited exceptions, correct?
Correct.
He denied ever going back to the area of the dumpster, correct?
Correct.
Now, let me give you a quick outline. So, Jaylin Brazier, the defendant in this case, is charged with second-degree unaliving of his cousin Zion. Now, originally, Zion went missing in January of 2022. She was 17. She had a history of sort of running away, staying with guys for a month or a couple of weeks, and then coming back. The police didn't initially treat this as anything other than another runaway. And when Jaden was questioned by Zion's mother, his aunt, about where she was, he said that she wasn't around. He didn't see her that night, doesn't know, hadn't seen her since May, the prior May. Then a couple of days later, he admits during this police interrogation that they're referencing that, in fact, she was there, that she died, and that he panicked because they were doing drugs, didn't know what to do, and so dumped her body in a dumpster or a commercial garbage can of some sort, and her body's never been discovered. Now, he was charged and convicted, pled guilty to, in Macomb County, a different county just north of Detroit, for lying to police. And he was sentenced to 24 months for that, in connection with saying first that she wasn't there and then lying about that. So now he's on trial for second-degree unaliving and destruction of evidence by hiding the body. So the question really is, because he admits to hiding the body and getting rid of it, the question really is there enough evidence for second-degree unaliving? Is there evidence that he created such a high risk of death or great bodily harm, and that he knew that there was a high risk of death or great bodily harm, and still did this act, which caused her death? And during the testimony, it's come out that she had seizures, which would cause her to pass out, and other medical issues. She was taking medication for depression and things like that. Also combining that with drugs and maybe her other medical conditions. His statement is, and he's the only one with the knowledge, is that we were sitting there, she was fine, she died, I freaked out. And so what the state's trying to show is that there was a violent altercation by alluding to a bunch of things, but they really don't have any evidence of it. So this is a nobody, little evidence case that's how I've framed it. And there could be an argument that because she has these seizures and she passes out, maybe that's what happened. He didn't know that she was only passed out, thought she was dead, and then transporting her in the trunk and throwing her in the dumpster in January in the cold, that could have caused her death. But the state's not really arguing that. So it's an interesting case here. And it seems like the investigation wasn't really that detailed, as you can see by the cross-examination. There was no DNA taken at Jaden's home. There was no fingerprints at Jaden's home. The police didn't really get involved right away because they just thought, oh, it was a runaway. And they've never found the body. So there's a bunch of issues with this case. The question really is did he cause her death? That's the issue that the jury has to decide, because everything else is essentially admitted to. So hopefully that brings you up to speed. And we are on day 3 of this trial. This is witness, I think, 13 or 14. And the state should be just about done. I think they might have a medical examiner to testify, but I don't know what exactly the medical examiner is going to testify to because there's no body to examine.
Thank you.
No.
Oh, and we get jury questions. So I don't know if there's going to be jury questions here. No, they can't prove anything about what caused her death. So the attorneys are going to approach the judge and review the jury questions to see if they're appropriate to be asked. Yeah, it's a very interesting case. Because there's really no evidence. There's just like, well, he wouldn't have hid the body unless he did something to cause her death. It's not necessarily the case. I mean, I know emotionally you want to think that, but is there any evidence of that? Yeah, the medical examiner is going to testify regarding her medical records and that you can't die from from ODing on marijuana or even LSD. So he changed up his stories as to what drugs they were using. So the medical examiner is going to testify that you can't die from either one of those things. I don't think the medical examiner is going to testify regarding the seizures and the passing out and that stuff, because that was first brought up by the defense on cross-examination of the victim's mother. That was never addressed by the state. So maybe on cross-examination, the medical examiner is going to testify regarding that. But the state's not leading with this. The state's not leading with the argument that I think is staring him in the face. She passed out as a result of her seizures, and he dumping her body caused her death. They haven't argued that. Yeah, you can die from this. Yes. At least Google says you can. I know, right?
It was already established or admitted that she was there. Would there be any point to test the DNA?
The DNA that we would have been looking for would have been any type of possible blood or bodily fluids or semen.
Other questions based on that?
Yes, just when you're.
I have so many questions as a defense counsel based on that question. That was a jury question, by the way.
Entire house, in your experience, can you just swab the entire house for DNA?
No.
And I guess what's the process of trying to collect DNA samples from an area as big as an entire house?
So the process is the techs go through first and they look for anything that's obvious to the eye where you might already see something. After that, we do a second process where you can come in with different luminol, and those areas are usually tested where we believe that the scene had happened, or if something was possibly cleaned up and something is trying to be concealed. That's where we go more meticulous in those areas to try to luminol and see if anything can still be located.
And Sergeant, you didn't find any evidence of any type of bodily fluids or blood or semen, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't find
Yes.
any evidence
Yes,
that
we do.
anything was being concealed, correct? In the house?
In the house?
Yes.
Correct.
All right, thank you for the word.
Okay. Maybe you can step down.
Thank you.
All right.
Or this one. Or this one.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, if people call Beatrice Terrell.
Beatrice. Who's Beatrice? We've paused a little bit. We're about 23 minutes behind, but I think they go in. Oh, they've got another witness. How many witnesses do they have? It's a lot of witnesses. So they have Beatrice. We have, oh, there's the dumpster. So we're going to get a picture of the dumpster. Then we get another witness. I don't know who this is. Another FBI agent. Beatrice is a homicide detective with Michigan State Police. Oh, I guess I can fast forward, huh? Maybe. This is the problem with me doing this from the office on my laptop. I'm just going to need to get another desktop at the office. Let's see. I am back. Why after 4 other? Let's see. So much stress teaching kids.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Just pick up the bottle again, Aaron.
Wait till the question is fully asked before you respond. You can only have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid our natural tendency for non-verbal answers such as shrugs of shoulder, nods, and as well as and ahs, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and if you would, please state your name and spell.
Trooper Beatrice Terrell, B as in boy, EATRICE. Terrell, TERRELL.
Good morning, ma'am. What do you currently do for a living?
I work for the Michigan State Police. I'm a homicide detective.
And how long have you been employed with the Michigan State Police?
6 years.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
4 years.
And what's your current role as a homicide detective with the Michigan State Police?
Right now, I work with the homicide task force. I work along with Detroit Police Department.
Okay, and what is the homicide task force? Can you just describe that?
Homicide task force is comprised of Detroit Police Department, Michigan State Police, the ATF, and we take high-profile cases or police officer-involved shootings, children under the age of 13, and sometimes we help the missing persons unit with Detroit.
And was the homicide task force involved in the investigation into Zion Foster's disappearance back in January 2022?
Yes.
And did you personally have a role in this investigation?
Yes.
As part of your role in the investigation, on January 21st of 2022, did you have an opportunity to interview someone by the name of Katrina Smith?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what was her relationship, if any, to the defendant in this case?
She was the mother to his children, and they lived together.
Okay. And when you took the statement from Ms. Smith back on the 21st of January, at the conclusion of that statement, did you collect her cell phone from her?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of collecting that cell phone?
It was to go back to the Detroit Police Headquarters to pass it on to Detective Marco for her to do a forensic extraction of the cell phone.
Okay, and when you collected Ms. Smith's cell phone, did you place that phone into evidence?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury when physical items like a phone are placed into evidence, what does that mean?
When any item is placed into evidence, it's called tracker. You put the description of the phone or whatever item that you have into tracker, and it gives it an item number under the case number that you put it in.
Okay, and when you collected Ms. Smith's phone and put it into evidence, was it given a specific item number in connection with this case?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
It was item number 49.
Okay. And in terms of your interview with Ms. Smith and the collection of her phone, was that something that was captured on video?
Yes, it was on a body worn camera.
And I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 31. Have we reviewed this together
Yes.
before? And does this just contain a short clip of body worn camera showing the recovery of Ms. Smith's cell phone back on January 21st of 2022?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the recovery of her phone back on that day?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I could admit, I'd move to admit proposed exhibit 31.
No objection.
And may I publish just briefly?
Sure.
Yes, I'm seizing the cell phone.
And is that Ms. Smith depicted in the video?
Yes.
I need a phone number so I can contact you, so I can give it back to you.
And in terms of your additional role in this investigation, a couple of days before that, before you recovered Ms. Smith's phone and interviewed her, back on January 19th of 2022, was there anything significant that you did on that particular day?
Yes.
And what was it that you were involved with on that particular day?
I was responsible for transporting Sergeant Todd Evie and attorney Gary Jones at the time to follow a scout car that had Mr. Brazier inside of it.
Okay, and had Mr. Brazier been interviewed by Sergeant Jones prior to you transporting him?
Yes.
And was that an interview that you were you following along while that happened?
Yes.
Okay, and so can you just describe for the jury how you're able to follow along, even though obviously you were not in the interview room yourself, correct?
Correct. So at our headquarters, we are able to watch the interview outside of the room. It's a recorded room, and we have a television that we can just watch the interview, and we can hear the conversation that's occurring and see what's going on.
Okay, and so where can you describe when you left headquarters at the conclusion of the interview? Where did you go from there? What happened?
I followed the scout car with myself, Sergeant Evie, and Gary Jones, and we were in the area of Woodward and Davison Highway in Highland Park.
Okay, and what was in that area that you ultimately landed at with Mr. Brazier and Mr. Jones?
So we were behind it's like a strip mall, 13234 Woodward. It is a parking lot, and there were grease bins and trash dumpsters.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibits 44 and 45. Are these photos of the particular area that you went to that night?
Yes.
And this is obviously daylight in the photos, but do these photos fairly and accurately depict that area?
Yes.
And I'm also holding what's been marked as Proposed Exhibit 89. Is this just a sort of a Google satellite overview of that area with a particular portion zoomed in?
Yes.
And does this fairly and accurately depict that area that you went to with Mr. Brazier back on January 19th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibits 44, 45, and 89.
No objection.
And may I publish?
Sure.
And starting with 89, So the area that's enclosed in the smaller green square, what's the significance of that particular area?
That is where Mr. Brazier took us to in the parking lot. The two green dumpsters and then the grease bin is where he took us.
Okay, and does the larger square
I don't know
like
straight.
the zoom in of that particular area?
Yes.
Okay. And if we take a look at exhibits 44 and 45, is this like, is showing you exhibit 44, is that just kind of a view of that particular area?
Yes.
And same with 45, does this just show a zoomed in view of the two of the main dumpsters in that parking lot?
Yes.
Okay, and when you arrived at that area, did you have any sort of interaction with Mr. Brazier?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that interaction?
He was to identify the dumpster that he put Zion Foster in.
Okay, and was that interaction something that was recorded on video?
Yes, it was on the officer's body worn camera.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 43. Did we review this together too?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that proposed exhibit 43 has a clip of body worn camera video showing this interaction that you had with the defendant on January 19th of 2022?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately reflect the interaction that you had with him in this particular parking lot in Highland Park?
Yes.
That's actually a fair question. Why should we believe the dumpster story? I mean, so the testimony that was presented, I think, on day one was that they located the truck that would have emptied this dumpster and located where the truck would have taken it. And they spent months digging through this garbage dump looking for a body, and they never found it. So maybe that is a story. I don't know.
I move to admit 43, Your Honor.
No objection.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Should we get them on? Okay.
Yeah, it's great. And who's that depicted in the video at that point?
That is Attorney Gary Jones, and that is Sergeant, the slender one is Sergeant Todd Evie, and that's myself.
Okay.
The slender one.
I got them right here. Put them in the front. It's in the back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Put them back in the front, I'll do it, or?
No, if he, because he's talking right back to the front.
Okay. Come on, buddy. Center.
Judge, would it be possible to turn the volume up?
Sure.
Which assistant doctor? Which doctor do you want? I'm gonna walk up to you, okay?
already open. Yes.
So they had testimony from a cell phone witness yesterday, and I was wondering why they would have this cell phone witness, but it might be to confirm where he went and that he actually did go to this location, which is what his cell phone indicates. That at like between 1:30 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., he drove from his house to this location. So more likely than not, his story is true.
Yes. You closed it? Yes.
Where did you park your car?
Right by it, right in front of it.
I'm sorry.
I said right in front of it.
Did you back into it or did you pull forward?
Yeah.
So you were side by side? Okay.
What's it there?
Okay, and stopping the video, the dumpster that the defendant identified, looking at Exhibit 45, you see the dumpster in this photo?
Yes,
And which of the two dumpsters would it have been?
it'll be the one on the right that's mostly green with the
Okay.
lid closed.
And when you were out there at the area on the night of January 19th, did you look inside that dumpster?
Yes,
And did you see anything notable in it at that time?
no,
So there wasn't a body in the dumpster at that time?
nobody.
And just for clarity of the record, when throughout your testimony, we've been discussing the defendant, Jaylin Brazier, do you happen to see the individual that you interacted with that night in court today?
Yes,
And just for the record, could you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
he has a blue suit on with a green shirt under it.
Thank you. If the record could reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Thank you. No further questions.
Congratulations.
In Detroit, you find dead bodies floating down the river, in abandoned homes, in the alleyways. Some might have died accidentally, others might have died intentionally. It's a thing. So, yeah, it's a thing.
Good morning, Super. Just a couple questions. Now you see Katrina.
I will say that Detroit is still safe, though. The vast majority of the unalivings that happen in Detroit is gang related. So if you're not in a gang, you're pretty safe.
Smith's telephone?
Yes,
Okay. And you were instructed to do this?
yes,
Okay. Did you know if there was a search warrant that was provided to you to seize this particular phone?
it was consent.
Was consent?
Consent.
She consented to you?
Yes,
Okay. We didn't see that reflected on the video though, correct?
correct.
Okay. And it seemed like more or less you were demanding her phone. You would agree to that, correct?
No,
Okay. But you didn't ask her, say, hey, now that you consented to handing your phone over, I need your phone. You said, I need to take your phone, correct?
correct.
Okay. Did you have her sign a particular form?
She signed a consent form.
Did you have her sign that form?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, you can step.
Who, me? I love Detroit. If you're talking about Detroit, I love Detroit. If you're talking about anything else, I might not be.
At this time, the people call Adam Iris.
Adam Iris. This is the FBI agent. But welcome to the chat, anyways. I see you hanging out over on Facebook. There's a couple of Detroiters on TikTok and YouTube that I follow,
solemnly swear or affirm.
and we were heading into there's an area in Detroit called Mexican Town, which is I like the area, good restaurants and stuff. These TikTokers are always like they list the places you don't want to go to in Detroit, and wherever they list, it's fine. It is what it is. I've never felt scared to be in Detroit. I'm always in Detroit. But the one thing that all of them have in common is they say, don't go to a gas station in Detroit, which I thought is funny. Because if I feel concerned about my safety anywhere in Detroit, for some reason, it's always at a gas station. I don't know why.
That the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please take your seat.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So you'll be asking questions. Please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. You can only have one person talking at a time. Please try to monitor natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, as well as
I should get Will on here.
also translated into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up and please state your name and spell it.
Oh, yes, sir. Adam Aris, A-D-A-M, first name, last name Aris, A-Y-R-I-S-S.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Where do you currently work?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation at the Detroit field office.
And how long have you been so employed?
A little over 6 years.
And as part of your role as a special agent, are you familiar with something called the evidence response team?
Yes, I'm a member of.
So, I used to live in Detroit. I used to stay on my boat all summer long in Detroit. Me and my kids did when they were younger. And so in the mornings, we would go on to Jefferson and get breakfast and hang out and do our grocery shopping in Detroit, what grocery stores there are and things like that. I never felt scared in Detroit. Now, people are, you'd encounter weird people, but I never felt scared in Detroit. And I will tell you, though, that I felt scared in Flint. I have been concerned for my safety in downtown Flint, outside the courthouse, walking down the road. Never in Detroit, though, night or day. Although I don't go into the neighborhoods terribly often. I do sometimes. But no.
Of the
Just keep to yourself.
Detroit-based evidence response team for the FBI.
Okay. And as part of your role with that team, did you participate in the search of a particular vehicle back on January 19th of 2022?
I did.
And where was the search of that vehicle conducted?
It was in a towing facility in police impound in East Point. I believe it was Woods Towing.
Okay. And when that vehicle was searched, who else was present?
So we had various members of our evidence response team serving different roles on the team for that search.
Okay, so getting back to the gas stations in Detroit, I don't know why, like when you hear on the news all the time about some like shooting or carjacking or fight that breaks out, it always seems to be associated with a gas station or taking place at a gas station. That's why everyone talks about that. My wife works in Detroit. We're in Detroit quite often. She gets gas in Detroit. And there's never issues, right? There's a reason why it's in the news, because it's not an everyday thing. It's not an all the time, every place thing. So just take the news with a grain of salt. But, again, there's weird people everywhere, but in cities, there's more people. So you're going to encounter more weird people.
As well as a detective out of.
But welcome, Joe.
PD, I believe it was Detective Brian Showers.
Okay. And what was the sort of basis of authority to search that particular vehicle, if any, that you had?
There was a search warrant issued out of Macomb County a few days prior. I believe it was on the 16th, which authorized the search of that particular car by VIN number, plate, make, and model. And it authorized the FBI to render technical assistance to the state entity that was requested.
Okay. And when you were part of the search of the vehicle, was that before or after the cadaver dog would have been present for the search?
So as I was there that day, it was my understanding that a cadaver dog sometime prior to our arrival, mid-afternoon on the 19th, and I'm not sure when, but a cadaver dog had alerted to the trunk area of the car.
Okay. And so the dog was no longer there when you arrived, correct?
That's correct.
And approximately how long were you and your team on scene searching the vehicle?
It was about 2.5 hours that afternoon.
And what sort of evidence were you searching for in the vehicle?
So we were searching for any DNA or trace evidence and any clothing or materials that could contain DNA or trace evidence.
And what sort of methods were used by the team to search the vehicle?
So we initially photographically depict the scene as it is when we arrive.
Probably
So
fair, Mads.
Exterior photographs would be taken 360 degrees around the car. And then we start to search on the inside of the car, one zone or compartment at a time, photographing things.
There's
so we can see
evidence
them.
cadaver dog hit in
And
the
then
trunk.
as things are
That's
searched,
the evidence.
once the entry photographs are complete, items per zone would be removed from the car and then examined kind of on a clean surface on paper. Once the search was complete of the car, we then used an alternate light source, which is ultraviolet light with particular goggles at a particular frequency range, looking for evidence of blood.
Okay, and was any evidence of blood detected using the alternate light source?
It was not.
And if hypothetically there had been just a microscopic drop of blood somewhere, would that have been something that would have been able to be identified using that light source?
So it depends a lot on the surface that you're examining. Different materials are easier or harder, the different colors, the texture, as well as kind of the other material that might be present. The car was really dirty, so those things add the difficulty of finding it, because the blood will it will become darker and stand out more. But if everything is dark, it's hard to see particularly a blood spot.
And was the search of the vehicle documented with photos?
It was.
And is it your understanding that a subset of those photos around this disc that I'm holding that's been marked as proposed exhibit 25?
Yes.
And to the extent those photos are on this disc, do those fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you participated in the search of the vehicle back on January 19th, 2022?
So I did review proposed exhibit 25, which I believe contains 54 photographs that depict the scene as we searched it that day of that vehicle.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 25.
No objection.
And may I publish?
Sure.
I just want to move through these, starting with exhibit 25, page 1. What does page 1 show us?
So the first several photos would be those exterior entry photos. So it'll be a 360-degree walk around the vehicle to document the condition of the vehicle that we were in. So this would be the front passenger corner of the vehicle.
Okay. And looking at page 2, is that just the front of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And page 3?
So we're making our way around in a counterclockwise motion. So this is the front driver's corner.
And page 4?
The engine compartment.
And page 5?
The rear driver's corner.
And page 6?
That's the license plate of the vehicle.
And just for the record, what was the license plate number?
Echo Golf Hotel, EGH 6644.
And page 7 and 8, are those just more exterior photos?
It is.
And page 9, what does that show?
It's the VIN number on the front of the dash on the passenger side.
And how about page 10?
So after the exterior entry photos are done, we would take photographs of each of the zones of the car. So this would be that driver's seat with the door open.
And page 11?
This is the driver's door.
And page 12?
Back seat from the driver's side, rear door open.
And page 13?
Back seat from the passenger side, rear door open.
14?
the front passenger seat with the door open.
Page 15.
This is the center armrest in between the two front seats.
And page 16.
The glove box in the passenger seat with it open.
Okay, and so far we've just been looking at the passenger compartment on the inside.
Correct.
And in terms of like inside the passenger compartment, was there anything notable that was observed?
I don't believe we seized any evidence there. I know that we identified various gloves that were in there. There was, if I recall correctly, there was some laundry detergent in the back seat. But all of the evidence that was seized that day was seized out of the trunk.
Okay. And in terms of the trunk, what does page 17 show us?
So this would be a view of the trunk after opening the trunk before anything was moved.
Okay, and so this would be the condition the trunk was in when you initially found it. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And page 18, is that just a close-up?
Correct. Just same orientation, but just closer to get a better view of what's inside of the trunk.
Okay. And page 19.
It's a different angle of a medium shot looking inside of the trunk.
And page 20.
This would have been with that spare tire, which was sitting on top of kind of everything and blocking a view. That was removed, and then this is what would be underneath that spare tire, with everything else still in the trunk.
And at some point, what was done to, I guess, facilitate the search of the items in the trunk? Was anything, were any additional steps taken?
So after things were photographed as they were inside of the vehicle, everything would have been removed out, placed onto that paper for examination and determination of evidentiary value. And then we had conducted the ALS, the alternate light source, around the car. And then eventually we ended up removing the liner of the trunk and bagging that as evidence.
Okay. And looking at page 21, is that just another view of the trunk?
Correct.
And 22?
It's looking further back into the trunk toward the back seat to get a view of what was back there in a more close-up shot.
And 23?
More items from the driver's side of the trunk area.
And 24?
24 is the underside of the trunk lid, showing the liner.
Okay. And so when you say the liner, are you referring to like this sort of fabric?
Right, it's kind of like a stiff felt type material that's snapped in to the metal and kind of lines the entirety of the trunk. So it's the gray part in that photo.
And what does 25 show?
So there were car seat covers for like bucket seats, which the vehicle had front bucket seats, and these car seat covers were not on the front seats, but they were inside of the trunk, which was interesting. So we were photographing those car seat covers, just kind of laid out a little bit better.
Okay, and those were under, those would have been like under the items that we're seeing here in, let's say, for example, slide 22.
Correct. So as some things were removed because it was in layers, there was a new round of photographs taken to show what was beneath those the top layers.
Okay, and what does 26 show us?
So the contents of the trunk had been removed at this point, and then there was a kind of a plastic molded liner inside of the trunk that held everything in place.
Okay, and how about 27?
This is with that plastic liner removed, and it shows the trunk lining below it.
And what does 28 show us?
So in the next series of photographs, these are items that have been removed from the car and placed onto the paper, and then kind of arranged so that they could be photographed and documented. And so this photograph shows items that were taken out of Zone A which you can see written on the top of that paper, which I haven't looked recently at the sketch, which would show where it was, but I believe Zone A was the driver's compartment.
Okay. And 29, is this just a continuation of
It
Zone
is a continuation of Zone A items.
Okay. And in terms of what was located in Zone A, again, you mentioned some gloves. Anything else notable that you observed?
It was paperwork, business cards, some receipts, but nothing that stands out in my memory, nothing that we seized. So we'll photograph things that are there, and the photographs might later be relevant, even if we didn't seize the items. So we try to capture everything that was there.
Okay. And moving to page 30, are we in Zone B now?
This is Zone B items, which would be the front passenger seat.
And 31, is that a continuation of Zone B?
It is a continuation of Zone B, which would also include the glove box. So these items may or may not have taken out of the glove box.
And how about 32? Which area does this come from?
So this is items taken out of Zone C. Zone C would be the rear driver's seat compartment area, the driver's side rear seat.
And is 33 a continuation of Zone C?
It is.
And how about 34? What's Zone D?
Zone D is the rear seat on the passenger side, and these are items taken out of Zone D.
And is 35 a continuation of Zone D?
It is.
And how about 36? What are we looking at this point?
So this is a photograph of the inside of the trunk after the liner was removed. So you can see the different snap points on where it was fastened. And then in the bottom of the trunk, there are some of the fasteners that keep that liner in place.
Okay. And 37, is that just another view of that?
It is, yes, sir.
And 38, it looks like we're in Zone E now. What's Zone E?
Zone E is the trunk area of the car. So this photograph depicts one of those car seat covers that were removed from the trunk.
Okay. And how about 39?
39 is also from the trunk, Zone E, and another photograph of the car seat cover.
And 40, is that more of the same?
It is.
And 41?
41 was a black apron that was taken out of the trunk of the car.
The defendant apparently lived in his car for a while, and he said a lot of those clothes were from when he lived in his car.
Visor, a black Nike visor, black and pink boots, some gloves, a black hat, and a belt that were taken out of the trunk of the car.
And 43?
This is a continuation, kind of sliding to the right of the previous photo. So we see the belt, hat, and the gloves in the center of this photograph for Zone E. And then it shows some additional gloves all the way on the right side of the photograph that were also taken out of the trunk.
And how about page 44?
So this is the trunk liner that was removed out of Zone E, the trunk.
And page 45?
Continuation of the trunk liner.
And 46, is that the upper portion that you talked about earlier?
I don't recall if that's the underside of the lid or if it's the part that comes up to the latch, but it's part of the trunk liner.
Okay. And what does page 47 show?
So page 47 is Zone E, which is the trunk area. It shows a pair of athletic shoes, some brake fluid containers, t-shirt, looks like some sort of an electrical charging device of some sort, and a piece of plastic that could be from the car. I'm not sure.
Okay, and 48.
Is a continuation of that same portion of Zone E. So we can see the T-shirt, which was visible on the previous photograph, as well as a black and a white jacket.
And 49.
49 or more items taken out of the trunk of the car. So we can see some antifreeze on the left side of the photograph, some underwear, a sock, a couple of bags, jack that was from the car itself, and it looks like some sort of a retrieval device for picking things up.
And what does page 50 show?
So this is continuing to slide right down the roll of paper. We can see items that were visible in the previous photograph, as well as a funnel, a piece of packaging of some sort, as well as a can of, I believe it was brake cleaner, but some sort of a can of automotive lubricant.
And page 51.
There's more items taken out of the trunk of the car, some papers, jumper cables, a glove, I believe it's a sock, and an ice scraper.
And 52 and 53 and 54, these just more sort of miscellaneous items in the trunk.
Yes, sir. More items taken out of the trunk of the car.
Now, as part of your search of the vehicle, did you collect any evidence, any physical items to preserve as evidence?
Yes, we did.
And which items were collected?
We collected the apron, the boots, the black and pink boots, a black Nike visor, the black hat, we collected the liner of the trunk. I might be missing something.
And in terms of collecting those items, what was done with them once they were collected?
So once the determination was made to seize those items of potential evidence, they were packaged on scene, sealed in evidence packaging, and turned over to the detective from East Point.
Okay. And it sounded like you thought you may be missing something in terms of the exhaustive list of what was collected. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can't recall if I got them all.
Did you create something called or someone else in your team create something called a case book for this particular search?
Yeah, so each search we would include items that were seized, and we would document everything and then write a report. It would include a sketch of the car, the photographs depicting the search from beginning to end, including exit photographs. It would include items that were seized, a receipt for property. So the items that were seized would have a receipt that would be written, and it all kind of gets packaged up together and made into a report.
Okay, and if you looked at that report, would that help refresh your recollection as to the exhaustive list of what was collected?
It would.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
I'm handing you a copy of the case book. You can take a look at that and let me know when and if your recollection is refreshed.
Okay.
And having taken a look at the casebook, has your recollection been refreshed as to the items that were collected?
It has.
And was there anything you missed in the previous list that you gave?
There is. So in addition to the things that I mentioned before, the belt that we saw in the photographs was seized, a pair of black gloves, as well as a pair of disposable gloves, and the car seat covers were seized.
Okay, and in terms of, again, the purpose of the search, I think you indicated that you were looking for possible evidence of blood. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Searching this specific vehicle, were there any sort of limitations that you encountered?
So there was a time lapse between, when a crime may have occurred and when we did the search.
Again, that was January 19th when you did the search?
January 19th was the search. And then there were a lot of automotive lubricants or bottles of them inside the vehicle. And I distinctly remember pulling things out of the trunk, and there were clothing or other fabric items, and it all was kind of damp, and I'm not sure with what. So it could have been.
He's got like a 20-year-old car that needs the antifreeze. He's been living out of it for a couple of years.
With some sort of substance.
Okay, and did
I'm
the
not
sort of
concerned with any of this
number of
nonsense.
items in the trunk impact your ability to search?
There were a lot of items. Everything would have been pulled out and evaluated as a potential evidence item, but then ultimately we didn't do any forensic testing of any particular item to determine if there was or was not blood. Items that were determined to be of evidentiary value were packaged and delivered for further processing later.
Okay. And in terms of that further processing, that's like not something that you play a role in, correct? Is that?
Not in this case, no.
Okay. And hypothetically, if when you had searched this vehicle, there had been a body in the trunk, would that have furthered your ability to investigate this case?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
If hypothetically, when you were searching this vehicle on January 19th, 2022, there had been a body in the trunk of the vehicle, would that have furthered your ability to investigate this case?
So if the body was there when we opened the trunk?
Correct.
Yeah, we would have to process the body and get the ME involved, the medical examiner. Does that answer your question?
It would have been relevant if there had been a body, though?
Significantly, yes.
Okay. Thanks. Nothing further.
Thank you. Good morning, Special Agent.
Hi, good morning.
Now, there were a number of other law enforcement officials there when you processed this trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who was in charge, like as far as deciding what was collected, how it was processed? If you could help us with that.
So I was a searcher that day. The team leader for our team at the time was Special Agent Jason Chambers.
Okay.
As far as what was going to be seized, that would be a consultation between our team leader and the detective, so Detective Showers.
Okay. And did the detective have ultimate authority, or it was more or less a shared endeavor, if you will?
Ultimately, it'd be whoever the OIC is, whoever the detective is, that would make a call about what's evidentiary or not.
Okay.
The evidence team would advise about, our expertise or, what is or isn't possible.
Okay. And would that been East Point detective or Detroit detective, if you remember?
That was in East Point
East
Police
Point.
Department. Yes, sir.
Now, you didn't have any evidence that would suggest that this particular car had been cleaned out from the time of the suspected incident to the time that you were searching this car, correct?
Cleaned out, like
as far as the trunk, it didn't seem like the trunk had been emptied out, correct?
No, sir. It was full of stuff.
Yeah, the car was not cleaned out at all.
And you didn't have any evidence that would suggest that the truck was shampooed or vacuumed out, correct? Would that be a fair statement?
Correct.
Now, once all the different items were recovered and placed in their particular, on the particular paper, were they then, I guess, analyzed with the alternative light source and or luminol?
The alternate light source was only done inside of the passenger compartment and the trunk of the car.
In the trunk of the car?
Not the items that were taken out of the car.
Okay, so the items weren't, the alternative light source weren't used on like various sides of the clothing or the items that were recovered from the trunk, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that goes the same for the luminol, correct?
We didn't use any luminol that day.
Oh, was there a particular reason why you didn't use luminol that day?
I wasn't told to.
Okay. And that would have been either Special Agent Chambers and or the East Point detective who would have directed you to use luminol, correct?
Usually it would be a decision from the leadership of the evidence response team to use it.
Okay.
So luminol can help to identify trace amounts of blood by fluorescing with the iron and the hemoglobin.
Okay. Now, you indicated that there are different materials. Some are easier to, I guess, detect blood on.
Correct.
Okay. And just what material, hypothetically, what materials would be, the easiest or easier than to detect certain blood on?
So a lighter colored material would be easier because under alternate light source, blood becomes darker. So it would contrast more as opposed to a darker fabric.
Okay. So when you stated different materials, you were more or less indicating the different colors, more or less the materials such as silk or carpet. Would that be a fair statement?
I was, but the material itself could matter because it has to remain, on the material. So
okay,
absorption would matter.
Okay. Is carpet material, is that from your perspective, is it easier to detect blood from or more difficult to detect blood on?
Then what?
Then I don't know. It isn't, well, just relatively speaking, is it an easy substance or easy material to detect blood from?
So all things being equal, you can detect blood on carpet.
Okay.
If there's patterns or other stains or a darker color, it could make it harder than a lighter plain beige carpet, for instance, that's clean, with the exception of the blood.
And you stated that you took, I guess, particular interest in these car seats because they were in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not these car seats actually were an exact fit for?
I did not try to put them on.
Oh, you put them on. Okay, so you don't know whether or not they fit. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that those car seats were eventually tagged for evidence and then processed, correct?
Yes, sir. They were seized as evidence.
Okay. And if you know, when the evidence was processed and seized and processed and sent for analysis, do you know where that was sent for analysis?
I have no knowledge of where the evidence went after we turned it over to East Point PD.
Okay. So the FBI doesn't take a role as far as analyzing the evidence once it's collected, correct?
We did not in this case, to my knowledge.
And you, just to be clear, you indicated that you didn't find any traces of blood or DNA using the alternative light source from the passenger compartment of the car and the trunk, correct?
We did not identify anything that we believed was blood using alternate light source.
And just to be clear, the decision to not independently analyze every single item once it was taken out of the trunk with the alternative light source, that would have been a decision by the team leader, correct?
Ultimately, yes.
And or the detective, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In situations like that, can a searcher such as yourself suggest and say, hey, it might be a good idea to, have the alternative light source on this particular items. Once they're taken out, turn the items around and do the same thing from the other side.
Certainly a searcher could, offer opinions, and we would collaborate on things.
Okay. Do you know if that was done in this particular situation?
I am not sure if it was.
Okay. Did you personally do that in this particular situation?
I did not.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't test for any DNA. They had a cadaver dog
And
hit the
also,
trunk, and they had
from
the
your
defendant's
perspective, there was no
confession.
evidence that the passenger compartment of this particular vehicle had been vacuumed or shampooed from the time of the alleged incident or suspected incidents, from the time you processed this car. Would that be a fair statement?
I can't answer that, but I can say that the day that we searched the car, it had not recently been cleaned.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Special Agent. No further questions.
Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, sir, you can step down. We're now at 11:58. Might be time to break for lunch. We'll see everybody back here. So we restart at 1 o'clock. Okay. We'll be here before 1 o'clock. So we're just gonna-
Okay. Oh, let me bring this down. That's weird. All right. So the court is going to be in recess for lunch. We got about a half hour left for lunch. What I am going to do, in case you guys that missed it didn't get a chance to see it, I am going to play Jaden's sentencing for lying to police out of Macomb County. So if you're unaware, so 8 Mile is the borderline, Eminem 8 Mile. Some of the actions took place in Macomb County, which is which he was charged with. Jaylin was charged with lying to a police officer in connection with that issue, and pled guilty to that. And he was sentenced back in May of 2022. And I played that earlier, first thing this morning. It's about a half hour long, so that'll take us through lunch. And I can play that here in a second, and then you guys can watch that, because this is the first time, and really the only time, unless he testifies, that we're going to see his side of the story. So what I'll do is I'll pop that up, and then I'm going to go take care of a few things, probably eat some lunch myself. I will put a banner up. Be back at 1 p.m. We are watching, instead of Baker, we are watching Jaylin being sentenced in May 2022. So I'll add that up, and then we can watch this. And it's very telling. You guys tell me after you watch it, if you haven't watched it already. I've watched it a couple of times now. Is he being sincere? And I don't know. He's a little too calm and collected earlier on. He's also a little too calm and collected during the police interrogation for this sentence to be sincere.
For the line with respect to the peace officer involving investigation of a violent crime is 4 years. 2 years for the line with the investigation to a peace officer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes.
It's factually accurate?
Yes.
Is it your desire to accept your previously tendered pleas?
Yes.
The record will reflect the court does in fact accept your pleas. Are you ready for sentencing today?
Yes.
Very well. Mr. Doty, what would you like to say on behalf of the court?
Your Honor, appearing before you is Mr. Brazier. He's 23 years old. He's engaged. He's the father of 2 children with 1 child on the way. He currently lives with he was at the time living with his spouse-to-be in Detroit in their home. She's had since to move out because of the nature of these charges. She's received death threats. They both received death threats before he had turned himself in, to the nature of they're going to kill his children, they're going to cut out the unborn baby from his daughter. There's been a lot of trauma that has been delivered to my client and his fiance at this time. So what we respectively request, the honor, that you would accept the recommendation of the probation department for the 150 days in Macomb County Jail, credit for 66 days served, and the 18 months probation. And my client would like to speak on his own behalf, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. It is the obligation of this court in imposing sentence to consider punishment, rehabilitation, the need to protect society, as well as deterrent similar offenses, and individualized sentencing. Mr. Brazier, what would you like to tell this court?
One, I did turn myself in. Yes, I lied, but I was not in the right state of mind. There was no way for me to prepare for a situation like that. I was scared.
I'm not totally clear on the situation. And the report is rather sketchy with respect to the situation.
And I will fill Your Honor in on some of those details.
Appreciate it. But what the report suggests is that you had contact with the individual. The police questioned you regarding that contact. You didn't tell them the truth associated with the contact. Then you, once confronted with information that you were not telling the truth, you came forward and told them that you disposed of the body. I mean, that's all. That leaves a whole lot out there that's unaccounted for from the court's perspective. But what circumstances are you talking about?
Well, when she died, it was just random. From my end of it.
What do you mean?
I was terrified. Literally from that point on, I didn't know what to do. I wasn't in the right state of mind for anything. And I turned myself and they didn't present me with anything. After getting my thoughts together.
So did you explain how she passed?
I don't know exactly how she passed, what caused her to pass. I just know 1 minute she was cool, she was fine. She laid back for a minute. Next thing I know, she was dead. I don't know what caused it. I did not cause it or anything like that. I reacted stupidly off of fear and panic like I've never felt before in my life. Literally.
Well, I mean, people are sitting around and somebody just passes. I mean, did you think about calling 911 or something like that?
No, not at the time. We were smoking. We were on marijuana as well. So my mental state wasn't in any logical spectrum. I was just immediately just terrified. That's the only words I can use to describe the moment.
Are you telling me that you're stoned, she's stoned, you think she dies, and then you dispose of the body? Just like that? That was your choice?
I sat for a minute and I didn't know what to do. I just did not know what to do. It's like,
I mean, the first thing that came to your mind, I'm trying to understand with the limited information I have, that this person passed away in your presence. And your first thought is, well, I got to get rid of the body.
My first thought was how bad it looked to start with. It's like, how do I explain what happened? I don't know why she died or what it caused her to die. And just a lot of possibility just popped in my head. And I was just reacting off of just innate fear. I don't know. Literally, I don't do anything. I just didn't know what to do. I literally did not know what to do. I sat for at least 10 minutes sitting there. What do I do? Who do I call? My kids are upstairs. We just got into this place after struggling for 2 years to get it, and everything is falling down.
I won't have any conversation in this court.
And I wish I could take it back. I would have called the ambulance, called her mom, because her mom's so sweet. Her mom is so sweet. And I just knew. I wish I could take it back. Nobody been in the situation. At the very least, they'd be like, okay, this happened, confirm this. And everybody has some sort of peace right now, But just didn't know what to do. It's not something, hey, like I said, in life, you try to mentally prep for a lot of situations. But when one that you just would never have even thought to happen just happens. And you're like, wow, immediately the first thing comes to your mind is everything about to lose, how it's about to affect your kids, your life in general. And then after that, how it's flipped when whoever, it's like play telephone and change many times. Facebook, everything, just a lie hitting me at once. So I had to just take time and try to get my thoughts together because I was on panic mode ever since that happened. Her mom at one point talked to me and I couldn't bring myself, like, your daughter just died. What do I do? And I can't even explain it. What happened? I just can tell you my honest reaction.
Anything further?
On my client's behalf, Your Honor, I can say this, that every interaction I've had with him, whether it's over the phone, via Zoom or personal jail visits, is the same reaction. I wish you could take it all back. And we know that's not possible, but if there's one person that might deserve to be able to take it back, he does, because he's shown nothing but regret, sorrow, and just an utter confusion on his own actions. He expressed to me on multiple occasions, I can't believe I did what I did. I still can't believe it because I'm not that person. And I don't believe a lot of my clients because they're always just trying to get over, trying to decrease their time in jail or prison or whatever it might be. This gentleman's not one of those persons.
Very well, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Sarah Milton, Zian Foster's mother, would like to speak. I don't know if Your Honor wants to hear from me before or after she speaks.
They should speak first.
Why don't you guys step over here? Here you go. Just face the judge.
Yes. Can I have you state your name?
Sierra Milton.
Milton, what would you like to tell me today?
Zion. She just turned 17 in November. She shares her location with me everywhere she goes. She asks if she can go wherever I would allow her to go. There are yeses and there are nos. Because as a parent, you want to protect your babies. I have 6 kids. Zion is my oldest. All of my children look up to her. We were supposed to be planning her prom, her dress and colors. I'm still getting emails from the school right now for graduation pictures and just graduation. And now we can't do any of that because she asked me if she could go with Jaylin. And I said yes, because I trust him. And I thought he would be responsible. But the fact is that it seems to me like he was hiding. He didn't pull up in my driveway. He pulled up in my neighbor's driveway. And he's pulled up in my driveway before. We've given each other a hug. I've spoken to him. He came that night and he picked my baby up by pulling into my neighbor's driveway and then parking in the front of my other neighbor's driveway. He called me. I didn't call him. He called me on the 5th when my baby didn't come home. He called me to say, I don't know why Zion would lie and put me into this. I haven't seen her in years. I haven't seen her in months. And I'm like, what? It wasn't too long ago that I saw you. And even knowing that my baby has been in contact with him, I kept going to his house. I just wanted him to tell me the truth. I stayed up for nights, for days, panicking and being so fearful. God, please don't let my baby be dead. Please, God, don't let my baby be just thrown away like she's nothing. These are the things that I prayed. I was fasting, my children not getting sleep, not eating, can't go to work. I'm a single parent. Everything that I do is for my children. Every ounce of money and time or whatever and energy is for them. It's to make sure that they're good. It's to make sure that they're surrounded by people that love them and protect them. And so, yes, Zion, you can go with your cousin who you have in your phone as Favo because he's your favorite on that side of the family. And to say, you panicked. Then why didn't you think about my baby? What if you were so high you didn't know she was alive? And you just threw her in a dumpster in the cold without a coat? And if that's the case, that means that my baby was crushed in the process of how trash is taken and picked up and placed in a landfill where she will never be found. I will never know. I will never know. I won't get to see my baby again. And as far as the many times that I went to his house during the search, Your Honor, he helped me post flyers of my baby in his neighborhood, on the corner of his house, the street that he lives. He told me, along with his mother, I would not lie to you. I know this has got to be really fearful for you. But I'm telling you, I have not seen her. I have not been around her. His mother said, my baby wouldn't lie to me. And so now everybody is suffering. My children are suffering. And they have to grow up knowing that their cousin did something this awful and that their big sister isn't there anymore. And we have so many events and so many life changes that are happening now. My son came to his house and he didn't recognize him, but my son was so angry and he just knocked at the door and was like, is Zion here? Is Zion here? You could have came and said something. You could have called 911. You could have called your mom. You could have called relatives that are all around. Somebody could have helped. Somebody could have known something, but it seems like more than just a panic. It seems like you did something or you gave something. Because why, if you love her, if she says that she loves you as she always does, and you say that you love her, then why? How is it that someone that can love someone could just dispose of them in trash like she's nothing? And then come with me and post flyers and reach out to me and tell me, I don't know. I know you're looking for Zion, but I don't know. I haven't seen her. I haven't spoke to her, and I don't know why she would use me. Why lie? This is something that can't be repaired. She cannot be replaced. This cannot be rectified. And we will never have closure. And as much as I love you guys, as much as I love that family, you have caused such distinction that it's hard to trust family at all. And now my babies are even more isolated. Because how can I trust family when family is one who did this? I will never forgive you, Jaylin. And it may not matter, but I hope that your children grow up without you so that they can be better.
Thank you.
We're going to make an emotional argument. Nothing can follow that. But Your Honor should be aware of some more of the facts, because I will be making an argument to exceed guidelines, and there's a basis to do so. January 4th, Zion went missing. She left to go to an individual's home, didn't know who at that time. Ultimately, of course, we learned it's Jaylin Brazier to smoke marijuana, because he indicates later, 15 days later, when he speaks to police, 14 days. It wasn't his panic that night. Of course, that started this, but it's the 14 days after he pays for now before the court. January 5th, you've heard the statements he's making to Sierra. January 7th, there are text messages. And at this point, Sierra has gone public with her daughter missing. And she's suffering through scams. She goes to the city of Detroit on the 8th to pay somebody money because her daughter is allegedly being sex trafficked in a home. She's going to gas stations. People are taking advantage of her, not because of defendant's panic, but because of what he chose to do every minute, every hour, and every day after January 4th. January 10th, police confront him. He says, I haven't seen her. I haven't been to East Point in a year. January 14th, police confront him again with phone records. I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her since May. Police confront him again. He says he'll come in for a polygraph. Of course, he doesn't show. On the 18th, finally, they confront him. He says he'll turn himself in. And on the 19th, he does so with his lawyer, not Mr. Doty, another counsel. And he tells police, ultimately, although lying during the course of the interview, he eventually confesses that he did, in fact, see Zion that night, picked her up, brought her home. They combined their marijuana together, and they both smoked it. And somehow, when he came back to the room, she was unconscious. Now, he didn't claim to be affected in any way, but purported that it was an overdose. Said she was breathing faintly, and that's important for the court. He tells police, the only one with knowledge of the facts, his version, if you believe a marijuana overdose, is that she was breathing faintly and he panicked. He didn't check on whether she was still breathing when he put her in the trunk of his car. He didn't check whether she was still breathing when he drove her to a dumpster.
The counsel,
Yeah.
my concern here is what you're suggesting is that this was murder. That's what you're suggesting is that this was murder, not the disposal of a body. And that's the prosecution's consideration.
Your Honor, you're correct.
And you're putting facts in here that are not before this court, and this court is not prepared to sentence on murder today because that's not before me.
Correct in one way, Your Honor. Homicide is not the charged offense, correct? Lying to police absolutely is, right?
But that is distinct and different from the additional facts you're providing the court as to consideration that she was breathing when he disposed of the body.
And that will go to one of the offense variables that I'm going to ask Your Honor.
All right, well, let's get to the offense variable.
So ultimately, he tells police where that dumpster is. Police take time to locate what company hauls from that dumpster, where the dumpster is dumped, what dump and landfill it goes to. And now 14 or more days after the incident, 15 days of lies and more, they find out that her body is unfortunately 75 to 100 feet or more below the surface. And the reason all of these facts are important, Judge, and they are before you, and I can present every police report, Your Honor, I can mark it as an exhibit if you prefer, is two things. Offense variables, of course, and the guidelines are suggested in nature now. They're not mandatory. Offense variable 5 has not been accounted for in this public order offense. Offense variable 5 is the psychological injury to family members. You've heard from Sierra about how devastating this has been, not only to her, but other family members. Offense variable 8 is the transport or placement of a victim into a place of greater danger. A woman who's faintly breathing, thrown into a trunk of a car, buried beneath garbage, certainly is placed in a location of greater danger. Those are factors not considered within the public order guideline range, but they are to be considered by Your Honor when you make this decision, Judge. At the time I authorized these charges, I was aware, and as he sits before you today, you're aware these may be the only consequences he faces for the torture, the pain, and the suffering this family has to go through when they want to visit their daughter's resting place. And they have to go to a landfill.
Counsel, my concern is that I'm not sure I have the appropriate offense here, based on what you're saying, and that she was alive and put in a position that she ended up deceased. Murder should be the charge.
And that's a decision that Wayne County
But that's
Prosecutor's
not,
Office needs to make, Your Honor.
but that is not a decision for this court because it has not been charged.
Correct.
And so I can't go into these guidelines and say murder is an issue here because it is not before me. And you know that as well as I know that. And this would come back tomorrow. Should I even consider that? It will not be considered by this court.
Understood, Your Honor. Your Honor is permitted.
What is here is absolutely perverted. I cannot believe what this family has been through. That is before this court. To suggest that somebody, what a sick society we live in, would further complicate and injure the mother of this child by suggesting that the child was subjected to other things in an attempt to procure finances from this person. It's perverted, absolutely perverted, but he's not responsible for that. And how our society goes on with that type of behavior, I am so sorry for what you've been put through. It is incredible.
You're right, Judge. It's disgusting.
But I can't change those things. You understand? Those things are not before me. Now, let's get to the guidelines, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. And what is before you, I believe the guidelines for what can be accounted are accurately scored. I believe counsel for defense said the same.
So they're accurately scored as they're before me.
Correct. Offense variable 5 and 8 are not available.
Okay, well, I
under
can't
this public order.
can't do that.
But in order to exceed guidelines, Your Honor is able to consider facts that are not accounted for in the sentencing guidelines, which is why I present this to you. I'm asking Your Honor to hold the defendant accountable, not just for his panic, but for what he did every day thereafter, for the lies he told, and for the suffering this family is going to have to deal with for the rest of their lives. Your Honor, 32 months to 48 months in the Michigan Department of Corrections.
It is the obligation of this court in imposing sentence to consider punishment, rehabilitation, the need to protect society, as well as deter similar offenses and individualized sentencing. What happened there, I have no idea. None. The demise of this poor young lady is information that I never will possess. Nobody will possess. Quite frankly, is unique to your memory, which you did not share, which you intentionally then put this family through unnecessary trauma, despair, heartache for no reason. By your own admission to this court today, I knew what happened to her, and I chose to conceal it, to perpetuate the false statement on this family, while they participated with the falsehood that you created, that she was out. That's just incredible. Absolutely incredible. I cannot do anything to remedy what occurred. I am so sorry for what has happened to you. But you need to be punished. As I indicate before each sentencing, it is the obligation of this court in imposing sentence to consider punishment, rehabilitation, the need to protect society, and deterrence from civil offenses. Your failure to be honest and truthful in preventing, I don't know, maybe preventing certainly further pain and suffering from the family, requires punishment. Probation, you've recommended that he be afforded probation. That's not appropriate here. He's going to prison today. And
let me clarify. This trial is not over. The current trial we're watching is for the second-degree unaliving of his cousin. With the sentencing we're watching is from May of 2022 for lying to the police during the investigation of what happened to his cousin. And it's from a different county, so there's no double jeopardy or anything like that. He's being charged with lying to the police during the investigation, and he's being sentenced on that because he pled guilty to that. Now he's currently, today, right now, as we say here, he's currently on trial for second-degree unaliving his cousin. We were watching this because he actually talks about what happened that night and what he did. So that's why we were watching it.
The prison sentence here hardly reflects the injury that you've accomplished. The guidelines are appropriate, however, under these circumstances, and the court will stay within the guidelines. And I am only considering the facts that are known and presented to this court and are not in dispute. Other matters that have been brought to this court's attention for which there is no basis and would require a hearing are not considered by this court. Therefore, it is a sentence of this court that Mr. Brazier, you be remanded to the custody of the Michigan Department of Corrections for a period of 23 months to 4 years on count 1, and on count 2, what's his credit?
66.
On count 2, 66 days. Credit for 66 days. He's got.
So what's interesting is I went looking for this because the mother of the victim testified on day 1 that she was there for his sentencing on this and heard the words that he said, and she was questioned about what he had to say in this court hearing. And so, yes, it's admissible because it's a statement by a party opponent who is the defendant. So it's not hearsay or anything like that. And so I assumed that this was out there somewhere, and that's how I found this. And but yeah, so obviously it is admissible because they admitted it. 23 months. He got 23 months to 4 years. 4 years is the maximum. So he got 23 months to 4 years. What I heard through the grapevine is that he got out early, which would be expected because it's a nonviolent crime. But then he went back in for something else unrelated, and he's currently in custody for something else unrelated. And so when we watched the live court feed yesterday through the Zoom, you saw him being escorted out from the holding cell and then him putting his tie on and stuff. So he is in custody, but for something unrelated.
A total of $136 state court cost, $130 crime victim right assessment, $250 circuit court cost.
Yeah, we want to talk about how dumb this guy is, Bobby. First of all, he invites her over and she supposedly dies. And instead of calling the police or anybody, he decides to get rid of the body. That was the first dumb thing. Then he lies about it to everybody for quite a while until he eventually, on advice of counsel, sits down with the police, with his attorney there, and tells all, which is bad. You don't ever, ever, ever talk to the police. And some people say you don't ever talk to the police without an attorney present. I say you don't ever talk to the police because he even had his attorney present, and that's what got him charged with all of this stuff. And then on top of it, then he makes this statement during the sentencing, and clearly they were already contemplating murder charges in Wayne County because it's brought up in this sentencing hearing from 2 years ago. So he just talks and talks and talks and says all the wrong things to all the wrong people.
And Mr. Doughty, your attorney fee is
$925.
$975. You're entitled to appellate review of your conviction and sentence in this matter by way of application to leave to appeal. If you're financially unable to afford
maybe, I don't know.
Appoint an attorney to represent you. You have 6 months from date of sentencing. Request court appointment.
You should have seen his attorney. So in the interrogation, you know what? Let's go to it. All right. So he's sentenced to that. Let's go back to the other stream. Okay. So he's sitting here with his attorney. All right. So that's his attorney on the bottom left, right down here. Wait, hang on. This is his attorney right here. And he's eating like bags of chips, like they're crumbling. Like, okay. So here's all of his bags of chips in his pop. This is his attorney here. And they're like making this crunchy sound all throughout this. And then the issue of OnlyFans comes into play. And hang on. Sorry, I got to rearrange my screen. And his attorney doesn't know what OnlyFans is. It's like, oh, what's OnlyFans? Let's talk about that for a little bit. And they're joking about it. Jaden is talking about how Zion, the victim, hit him with a bagel once, like threw a bagel at him. And his attorney's like, oh man, getting hit in the bagel or with a bagel, that's rough, man. I hate getting hit with a bagel. So all this stupid stuff. Now, his attorney is dead. His attorney died. So thankfully, this attorney can't represent anyone else going forward. But this attorney is a freaking idiot.
Okay. Okay, so you watch cartoons with the kids?
Yeah.
Where's she at? Where's Zion?
Downstairs.
So she's downstairs, you're upstairs?
Yeah.
In the bedroom with the kids watching cartoons and stuff, right?
Yeah, they'll calm down, toys put away, put them to bed.
How old are the kids?
1 and 2.
So you start.
The bottom of a chip bag is where he got
Are
it.
you texting Katrina still at this point? Or
My phone is
texting?
I was prioritizing the kids, putting it under bed. They usually go to sleep at like 10, but they're with me and when they're mom at night, so they're still a little late.
Okay. So you're not, you had to charge your phone?
No, it's my phone's in my pocket.
Okay, so you're not texting Katrina anymore?
No.
Okay, while she's there.
I texted Katrina that I was home and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, the kids, after that, there was no conversation.
When you got home, you just text her, hey, I'm back home, this and that. Does she know at that point that Zion's over?
Oh, no, she didn't text me back or anything.
Okay, but you didn't text her and let her know that she's there either,
No.
right? Okay. So you guys you come back downstairs, you're just smoking, you guys split up your weed?
We just put it all together.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who rolled the weed?
I did.
Okay.
So you just smoke it, and then you guys are just chilling, watching TV, talking, hanging out?
Yeah.
Did she come on to you or anything like that? Did you come
No.
on to her at all?
Nothing like that at all.
Okay. At this point here, we're talking, let's see, time frame, you're back at the house at what time?
Between like 11:15 or 11:30.
Okay, so now it's like 11:15 or whatever. Now we're at 11:30 because you're upstairs watching PJ Maxx. You guys mix up your weed, you roll up, you guys start smoking, you're just watching TV, just chilling?
Yeah. She's telling me about how her and mom, their relationship's a lot better than it was the last time she talked to us. And about her boyfriend, about prom, the job and everything, and how she's working on getting an apartment and everything.
So, do you notice her on her phone with anybody, FaceTime or anything?
She was texting somebody.
Just
Asked
texting?
somebody, she did get a FaceTime.
Okay.
I don't know if she answered or not, because I wasn't paying attention. I was just watching TV, enjoying
Okay.
my holiday.
Alright, so now you guys are just chilling and that's all of a sudden she just blanks out right there?
I went
Hey,
out,
Fire
got up
Red.
to go
Okay.
give me something to drink.
Yeah.
I came back and she was saying she was tired and everything, and she laid her head back. So okay, I'm let you go to sleep for a bit or whatever.
Okay.
And then about 15 to 20 minutes after that, I was like, okay, are you good? You ready to go home? And she wasn't responding or any of that.
Was her plan to go back home that night?
She said she had work in the morning.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now, you're still not texting Katrina, right?
No, because at that point I'm freaking out like, oh shit, did she just die or something?
Well, I mean, you just said you went to get a drink and her head's back on the couch. If she's still alive at that point, he's probably just high or whatever, from, weed. But, so you shake her, grab her by the arms, you said earlier, right? Shake her, there's no activity, no that. You say she's got a faint pulse, right? So now we're looking at the time frame. What time is it at this point? Like we talking like an hour later?
Around that time where all that happens is when we were basically getting ready for her to go home, basically.
Okay.
So that would be within that hour and a half, towards the end of that.
Okay, so we're looking probably close to 1 o'clock, right?
Let's say probably like 12 or 1, yes.
Okay, I mean, 12 or 1, there's an hour, but, so you
More than
just
1,
got
yeah.
back to the house, watched PJ Masks, so I'm assuming it's not 12.
Right, yeah, definitely, so it would be closer to 1.
Okay, so at that point, she's just really stoned and ready to take a nap, it appears.
Definitely something,
And
yes.
then you start shaking her, she doesn't wake up, you check her pulse, you said, and you can see she's not breathing, not like that. So at that point, what are you doing?
Freaking out.
Okay, so you're freaking out, and this whole time you've been home.
Because at that point in time, we thought she was definitely dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, was she dead? Do you think she was dead at that point, or does she still just have faint breathing and
It wasn't anything.
there was nothing at that point?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You know, the
Okay, so that night you never told her, you just went about your night as just another day in business?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you, I'm sure at this point, you had to talk about it with her, correct?
No, I didn't want to tell her anything.
Okay, so you still at this point haven't told her, like, hey, Zion was.
Probably touched her, she used after school as well.
Trying to find this OnlyFans comment.
It came up, so there's some tips and stuff like that, you were doing OnlyFans page or something?
Never.
So you have not participated, made, or tried to sell any homemade sex videos, nothing like that?
Not at all.
Okay, there's gonna be nothing like that on the computers or anything?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never.
Yeah, I'm just covering that now, because just so you know, when you delete something, it's really not deleted.
Remember what I told you? I told him that.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, that's why, and like I said, I'm trying to build a relationship here, and
He's prepared.
Just
He's
tell-
prepared to give you his phones. I told him that
And that's got all the
there's Cellbrite, Cellhawk,
yeah,
all of that. I told
What is
him.
that?
Cellbrite,
Oh,
Cellhawk.
Cellbrite.
I told him all of that. I said, turn those things over because they'll actually help him.
yeah, I mean, if we got it, there's no sense of lying.
Yeah,
And I'm telling you right now, like, there's no, tell me, if there's something that you think you might have lied on or been truthful or
You wanna
misleading,
read this over?
just tell me right now,
This is the
because we're gonna find out, or, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And this right here is.
So his attorney is telling him just turn over all of your phones. It's going to help you, which I don't think that's the best advice. We missed the part where his attorney was asking about what's OnlyFans? Is that like Cornhub? His attorney doesn't know what OnlyFans is, but is well versed in Cornhub. His attorney was a disaster throughout that whole thing. Anyways, don't talk to the cops. Yeah, so that's the part of law school that his attorney missed. But anyways, we're going to get back to live coverage here. We are live now. We are a couple minutes behind. Like a minute and a half behind.
All the members of the jury are present. Ready to close.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I will call Mikkel Hafner.
Yes, definitely. Oh, how many more witnesses they have? Hey, Sean Bird. Welcome.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take your seat to witness.
This is live. This is live.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
When you ask a series of questions, please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. You'll only have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid a natural tendency for nonverbal answers.
So his current attorney, by the way, that big oaf that was in the interrogation room, the one that was really dumb, he died. Like, I don't know how long he died after. I always say 5 minutes after that interrogation, he died. but he died. So his current attorney is actually a court-appointed attorney and a really good one. So that's his current attorney. His current attorney is the one with the dreadlocks, sitting closest to the lectern there.
To such a strong position over that as well as also as enough us because those were translated in the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up and please take your name and spell it.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Mikkel S. Hoffner.
So the defendant's first attorney, the one sitting in the interrogation room with him, that big guy that was just munching down on chips and pop during the interrogation, playing on his phone, not really paying attention to what his client was saying, advising his client first to talk to the police, joking about how he hates getting hit in the face with bagels, talking about Cornhub and how much of a fan he is during this interrogation of a fairly traumatic event. That guy died shortly or sometime between then, which was like 2022, and now. So in the last 2 years, he died at some point. So now the defendant has a new attorney, a court-appointed attorney.
That's Mikel.
We back.
S as in Sebastian, and then Hoffner is Hafner.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. What do you do for
Good
a living?
afternoon. I work for the Michigan State Police in the biology unit at the Metropolitan Detroit lab.
And what is your role within the lab?
I'm a forensic scientist.
And in terms of your role as a forensic scientist, do you have any particular area of focus to your work?
In the biology unit, we look for body fluid.
Okay. And what sort of education and training background do you have to do the work that you do for the Michigan State Police Lab?
Yes, this is Detroit. I know the judge. This is 20 minutes from me right now. Yeah, this is Michigan.
I attended the University of Michigan. I received a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology. I came a little closer to home. I attended Wayne State University. I received a PhD in biochemistry. I did basic science research for about 9.5 years. Then I changed professions, started working for the Detroit Police Crime Lab. After about 4.5 years of that, I started working for MSP, and I've been there 15 years as of last month.
And during the 15 years you've been with the Michigan State Police Lab, have you been focused in the field of body fluid identification that entire time, or have you worked in other areas as well?
For the most part, it's been body fluid identification. I did work for many years. I started at the Northfield Lab. So at the Northfield Lab, I did a little body fluid identification, and then we moved to a sort of streamlined way of doing and analyzing evidence collection kits for CSCs, sexual assaults. And I did Y screening. That was a little body fluid identification, little DNA. I did that for about 8 or 9 years. And then I transferred to the Metro Lab in February of 21, and I've been exclusively doing body fluid identification.
And what is the field of body fluid identification?
Body fluid identification, we are interested in looking at the presence of blood, semen, and or saliva on evidence that we receive at the lab. If that doesn't pan out, then we also send evidence forward that we consider contact that has been handled in a way. And if that fails, so to speak, then we look at hairs as a last resort.
Okay. And do you have any sort of specialized training when it comes to the field of body fluid identification?
Back in 2009, roughly there were 10 of us that were hired. And so an outside company came in and trained us. The first 5 or 6 weeks was the serology. That was the name at the time, body fluid identification now. That consisted of lectures, reading, practice samples, a mock test, which then turned into a mock trial. After we passed that, then there was about 3 or 4 months of DNA training. More reading, more mock samples, going through the whole DNA process, lectures, 3 mock cases. One of those was picked for a mock trial. Once we passed that, then we were assigned to a season forensic scientist at MSP, and basically we were observing how casework was done. After a few months, then we were allowed to do supervised casework. And then finally, we were released to do independent casework on our own.
See, the problem with this witness is that they didn't do any swabs. They didn't do any DNA testing. They didn't do anything. They got a cadaver dog, which hit on the trunk, which confirmed the defendant's admission that he transported the body and dumped it in a dumpster. They found a blood mark on the mattress, which they tested and couldn't confirm that it was blood. It wasn't blood. They found a red mark. And luminol didn't show anything. Why are we calling this witness? I'm very curious. What is he going to testify to? There was nothing to test.
And in terms of the methods you use in your casework, are those methods something that you just came up on your own, or are those methods more widely accepted in the law enforcement community and the scientific community as a whole?
It was accepted by law enforcement and the scientific community as a whole, yes.
And in terms of your work doing body fluid identification, have you ever testified as an expert in that field previously?
Yes, I have.
And has any court ever declined to qualify you as an expert in that field?
No, they have not.
Approximately how many times have you testified as an expert in body fluid identification?
44 times.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll pass for any voir dires to Dr. Hefner's expertise.
No questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, I just move to qualify Dr. Hefner as a expert in the field of body fluid identification.
All right, based on his education, training, and experience, I'll qualify him as an expert pursuant to MRE 702.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you have some role in doing some analysis when it came to the case of the disappearance of Zion Foster?
Yes, I did.
And would it be accurate to say that the work that you did in this case was done in two different phases?
Yes, it was.
And what was, just in general, what was the first phase of work that you did?
The first piece of evidence came to the lab in January of 22. I started working on the case in late February of 22. I finished in early March, and it consisted of trunk liners, a buccal swab from Mr. Brazier, if it's correct, Brazier, toothbrush from
Does he even know the
Ms.
defendant's
Foster.
name? Yeah, he does. It's Brazier with a B.
Report.
And I guess we'll go through the report in a minute, but just what's the overall objective of that first phase of work that you did in this case?
Didn't
To
see any hair
determine
lock on?
if there is blood, semen, or saliva present, collect potential hairs and or fibers for preservation for the future in case those first three things that we're looking for don't pan out.
Okay. And just so nobody's glued to the edge of their seat, in this first phase, was anything relevant found in terms of your overall analysis?
The tests for possible presence of blood were negative. I did send a couple of swabs from the trunk liners for contact. Sent that for
A lack
DNA.
of evidence.
I also sent a cutting of the buccal swab for Mr. Frazier, and I did a swab of the toothbrush from Ms. Foster. I sent those 4 items forward for DNA testing.
Okay. And how about the second phase of the work that you did in this case? What was just the general focus of that second phase?
Well, in the first phase, I also did some collection of hairs, and I did tape lifts of the trunk liners. Second phase was the hairs and the trunk liners coming back to the lab. That was June of 23, and I started working on that July of 23, and I finished near the end of August 2023.
Okay. And when you do analysis in a case like this one, do you document your analysis in the form of a laboratory report?
Yes, I do.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibits 26 and 27. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Do these two proposed exhibits, are those two reports that you authored in connection with this case?
Yes, they are.
And is proposed exhibit 26 a report concerning the first phase of work that you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
And would proposed exhibit 27 be a report concerning the second phase of work that you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
And would you say that those two reports fairly and accurately depict the work that you did in connection with this group?
Yeah, they do, because under common law theory, you can't convict somebody of a confession only. You actually need other corroborating evidence. So they do need it. Something. They don't have a body. They don't have any DNA at the house. They have a cadaver that hit in the trunk, nowhere else. A cadaver dog, rather. And they have cell phone data corroborating what the defendant said, that he left the house around midnight, 1 o'clock or so, drove to another city that's surrounded by Detroit, dumped the body in a dumpster, and then went back and then picked up his girlfriend and went to her house or their joint home or whatever. So the cell phone data also corroborates sort of his storyline, right? But they don't really swab for anything else. They do need corroborating evidence, though.
Particular case.
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, with that, I'd move to admit proposed exhibits 26 and 27.
Okay, fair enough.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I just want to walk through these two reports just briefly. So in terms of exhibit 26, do you see the section on page 1 that says evidence received?
Yes.
What information can we glean from this section of your report?
These are the items that I received related to this case.
Exactly
that
what it
I
says.
Eventually examined, essentially in that order.
Okay, and so that would consist of items purportedly from the trunk, and then you have a buccal swab specific to Jaylin Brazier, and it says a Zion Foster electric toothbrush. What would be the purpose of having an item like that, like an electric toothbrush?
Well, that would be used for a reference sample. When it comes to the DNA testing phase, you need to have something to compare the DNA profile or profiles, if such is generated.
Okay, and as part of what you do when the evidence comes into the lab, you take it and you process it for potential future DNA analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you don't actually do the DNA analysis yourself. That's a different forensic scientist.
That's correct.
Okay. And if we go down to the section where it says interpretations, for the trunk liner, can you describe the work that you did with respect to the trunk liner?
The trunk liner was a thick piece of rubber. I don't know if you have the pictures for them, but I do a visual check, look for potential reddish brown stain. That's usually an indication of possible blood. Take pictures, make documentations, and then if there are areas of potential reddish brownish staining, I take damp Q-tip swabs, swab some up on the Q-tip, and then add some chemicals, and that is called the phenolphthalein test. And in this case, all those swabs were negative.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you, future Mrs. Wait, what is it? Future Mrs. I can't remember what it is. But anyways, welcome. I have the TLDR. I don't know what that is. Anything exciting or shocking happening so far? Nothing really shocking. More entertaining. The defendant's first attorney was fairly entertaining. Martin, that's it. Future Mrs. Martin. Jeez, there we go. Nothing really shocking or like crazy happening. It's just kind of a lack of evidence, really. There's nothing to say how this woman died other than speculation. The fact that he hid the body is really the only evidence that they have, and he confessed to it. So I read the two. I read the too long, didn't read synopsis already. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, so nothing substantial. I mean, this is a whole lack of evidence. They've proven what he's already confessed to. They've offered substantiating evidence to what he's already confessed to, which is hiding the body in a dumpster. So it's count 2 of destruction of evidence is he's guilty of that. But the count 1 of second degree unaliving, I don't know. I don't see that there's enough, at least from what the state's presenting. I have a good theory, but the state's not arguing it.
Negative for female failure.
Okay, so that would mean you didn't find anything indicative of the presence of blood on the trunk line. Is that
Possible
correct?
presence of blood, correct.
Okay.
I don't know that they proved the dumpster, except he admitted to taking her there, and the cell phone evidence, cell phone data shows that he was there. So he left his home, drove to Hamtramck, I think is what it was, and to that particular parking lot. His phone is pinging all over the place with Google and with his cell phone towers. So that corroborates his statement that he took her and dumped her there. That's it. Again, cadaver dogs, DNA swabs, none of that. There's no other evidence other than cell phone data, which follows what he said he did.
And moving along, when it comes to the Jaylin Brazier buccal swab, is it fair to say you're just processing that for potential future DNA analysis?
Yes, there's no testing done on reference samples. In this case, I just took a cutting, put it in the tube, and set it to the side for transfer to the Northville lab, which is where the DNA testing is done.
Okay, and would that be the same for the toothbrush that was attributed to Zion Foster?
The toothbrush, I had to make a cotton tip swab damp, and I had to swab the toothbrush, let that dry, cut that, put it in the tube, and then send that forward for DNA testing.
Okay, and where it says black and tan car seat covers, were those items analyzed?
No, they were not.
Okay, and was that, were you requested to analyze those items?
Originally, we thought that there was something else in that container. So
Okay.
essentially,
I think they thought
black and tan
that
car
they
seat
had
covers
enough
were
with his
sent to
confession.
that in error.
Okay.
And they didn't
then
do
if
a
we
lot
go
of other
down to
testing.
The passenger side trunk liner. Can you describe the work that you did in this initial stage with respect to the passenger side trunk liner?
While making a visual examination, I saw potential hair/fibers. And so I collected those with clean set of tweezers and put them on your typical sticky notes. Take
The other
sticky note
thing
off
is,
and use the adhesive side, attach the hair.
The victim was 17. She had ran away several times. And I think because of that, the police were slow to respond. They thought, well, it's just a runaway. She'll come back again, kind of thing. So they were a little slow to kind of get going in investigating this case.
Hairs to that. I ended up with 3 of those. And then after that, I used the IR camera. IR stands for infrared. And essentially it grays out the surrounding. So it's a handheld device that you hook up to your computer, and I can watch my computer screen and I can scan the object. Very good for clothing that's black because it grays out the environment and blood will stain darker. And so when we see those, we can go back and we can circle because you can't see that with the naked eye. I did that in this case, even though the liners are gray, I still went through that process and I found 2 areas. I tested those for phenolphthalein and they were also negative.
Okay. And how about the driver's side trunk liner? What type of work did you do with that?
I essentially did the same thing. There were more potential hair fibers on this one because I ended up with a packet of hair that I made just by folding some paper a few times and making a little pouch. Put those in there with a clean set of tweezers. And then I also, again, used the IR camera again, found a couple areas, tested them for phenolphthalein. They were also negative. And I then also swabbed for potential contact. I did that for the passenger and the driver's side trunk liners.
Okay, and swabbing for potential contact, is that swab?
I will say that he restored his phone to factory settings. He did searches for do are garbage trucks also garbage compactors, and can you be charged with murder if they don't have a body? But that was all after the fact, after he was already like charged with these things. So it might have been more of a defense plant, work product sort of thing for his defense. But he did reset his phone to factory settings. He supposedly, allegedly, although I don't think there's any proof of it, deleted videos from his Ring camera that would have showed Zion at his house at the time. Now, he claims that the camera only records when it has movement. And since there was no recording at that time, it's proof that she wasn't there. But we know he lied about that and that he admitted that she, in fact, was there. So we can assume that he removed those videos from his Ring camera. And things like that. But that still, is that guilt of second degree unaliving, or is that guilt of hiding a corpse and disposing of a body because you're freaking out?
For potential future DNA analysis, is that correct?
Yes.
And would that be contact DNA, like if I were to touch something, leave some cells behind?
Yes.
Okay. What would be the purpose of testing for the presence of saliva?
In case there was any saliva discharge, perhaps from the mouth. In order to do that and see that, saliva is one of the things that fluoresces. So I got the alternate light source out, the ALS, and I scanned both trunk liners with that, and I found several places of fluorescence. I tested those by using a RSID card. It's almost like a home pregnancy test, but it's built and geared towards the detection of saliva. And in both cases, meaning for the passenger and driver side trunk liners, all those RSID tests were negative.
And in terms of the sort of disposition of evidence section of the report, what information does that tell us?
These are the samples that were sent forward for DNA testing.
Okay, and so that's just evidence that then gets held by the lab and goes to the DNA analyst for further review?
Yes, those samples are put into tubes, plastic tubes. Those tubes are then put in the cryo boxes, and the cryo boxes are eventually transferred to the Northville lab and eventually assigned to a DNA analyst, and then the DNA process begins.
And can I ask, in terms of the trunk liners, were they in a condition in which you would have been able to use a microscope to analyze the liners?
No, they were way too large.
Okay. And in terms of the
I
other
guess.
methods that you
I don't really know.
used to analyze
What
the
it would be
trunk
used for,
liners,
man.
if hypothetically there had been a microscopic portion of blood on one of those liners, would that have been detected by the methods that you used?
No.
Okay. And why is that?
Oh, that's an interesting theory. So they're trying to say, so the state's trying to say that the defendant violently unalived his cousin. And they turn to a broken glass table that's sitting out back, but they don't have any evidence as to how long it's been there. Could have been sitting there out back of the house for like 2 years, right? The house isn't very clean and kept nice and neat. So we don't really know why or how the table broke. Then they pointed to, they try to say like there was blood or indications of blood or indications that he cleaned up. There's not a lot of evidence that he cleaned up anything. Also, what was interesting is with the cadaver dog expert that testified, the cadaver dog said that the dog can pick up on the smallest amount of blood, like a pin size amount of blood. But the cadaver dog didn't pick up on anything except the trunk. So if the cadaver dog only picked up on a scent in the trunk and not in the house, that would tend to, I don't know, suggest to me, if I was in defense counsel, that no violent act, which could have resulted in blood from the victim, took place in the house, right?
That.
It's just too small.
Okay. And I want to move to Exhibit 27 now. And again, this reflects the second phase.
Yeah,
of the
and they
work
didn't
that you did
test
in this
the
case, is that correct?
table at all, or the items in the trunk.
And this phase of the work is focused on hair, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you can just kind of walk us through
Yeah, this was
briefly,
those Google searches were after he was
the
charged.
section
He was
entitled Evidence Received.
the defendant was in jail with an illegal cell phone and texting his girlfriend. And so he would research like articles or videos and then text them to his girlfriend while he was in jail after being arrested for this.
Steve, what does this tell us about the work that you were able to do here?
Well, this tells us the hairs that I collected. It also mentions the tape lifts that I collected.
And what is a tape lift? If you can describe that for the
That's
jury.
when you take a piece of packing tape essentially, and we sort of get it between our fingers here and actually tape lift a article of clothing. In this case, it would be the trunk liners. And so I went through the whole trunk liner doing this, and I used 4 pieces of tape. And then I put those pieces of tape face down on transparency paper.
Okay, and when you made these tape lifts, did the tape retrieve any fiber from the trunk liner?
It retrieved, yes.
And just visually looking at it, what did that fiber appear to be consistent with being?
Fibers and or potential strands of hair.
Okay. And in terms of these fibers that were retrieved using the tape lifts and any other fibers that you looked at, are we talking about long strands of hair or are we talking about something shorter?
Sure.
How short?
For the evidence taken from container 6, I think the longest strand of hair that I looked at was about 4.5 centimeters. And for container 7, it was 6.5 centimeters, which is roughly 2.5 inches.
Okay. And so in this sort of phase of your analysis, you're collecting potential hair fibers, and then do you do some analysis to determine whether those are actual hair fibers or something else?
Yes, I do.
And would that analysis be contained in the interpretation section of your report, starting at the bottom of page 1?
Well, some of it is contained in the evidence received.
Okay.
Those would be listed, container 6 hair slides.
I'll be right back.
That'd be right here?
Yes.
Okay.
So I made some slides and also did some tape lifts as well.
Okay, and what is a hair slide as opposed to a tape lift?
Well, eventually the slides from the tape lifts are going to be on the hairs from the tape lifts are eventually going to be on slides, because that's how I can actually visualize a hair under the microscope.
Okay. And when you do analyze hair or potential hair to try to figure out whether it's human hair or something else, what is the general method that you use? Is it using a microscope?
Yes, it is.
And did you do that with these fibers described here in the evidence received section?
Yes, I did.
And if we go down to the interpretations, what's the first interpretation tell us?
Evaluation indicated the presence of non-hairs. So those are essentially fibers.
Okay, so that could be clothing, some kind of synthetic fiber of some form.
Fibers from the trunk liner itself.
Okay, and what about the evaluation below that, where it says presence of non-human hair?
Those would be essentially animal hair.
Okay, and how about the next set of interpretations from the passenger side trunk liner? Can you walk us through those?
Yes, we have the presence of non-hairs. So again, that would be fibers. The presence of non-human hairs, that would be animal hairs. We get to the third indication, that would be human hairs not suitable for nuclear DNA, however, may be suitable for mitochondrial DNA testing by a fee-for-service laboratory.
And what's the difference between nuclear DNA testing and mitochondrial DNA testing?
Nuclear DNA testing is going to be DNA found in the nucleus, present in our cells, and we can do that at MSP. Mitochondrial DNA is DNA from the mitochondria with the organelles in our cells, and they are the powerhouse of the cell. So they make a component called ATP that powers basically all of our chemical reactions inside our cells. That is a different process.
And
with
is that process of mitochondrial DNA testing something that the Michigan State Police lab can do?
No.
Okay. And so it sounds like you found some possible human hair that was suitable for that type of analysis that's not something that Michigan State Police can do. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you also found some that was suitable for DNA testing. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the last statement there, suitable for nuclear DNA testing. Yes.
And then if we were to kind of scroll through the rest of this, is it essentially the case that the results were consistent with that for other items as well? You had some non-hair, some non-human hair, some hair that was potentially viable for mitochondrial DNA testing, and some hair that was viable for nuclear DNA testing.
That's correct.
So it's just kind of a mixed bag at this point.
That's correct.
Okay. And then in terms of the hair that is potentially viable for DNA testing, what do you do with that hair after you make that determination?
I take a cutting of that, put it in a tube, put those tubes in cryo boxes, and eventually they get sent over to North Bend.
Okay. And that would be for the potential DNA analysis?
Yes, as would be described in disposition of evidence there.
Now, I want to show you what has been admitted as a portion of Exhibit 25. And specifically, I'm going to direct you to page 20 of Exhibit 25. Did you have an opportunity to see one or more pictures like this of the trunk of the vehicle in this case?
I saw one picture like this, but that's not it.
Not that, but did it appear to be similar to this configuration?
Yes.
And I guess based on what you observed to see in the trunk, are there any sort of limitations to the type of analysis that you are equipped to do when it comes to finding or identifying body fluids?
Yes, there is.
And what would the sort of limitations be?
The presence of items like you see in the trunk, the trunk liners are underneath that. So if I or another analyst would have had a chance of perhaps finding a body fluid, it probably would have been where Miss Foster came into contact with things in the trunk. But it appears from that picture and the one that I saw that if she was on top of those items there, it would be somewhat difficult to find any body fluid past that on the trunk liners below.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, you indicated that some of the body fluids that you were trying to, I guess, locate as part of the body fluid identification is blood, semen, and saliva, and contact DNA. Would that be correct?
That's what we do, yes.
Okay. So it would be fair that at some time saliva is preserved on certain materials in order for you to detect it and do an analysis on it, correct?
When you say preserved?
Or present?
Yes.
And just to be clear, in order for it to be present, it would have to be somewhat preserved on that particular material, correct? Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Now, when you receive evidence to analyze, you're not in the process of actually collecting this particular
how are you?
correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you just process what's given to you, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you are shown pictures such as the one that the prosecutor just sent to you or showed you, are you able to suggest to say, hey, I see something in this picture that I'm not analyzing. I'm requesting that be sent to me so I can analyze it?
No.
Now, you indicated that when you use your infrared camera, you stated that it's hooked up to a computer monitor, correct?
It's hooked up to my laptop.
To your laptop, okay. And you're able to use the actual infrared camera to scan over a particular material while simultaneously looking at your monitor to see if there's a presence of blood, correct?
To see if there's some darker staining, because that's what usually happens. Blood stains darker, yes.
Okay. Now let me ask you, is there a comparative equipment such as a device that would magnify your view as you're going over a particular material while simultaneously looking at your laptop?
While using an infrared camera? No.
So you don't have like a electric magnifying glass or electric microscope that you would be able to scan over a particular area while looking at your computer screen to see a magnified image of whatever you're looking at?
Not something as large as a trunk liner? No.
Okay. It doesn't exist, or you just don't have that particular equipment?
We have a new stereoscope that you can hook up to a computer monitor, a computer laptop that does have some magnification. I believe maybe 100x. We just got it, so no one in the lab has used it. That would be the only thing I can think of right now. Where you could scan something and magnify it. And look on a computer screen.
And was this particular equipment available to you when you did this particular analysis?
No, it was not.
Okay. Do you know if this particular equipment was in existence when you did your particular analysis?
I'm not sure, but we've had it for about a year, and I think they were probably working on it before that.
Okay. And you concluded your last analysis on August 25th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have this particular equipment in your laboratory on that particular day?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did it ever occur to you that you might want to use this particular equipment on the trunk liner to see if you can get a better magnification of it?
I could not, because it was not, I had not gone through validation. We hadn't had training on it. So
They didn't
it
test
no one could use it.
anything.
Okay. Are you trained and certified on that particular equipment as of today?
I've gone through some training, but I would have to have a refresher because that was several months ago.
Okay. But when you received that particular training at that particular time, were you certified or qualified to use that equipment?
I could have, yes.
Okay. If you remember, what date or approximately what date was it when you were certified to use that particular equipment?
Oh, I don't remember. Sometime last year, I don't remember.
Sometime last year?
Yeah.
Okay. If you had to, I guess estimate, was it before the August 25th date, or was it of 2023 or after?
I think it would be after.
It'd be after? Okay. And did you still have this particular trunk liner in your possession at the moment in time that you became certified on this equipment?
No, I did not.
You did not? Okay. Where did you send it to?
When we're finished with it, the agency, we send it back to the agency that sent it to us.
Okay. Can you request certain materials to be resent back to you under the acknowledgement stating that, hey, I have received different equipment that could possibly help me further analyze this material?
I could talk to my supervisor.
But you didn't.
We have a discussion perhaps. You might talk to the lab director. It may have to go up after that.
But you didn't.
Was that done in this particular case?
No, it was not.
Okay. Now, you indicated that these car seat covers were sent in error?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make the determination that the car seats were sent in error?
No.
Okay. It's just something that was relayed to you?
There was a communication, some emails between boss at the time, I believe Detective Chain, who was the submitting officer, that I believe they thought that there was a gray car seat in that container.
Okay.
And when it wasn't, obviously, I opened it up, they were black and tan. I mentioned that to my boss at the time. She contacted Detective Chain. I also have communication with Detective Chain. And that's when we determined that those car seats were the wrong piece of evidence.
Okay. Now, when you indicated that with the buccal swab and the toothbrush,
Did he say buccal?
that belonged to Miss Foster,
It's
you stated
buckle.
that you did a cut for DNA, if I'm not misstating the terminology.
For the buccal swab, I made a cutting.
Okay. And could you just describe what do you mean by that when you say you did a cut for DNA?
Buccal swabs either come to the lab as a serrated tooth sort of swab, and I can just take a scalpel on a piece of clean paper toweling and cut off the first tooth, put that in the tube. It can also come as a cotton tip swab, something like you would put to do your ear or maybe take makeup off, whatever. In that case, I cut maybe about a half of that swab off and put it in the tube.
Okay.
Buccal swab.
Now, so it'd be a fair statement that when you use or anybody uses the alternative light source, they would be able to detect whether or not there's a presence of saliva, correct?
We look for fluorescence.
Okay.
Saliva is not the only thing that fluoresces.
But it's one of the things that fluoresces, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And another item that would fluoresce would be blood?
No.
Blood would not? Okay. With semen?
Yes.
Okay. Now with blood, would you use a different type of procedure other than the infrared camera to detect the presence of blood?
The only other thing I could use would be luminol.
Luminol, okay, thank you. And did you use luminol in this particular situation?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason why you did not use luminol?
The one picture that I looked at, with all the items present there, it did not appear that luminol would be beneficial to use in that case.
Okay. But you didn't try anyway, just to see whether or not it was present, correct?
No, I did not try.
Okay. Now you indicated that, first of all, do you know which portion of the vehicle the trunk liner came from, whether it was the top portion of the trunk or the bottom portion?
I believe it was the bottom.
You're not sure, or are you guessing, or?
I'm not sure, but
okay.
If I had to say, I would say it was from the bottom.
Okay.
It's exactly how I am straight. Like, my gut is this guy is guilty. My gut is this guy is guilty. My gut is that way. But I'm trying to, like, if I was on the jury, right? Am I going to find this guy guilty based on this evidence? If I'm objectively looking at this, there's not any evidence that he caused the unaliving, only that he disposed of the body. So that's count 2. Find him guilty on count 2. I'm back and forth. Like, emotionally, I want to put this guy away, but he could be completely innocent. She could have just died there and he did this stupid thing after that.
And what would lead you to that
Take care,
assumption,
Aaron.
or
Didn't see you leaving.
that it was the bottom?
By the shape, it looked like it was covering or going over part of the wheel well, and then it dipped down, which might be towards the end on both sides. So it had more of a shape that it was going to be on the bottom, fitting in, again, over the wheel wells, as opposed to something from the top hanging down.
Okay. And you analyzed multiple truck liners, correct?
No, I have some here and there.
No, in this particular case.
On this case, I had 2. Yes.
Okay. You had a passenger side truck liner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a driver side truck liner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever inquire which part of the vehicle that this came from, so you wouldn't have to make a guess?
As far as, I mean, one was labeled passenger side, the other was trunk, and I went from there.
Okay, so you didn't inquire on whether or not this particular trunk liner on either side, passenger or driver.
Yeah, there's no motive
top
either.
portion of the trunk or the bottom portion of the trunk.
The state did try to come up with a motive by saying that there were these sexualized text messages between them. That didn't really materialize, at least thus far in the case. To the extent that there was anything, it was like joking sort of stuff. Like, I'm getting a BJ from this woman that doesn't know what she's doing. Was sent from him to her, that kind of stuff. It wasn't really like sexually charged or anything.
No, I did not.
Okay. And that information wasn't provided to you on exactly what portion of the trunk it came from, top or bottom?
No, it was not.
Now, you did not find any hairs that were, I guess, suitable for nuclear DNA testing. Would that be correct?
No, that's not true.
That's not true? Okay.
I sent some hairs forward from the passenger and the trunk and the driver's side.
Okay.
Disposition of my second.
For nuclear DNA testing?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be clear, which, I guess, numbering would there be that you found a potential human hair that was suitable for nuclear DNA testing?
When you say numbering,
as far as 6B, 7A, 7B, 6A?
I would have to look at my report.
If you could.
Six B would be from the passenger side, and 7B would be from the driver's side.
Okay, thank you. And once this hair is gathered, do you analyze it or do you send it off?
I send it off.
Okay. And that's to another agency or another department?
That's another lab within the Michigan State Police.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that some other potential hair that could have been suitable for mitochondrial DNA testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that this is or could be sent to a fee-for-service lab, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does your lab work in conjunction with a fee-for-service lab?
We have the information that we could give to the agency and or the prosecutor if they requested that work to be done.
Okay. In this particular case, did you send that information to the prosecutor?
It was not requested, no.
Okay. But did you notify them that there was a potential hair sample that could be processed possibly for mitochondrial DNA, but it would have to be at a fee-for-service laboratory?
Not outside of what's stated in my report. No, I did not.
Okay. But your report did indicate that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you did forward that report over to the prosecutor and or the officer in charge, correct?
It is sent out automatically, yes.
Okay. And you couldn't say whether or not they followed up with that information and went to a fee-for-service laboratory, correct?
If they would have followed up, there would have to be some contact with MSP, whether either my boss or the lab director, that we needed to get those samples sent to them. I would have to go back and then cut those samples, put them in a tube, and get them ready to be sent to the lab.
And as far as you remember, that process did not occur, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you shown a potential, are you shown houses, pictures of houses that a search may have been done in that particular house? As far as where evidence is collected or where evidence is searched for?
Sometimes there are pictures that are put into the OR, which is the repository for our cases. Sometimes there are pictures in there. Many times they're not. Usually those would probably be tagged along with the crime scene reports, which I very rarely look at.
Now, if there were items of clothes or other items inside of this trunk, would you prefer to test these individual items with a fluorescent camera and or with an alternative light source?
Prefer, or as opposed to, I can only test what I'm given.
Absolutely. But in a perfect world, if it was your choice and your task is to find potential evidence of either blood, semen, or contact DNA, if you were searching the car and you saw pictures of clothes and other items, would you have liked those items to be then seized and then given to yourself in order to analyze these items for potential evidence?
Yes, I would have preferred evidence that was more in contact with Miss Foster.
Okay. And that wasn't your decision on what you analyzed, correct?
That was not my decision, correct.
Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. We are watching a no body, little evidence trial out of
Just to be
Detroit,
clear,
Michigan.
The DNA that was gathered from what? Let me back up. The electric toothbrush that was provided to you for Zion Foster. You stated that was in order to get a particular sample for Miss Foster's DNA, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That is
the
my
reason you needed a sample
understanding,
of her
T,
DNA is
but I don't know
in
either.
order to first get that sample and then compare it with potential evidence to see if there's a presence of that particular DNA in other places, correct?
It was used as a standard so that if there's a DNA profile generated from the evidence, you can make, or comparison can be made. Yes.
Okay. Now, the question was asked of whether or not a microscopic, I guess, drop of blood can be identified. There's a possibility at times where blood that is not seen by the naked eye could be detected using either infrared camera, correct?
Yes.
And or luminol, correct?
Luminol would probably be better. Yes.
Okay. So there are ways of detecting microscopic pieces of blood through alternative methods. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
So he basically sat up there for 20 minutes to testify that there was no evidence of any bodily fluid of the victim in the defendant's car, even though the defendant admitted to transporting her body in his car. Okay, I'm not sure what the point of this was.
People call Erica St. Clair.
Who is Erica St. Clair? How many more witnesses do we have to prove that there's no evidence that this defendant actually did any sort of unaliving? If you guys are new and just joining us here, Jaylin Brazier is being charged with the second-degree unaliving of his cousin, Zion. Now, he admits that she died at his home and that he says he freaked out, didn't know what to do, so dumped her body in a dumpster. He's been charged and convicted with lying to police during investigation out of Macomb County. And he's currently on trial for second-degree unaliving and destruction of evidence. I think they got him on destruction of evidence, but I have heard no evidence as to how this person actually died or any evidence that he actually caused the death. In fact, we have a victim who is prone to seizures and passing out and has other health issues.
Please try to avoid our natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods, and the head, as well as uhs and ahas, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up. If you would, please state your name and spell it.
My name is Erica St. Clair, ERICAST, period, CLAIR.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Grand Rapids Forensic Laboratory. I'm employed by the Michigan State Police.
And what is your position and title?
She's gonna say she tested stuff.
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA unit in the Grand Rapids lab.
And how long? Have you
So maybe that last witness was just a chain of custody witness. That would
I've
make
been a
sense.
forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police for about 8 years. I've been in Grand Rapids for about 4 years. Prior to being in Grand Rapids, I was at one of the other state police laboratories, the Northville Laboratory.
And what sort of work does the DNA unit do at the Michigan State Police Lab?
Seems really
So in the
quiet to
DNA
me.
unit, we will receive samples that are either evidence samples or reference samples, and then we can analyze those in the laboratory in hopes that we can obtain a DNA profile. And then once we obtain profiles, I can look at those profiles and also make comparisons of evidence profile of reference samples to those evidence profiles.
And could you describe for the jury, just in general, what is DNA?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's basically like a set of instructions in our body. It tells our body how to function.
I
It
learned
also
this
gives
from
us some of
Jurassic
our
Park.
traits, like our hair color and our eye color. And we inherit half of our DNA from our mom and half of it from our father.
And is DNA unique to each person, or can two people have the same DNA?
So DNA is unique between each individual. Everyone will have a different DNA profile. The only exception to that would be identical twins. So identical twins will have the same DNA.
Okay. And what is when you say DNA profile, what does that mean? What is a DNA profile?
So when I talk about a DNA profile, it's basically a visual picture of what our DNA looks like. So when we do the processing in the laboratory, the very last step of the process, the sample goes onto an instrument that separates our DNA by size. So the picture that we're getting on this piece of paper, there's 24 different locations that I look at on our DNA. So on the piece of paper, there's 24 different locations, and at each location, there's what we call peaks on the paper, and those represent DNA types. So DNA types would be the different versions of our DNA that we could either get from our mom or we could get from our dad.
Okay. And if you have two separate DNA profiles from two separate sources, is there a way for you to compare those profiles to see if they are the same or different?
Yeah, so if I receive evidence samples into the laboratory, I can then take any known reference sample that I get. So say I get a buccal swab from somebody's mouth, I can take that sample and compare it to that evidence sample.
Okay. And in terms of your own background in doing this type of analysis and comparison, what's your educational background? If you can walk us through that.
So I have a Bachelor of Science in both forensic biology and in biotechnology. And then upon being hired into the Michigan State Police, I went through a training program before I could even work on cases within the agency. So that training, it consisted of looking at our procedure manuals, reading journal articles that were related to my field of work. I also observed trained analysts during my training and watched them do casework. And then once I did that, I was able to take basically practice samples that would mimic what we're actually doing in the laboratory. And I would do all of my laboratory work, the interpretations that goes with that. And then at the very end, I took a written test, an oral test, as well as a practical test in the laboratory.
Okay. And in terms of the methodology that you use for the type of DNA analysis that you do, is that methodology something that you just came up with, or is it something that's used more widely in the scientific community?
Yes, so it's something that's used widely throughout the scientific community.
And
At the most, this witness is going to testify to substantiating the defendant's statements that he put her in the trunk.
Yes, prior to today, I've
And that's
testified
it.
26 other times.
And has any court ever declined to qualify you as an expert in that field?
They never declined to qualify me. There were 2 times where they didn't even move to qualify me as an expert. They just let me testify.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, I'd pass for any voir dire as to the witness's expertise in the field of DNA analysis.
No questions.
Thank you. With that, I would
Yeah,
move to
you
have,
think so?
Ms. Sinclair qualified as an expert in the field of DNA.
I feel like that's an accurate statement.
She qualifies as an expert in the area of DNA analysis pursuant to MRA 702.
Thank you, Your Honor. And did you do some analysis in connection with the investigation into the disappearance of Zion Foster?
Yes, I did.
And,
She looks really young
is it-
too.
Would it be accurate to say that the analysis that you did in connection with this case was in sort of like 2 different phases?
Yes.
And just in basic terms, what was the focus of the first phase of analysis you did?
So in the first phase, that consisted of me getting reference samples as well as 2 evidence samples. So I received passenger side trunk liner swabs as well as driver side trunk liner swabs. And then the 2 reference samples that I received in that first part was a buccal swab from Jaylin Brazier, as well as
I'm not sure if she
an
wants to
electric
look
toothbrush from
mid-30s. It's
Zion
just sort of
Foster,
defaulted that way, right?
which was meant to be used as an alternate reference.
Okay. And so was the idea of this first phase of the analysis to determine whether a comparison could be made between those different items?
Yes.
And in terms of the second phase of your analysis later on, what was the focus of that phase?
So with the second part, I did another report that was related to this case. I also received additional evidence samples for that report. And then I was able to determine whether or not I could make comparisons to reference samples with those evidence samples. So with those samples, I received 9 different hairs from the trunk liner.
And would the second report or the second phase of your work then?
So the defendant admits to putting the victim in the trunk and transporting her body.
And in terms of the analysis that you did in this case, did you document your conclusions for each phase in 2 different reports?
Yes, I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibits 28 and 29.
Unless she had a sample of hair with like contained the root, indicating it might have been ripped out. I don't know if this is going to go to count 1, just count 2.
The first phase of the analysis that you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
And is proposed exhibit 29 a report concerning the second phase?
So he pled. All right. So here's the timeline. So January 5th, 2022, Zion goes missing. Jaden says, I don't know. She was never here. I haven't seen her since May, blah, 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 blah. Zion's mother starts investigating and looking at things. The police get involved. And then apparently Jaden is getting death threats. And he eventually walks in and turns himself in and says, listen, she was here. We were doing drugs, smoking weed. She died. I freaked out. I didn't know what to do. So I transported her to in my trunk to a dumpster and dumped her body. That's it. That's all I know. And because the locations of everything crossed 2 county lines, he was charged in Macomb County, which is a county north of Wayne, with lying to a police officer. And he pled guilty to that, and he was sentenced to 2 years. So now in Wayne County, he's being charged with the 2nd-degree unaliving and the destruction of evidence. That's count 2. So he made a statement during his sentencing in Macomb County, essentially that, she was doing fine, don't know, all of a sudden she was dead, I was freaking out, and I dumped her body. So although it's ridiculous and stupid and sort of kind of unbelievable, there's really no evidence that he did anything other than that. So a lot of this trial has been proving what he's already admitted to, which is count 2, destruction of evidence. There's really been no evidence as to count 1 that he did something to cause her death.
Phase of the analysis that you did in this case.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that those 2 reports
Yes. Yes, it
fairly
is,
and
Dre.
accurately depict your sort of conclusions that you made with regard to your analysis in this case?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. I'd move to admit proposed exhibits 28 and 29.
No objection.
may I publish, Your Honor?
Sure.
And again, I just to make sure nobody's glued to their edge of their seat here, did you find any DNA that could be used for comparison purposes, or that were you able to make any sort of comparison here in this case?
So in this case, for both reports, I was unable to make any comparisons to the reference samples.
Okay, and if we look through the first report, Exhibit 28, in terms of the evidence section of the report, what is
Well, it is tampering with evidence, destruction of evidence. Moving the body is always that. But I think it needs to be in furtherance of covering or concealing a crime. So that's why I think he didn't take a plea to it, because it needs to be in furtherance of covering up a crime. Well, if he didn't commit a crime by unaliving her, then in theory, he shouldn't be guilty of tampering with evidence. I don't know. It's a weird little legal thing, but I think they got enough to find him guilty on count 2, which is be like a 4-year max.
what does that tell us?
So the evidence section of the report, it tells us which items of evidence or reference samples that I received to analyze for this record.
Okay, and so what were these initial items?
Second degree unaliving could
So
be
the
life
first
in
one, that's
prison.
item 3DA, which was a buccal swab from Jaylin Brazier. The second one was item 5D, which was the alternate reference that I received for Zion Foster. It was an electric toothbrush swab. And then the 2 evidence items that I received were item 6D, which were passenger side trunk liner swabs, and then item 7D, which were driver side trunk liner swabs.
Okay, and when you are
The state has alleged that she died violently, but they just sort of suppose that. They actually admit that they don't know how she died. If they had the body, the state said in the opening statement, if we had the body, we'd be able to tell you how she died, but we don't know. We suppose she died in a violent altercation.
So
I don't know
with
what the evidence is to
toothbrushes, like in
support
this
that.
case,
Everything is kind of
we expect to get items
vague
that
and
the individual would have used often that we would expect their DNA to be
speculative.
on. Sometimes we get hairbrushes, but toothbrushes are definitely one of the main ones that we get.
Okay.
Nope, they still don't have the body. Never
in
found the
The
body.
section of this report entitled
They have no blood.
Results of examination. What does that tell
They have no blood in the defendant's home. They have no blood in the defendant's car. They have potentially maybe some of the victim's hair in the trunk of the car. That's what this woman's testifying to. But he admitted that to transporting the body. Also, the cadaver dog that they brought to the house didn't hit anywhere in the house. And according to the testimony, can pick up on a pin-size head of size of blood, right? So this dog's got to pick it up if it exists. Didn't pick up on anything in the house, but did pick up or indicated something with regard to the trunk again. So they don't have any evidence of tampering with phones. They don't have, like, the house is not destroyed, indicating a fight was going on. The police did a walkthrough of the house, I think 2 or 3 days after she disappeared, and the house is just sort of cluttery, but not, destroyed or anything. There's really no evidence of any violent altercation. The most they have is a broken glass coffee table sitting in the back of the house. But there's no indication as to when it broke, how long it's been sitting there. It could have been sitting there for 2 years. Given the state of the house, probably, people set things out back and it's just sort of sitting there. There's really not a lot of evidence as to how she died. All they have is an admission that he transported the body and dumped it in a dumpster. They have cell phone data, which shows that he left his home at roughly the time he said, went to that dumpster location, roughly the time that he said, and then went to his girlfriend's house. So they have cell phone data, and presumably they're going to testify about DNA evidence corroborating his disappearing of the body portion of it, but no evidence as to how she actually died. What's interesting too is that the mother of the victim testified on day one, and not on direct, but on cross-examination, testified that Zion, the victim, had seizures and would pass out during those seizures at times. And the boyfriend of Zion also testified to the same. So she had a medical condition. And so I think that should have shifted the state's argument that maybe she passed out due to her seizures and the defendant didn't know what was going on, but dumped her thinking she was dead. And then leaving her out in the cold in January in Michigan is what actually caused her death. That could be second-degree murder. But they haven't really argued that. So I don't know. It's destruction of evidence. Hiding a body is it's not like he cut it up or anything, so he didn't decimate a corpse. He just hid the evidence. I know, right? Yeah, everyone's got a broken glass coffee table sitting around.
So it basically tells us what methods that were used in the laboratory, which chemistries we used in the laboratory, as well as possible computer programs that we could have used had I been able to make comparisons.
Okay. And how about the interpretation section? What's the
I don't know straight, but
what's
a
the
different
first
state, so
interpretation
different
that's in
laws.
the report?
So the first interpretation would be for item 3DA, so that buccal swab from Jaylin Brazier. I determined that that DNA profile was sufficient to make comparisons with.
Okay, so would that mean that hypothetically, if you had another DNA profile from another source, you could compare the two? There would be enough DNA to work with there?
Yes.
Okay. And how about the second interpretation?
So the second one, that was
Bobby,
in
why you gotta
regards
say
to
stuff like
the
that in my
electric
chat?
toothbrush swab,
It's
which was
inappropriate,
served
sir.
as the alternate reference for Zion Foster. I also determined that that DNA profile was sufficient to make comparisons with as well.
Okay. And then how about the next interpretation at the top of page 2?
So with the passenger side trunk liner swab, I determined that that DNA profile was too complex to make any comparisons to. So basically that means that there were too many people contributing to that profile. In our procedures, I'm able to
How
make
many people?
comparisons to DNA
How many
profiles.
people did he have in
containing
his
up to
trunk?
4 individuals. So I determined that this profile had more than 4 individuals contributing their DNA.
Okay.
More than
So,
4 people's DNA is in this guy's trunk.
If we could back up just a minute. So the type of swab that you're dealing with here from the passenger trunk liner, are you familiar with something called like contact DNA?
Yes.
And so what is contact DNA?
So contact DNA would be the type of DNA that we get from just touching an item. So if I were to say touch like this ledge, I could leave my DNA behind. It's usually lower quantities of DNA when it comes to contact DNA. We can also transfer our DNA. So if I were to touch an item and then someone else were to come up and touch that item, my DNA could potentially transfer to them.
Okay.
And she does have a history
would
of
the
running away.
purpose of creating a swab for something like the trunk liner, would that be to identify potential contact DNA?
Yes.
And you said here that so there is my understanding correct that there was DNA identified in that swab, is that correct?
Yes, there was.
It was just too complex to analyze for comparison purposes.
Yes.
Okay. And then how about the final conclusion for the interpretation section?
So with that other item, the driver side trunk liner swabs, I also determined that that was too complex to make any comparisons to. So again, I just determined that there were more than 4 individuals contributing to that profile. So I was unable to make comparisons, but there was DNA present on that item.
And so you're not able to go in and figure out whose DNA that was, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then for Exhibit 29, again, just kind of going to the top of the report in the evidence section, does that just list the sort of items that you receive for potential DNA analysis?
Yes, it does. It lists the 9 different hairs that I received for this analysis.
Okay, and similar to the items that you received for your first report, do these items before they come to you get handled by someone else at the Michigan State Police Lab?
Yes, they do.
And what would be the
I mean, not to belittle the victim or the victim's family or anything, there was rumors that she was kind of taken into some sort of sex trafficking ring. So who knows?
I guess the position or the role of whoever first handles these items?
So these items would have come from our body fluid identification
That's true.
unit.
I don't think he would.
So they are looking
I think he'd
for
point the
either
finger towards her. She's right over
fluids
here.
like blood, semen, saliva, or they could be just cutting swabs for contact DNA or looking at items like this that are hairs.
Okay. And
That's how the OnlyFans gets tied in.
Are there any limitations with identifying DNA that's suitable for comparison purposes when it comes to human hair?
Yeah, so unfortunately with human hairs, we need root material. So right where the hair is attached to your head, we need the root material to be able to do DNA comparison, to do DNA work. And then sometimes, unfortunately, there's just not enough DNA in our hair. It depends on whether our hair was actively growing at the time or whether it wasn't, how much DNA could be present. So it's not surprising when we don't get DNA from hairs due to that low amount of DNA that we usually find.
Okay, and if we go to the interpretations section, is it fair to say that for the vast majority of the items that you looked at, you were not able
I don't think
to
that's how it went
obtain
down, Sean.
a DNA profile, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and again, is that something that's surprising to you?
No, it's not surprising.
And there's one where you were able to obtain a profile.
So with this other one, item 6B2D, hair from passenger side trunk liner. That item I determined was insufficient. That profile was insufficient for comparisons. So that means that there wasn't enough DNA there for me to make comparisons to. So in this case, the DNA profile actually only contained one DNA type. And that's just not enough DNA for me to make any comparisons to.
Okay, and so I guess the bottom line is that based on the evidence you received, you were not able to make any comparisons. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
It was alleged that the defendant had an OnlyFans page that he was
Good
posting
afternoon.
something of.
Now, just to be clear, you stated that you did have a sufficient sample for Mr. Brazier and Ms. Foster to enable for you to compare their DNA with evidence, correct?
Had I had evidence that I was able to make comparisons to, I had a DNA profile that was usable from both of them.
Okay. And when you're checking for DNA, you're not just checking just for contact DNA. That'd be a first step, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're checking to see if their DNA could be present from blood, correct?
Yes, it could be.
Could be from saliva also?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't just limit your analysis just for contact DNA, correct?
No, my analysis, it will capture all types of DNA.
Okay. And it is not your task to actually retrieve, I guess, swab of DNA safe from the trunk liner, correct?
No.
Okay, that's presented to you, correct?
Yes.
And just give us an estimate. Is it a small sample? Just how does that sample look when it's being presented to you?
So the sample is fairly small. We either get very small cuttings of an item, or if we get swabs, it basically looks like the head of a Q-tip that gets used to swab the areas. And so we get that swab portion of that Q-tip, and that goes into a tiny little tube, and that tiny little tube with that sample is what gets brought into the laboratory for processing.
Okay. And in this particular analysis, you indicated that there were too many DNA profiles on the truck liner in order for you to make a comparative analysis?
So for both the passenger side and the driver's side trunk liners, those swabs, I did determine that there was too many people contributing to that profile. So there
Okay.
were more than 4 individuals.
Okay. And do you happen to know how many profiles or just more than 4?
Just more than 4.
Okay. And in incidences where that happened, are you able to then go back to, I guess, the body fluid identification task team and request a different sample from a different area of that material that may not have as many potential contributors?
Yeah, so it's always possible, given what results we might get with the DNA testing, that we could go back and look at other areas of evidence on the evidence or other items of evidence completely.
Okay. In this particular incident, did you request that the body fluid identification team?
Oh, this mic is horrible.
From a different area of this truck line.
So in this case, I did not request a different sample, no.
Okay. And would you be the only person to make that request?
No, the request can be made by the agency when they get the results from our reports. So it's not just me that can make that request.
Okay. And if you know, was such a request made by the agency who initially requested this evidence to be analyzed?
I do not.
You don't know, or it didn't happen?
I do not know.
Okay. Had it happened, would that have to go through you, or would you get knowledge of that particular request?
So if we were to get a request from the agency about additional processing, it would go through our laboratory directors as well as our supervisors to determine whether or not submitting more evidence on the case was a good idea, was suitable to be made.
Okay. And if that process was, I guess, accepted, then ultimately that new evidence or new portion of evidence would then come to yourself to be analyzed?
Yes, it could come to me. It could also come to other analysts in the unit as well. But since I wrote this first report, generally, we keep evidence within reports between the same analysts.
Okay, it'd be fair that you did not do any subsequent analysis after this report was authored, correct?
Other than the hairs that I received, no.
Were you able to determine, in fact, that these were hairs?
No, that is not part of my analysis.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not this was hair or not, correct?
I only go off of the description. I do not make any determinations about whether they're hair or not.
Okay. And you indicated that item 6B2D, the hair that was recovered from the passenger or suspected hair that was recovered from the passenger side frontliner, it was insufficient for comparison purposes?
Yes.
And if I don't want to misstate your testimony, but did you indicate that there was only one DNA profile on that particular suspected hair?
So there was one DNA type. So as I stated before, I look at 24 locations in my DNA analysis. So each of those locations, so if we're thinking that the profile is from one individual, we could either see 1 or 2 DNA types at each location. So through this whole DNA profile, so all 24 locations of this profile, there was only one DNA type present.
Okay. And you were unable to compare that particular one profile with your 2 references?
Yes, I was unable to make a comparison between that one DNA type in that DNA profile to the reference samples.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Any questions from the jury?
Oh, we got jury questions. I love jury questions. My son wanted to stream a trial with me, and I told him I was going to make him into son of the God of Law. So I was playing around with some AI, and there's a lot of baby Jesus that came up. Yeah, so no match. This is like a whole lot of lack of evidence. We don't have evidence of this. We don't have evidence of that. Please convict. I was even looking at the Fox 2 chat a bit, and some of the people are agreeing with my position. Like, this is enough for maybe tampering with evidence, but not for second degree. See here. I like Queen Betty, I guess. The brother is stupid. The brother of the defendant is stupid. If you let the defendant stay over at his house, that's a grown ass man that dumps bodies. Nobody knew this at the time, right? The brother of the defendant testified that he didn't even know the defendant and Zion knew each other. People are just coming out of the woodwork with everything. I think a lot of people in this chat are like personally connected to this case. I know there was one woman I was messaging back and forth with that clearly was going to try to get her on and have her talk a little bit about it. I think she's a family member. My son has hair like Jesus. Yeah, I had a daughter, and then the second one was a son, and I was like, great, we're done. Got one of each. Oh, wrong way. I invited her on, and she said she's just here to watch and support Zion. I said, okay, that's fine. Yes.
Right, maybe you can step in.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, we're taking about 5-10 minutes break.
So apparently the jury question was not appropriate. Just so you know, in Michigan, juries are allowed to ask questions, and they'll write them down, present them to the judge. The judge will confer with counsel. If they are appropriate, the judge will then read them to the witness. The witness will answer, and then both attorneys will get opportunity to ask questions based off of the jury questions. But if they're not appropriate questions, then the judge won't ask them. That is the mother of Zion, I believe. I recognize her. I believe she's the first one that testified. Jury question. I got to poop. Actually, the jury questions, they were really good. They've been focused on a lot of this whole seizure thing and passing out thing. The jury questions have been good.
Recording stopped.
Welcome back to Live Now.
Nope. Don't want to watch that. Okay. So we should be back here. Oh, no, that's a replay. Hang on. We're back in court. Let me just get caught up. All right. Then we're back in court. Who's that lady? The news reporter that came on, she works for Fox 2, if that's what you're talking about. The woman in the red shirt that was standing in the courtroom, that's the victim's mother.
Please raise your right hand.
Yeah, and this cameraman's been really focused on those things.
That the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please take your seat at the witness.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You'll be asked a series of questions. Please wait till these questions are fully asked before you respond. You'll have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid a natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, as well as uhs and ahs, because also translated into the record.
Mom has 6 kids, I believe she testified to.
Keep your voice up, and if you would, please state your name and spell it.
Stephen Ford, Steven Ford.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. What do you do for a living?
Detroit police officer.
And how long have you been?
Why is the cameraman not? There we go.
And what is your current role with the Detroit Police Department?
I work homicide.
And how long have you been working with homicide?
13
I'll be
years.
back.
And within homicide, do you have a particular specialty?
Yes, I'm a certified video technician.
And what does that mean to be a certified video technician?
Means I'm certified through the Law Enforcement Emergency Services Video Association, LEVA, and I extract all videos from media devices, from DVRs, any hard drive, but anything that contains video.
And how long have you been in that specific area of focus with video?
12 years.
And as part of your role with the the homicide unit, did you have some involvement into the investigation of Zion Foster's disappearance in January of 2022?
Yes.
I want to show you briefly something that's been admitted already as Exhibit 21. And I'm just going to publish a file on Exhibit 21 ending in 441. Are you familiar with this particular video?
Yes, this is the neighbor across the street from the suspect's house.
Okay, and is that on Greenfield Road in Detroit?
Yes,
And at some point during the course of the investigation, did you go to that neighbor's house in an attempt to extract video?
I did.
And were you successful at that time in actually obtaining video directly from that person's video system?
Her system was overwritten.
Okay, and do you recall approximately when you went to that location?
I believe it was right after Detroit received the case, so shortly after we got it.
Okay, so would it have been January 18th, 19th timeframe?
Yeah.
Somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Okay, and so by that point, the system is overwritten. But did you have contact with the neighbor who lived at this location?
I did.
And did you sort of have an opportunity to view any videos that she had?
She saved screenshots of her video.
Okay, and so that's kind of what we're left with, are these screen grabs essentially.
Yes.
And obviously it's kind of small on that screen. Is there a way to take a screenshot so that you can get like a larger image of just the video portion?
From your cell phone or?
From like your computer.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibits 92. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Is proposed exhibit 92 a series of screenshots taken from these videos?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that those just represent sort of snapshots of specific moments in time, otherwise captured on the video that's been admitted as Exhibit 21?
Yes.
And would you say that the images contained in Exhibit 92 are fair and accurate depictions of the video itself?
Yes.
And is it fair to say also that there's some portions where there's something circled or highlighted?
Yes.
Okay. I move to admit proposed exhibit 92, Your Honor.
Just normally I wouldn't object, but is Sergeant testifying that he prepared these particular screenshots, or did he review this particular video and compare it with these screenshots to make sure that these screenshots were contained in this particular video? So I'm not sure if there's a.
You want to ask him?
Sure, can I?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, did you have an opportunity to review all of this video footage contained in the exhibit that's presented on the screen?
These exhibits or when I was at the scene?
No. Did you have an opportunity to review the video footage for the footage from across the street that's being displayed on the screen behind you?
So if I'm understanding you correctly.
Okay, I'll ask another way. You indicated that you went over to this address and that there was screenshots of this particular video, correct?
Yes.
Had you had an opportunity to review all of that video?
Yes.
Okay. Had you had an opportunity to review these screenshots prior to today that you're holding?
Yes.
Okay. And you're able to testify that those screenshots accurately match the video that was extracted from the video camera from the house?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. No objection.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Sure.
And just publishing Exhibit 92. Looking at page 1, what's the timestamp here?
January the 4th, 22 at 11:14:38.
Okay. And at this point, is the driveway of the relevant house empty?
Yes.
And moving to page 2, what's the timestamp?
I think that's more snow than exists in the Karen
January
Reed case.
22 at 11:15:05.
Okay, and at this point, is there there's a car in the
Yes.
driveway now? Okay. And there's a specific portion of the car that's highlighted in green there.
Yes.
And moving to number 3, is this at that same time, 11:15?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a portion highlighted at that point.
Yes.
And moving to number 4, are we now at 1:41 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And moving to number 5, are we now at 1:48 a.m.?
Yes.
And number 6, are we now at 1:48 a.m. as well?
Yes.
And the difference between 6 and 7.
This is when he's supposedly loading up the body into his car, which he admits to.
And then moving to the next one, are we now at 1:49 a.m.?
Yes.
And the next one, we're at 2:15 a.m. And the next one, we're at 2:42 a.m.
Yes.
And the final one, we're at 2:42 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the difference between these 2:42 a.m. would be the lighting, and does there appear to be something going on with the car at that point?
The trunk is open.
As part of your investigation, did you come into sort of possession about information of the potential location of Zion Foster's body being found?
Yes.
And did you search for video of the possible dumping of her body?
Yes.
And was there a particular location where you were able to find relevant video footage?
Yes.
And was that location an apartment building located at 13220 Woodward?
Yes. It's not an apartment building. It was a facility for.
It didn't really show a whole lot, but it's alleged that that's when he is loading the body.
Okay.
It was a facility.
But it was like a housing
Yeah.
facility.
Correct.
Okay. And did you go to that location on January 20th of 2022 to extract video?
Yes.
And can you just kind of describe in general what type of camera system was at that location?
If I could refer to my report.
Do you have a copy of your
Yes.
report with you?
Yes.
And when you do video extractions, you generally document them in a report?
Correct.
And is that because you're kind of out on a daily basis extracting video, and it's
Yes.
important to document these things to keep everything straight?
Correct.
And if you looked at your report, would it refresh your recollection as to the sort of basic type of the video system at that location?
Correct.
Yeah, please take a look at your report and let me know when and if your recollection has been refreshed. And so what type of system was at that location?
It was an NVR DVR.
Okay, and were you able to download video from that system from relevant times?
Yes.
And when you downloaded that video footage, were you able to make any sort of determination of whether the video's system time was accurate compared with real time?
Yes.
And how is it that you, in general, go about making that determination of comparing the system time of the video system with real time?
So I calibrate the time using the actual DVR, the monitor. I go to the monitor and pretty much compare my phone with not my phone with embroideries. So New York time compared to our time, which is basically made it an hour and 27 seconds fast.
Okay, and so you concluded that the system at this particular building, 13320 Woodward, it was an hour and 27 seconds fast compared to real time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm holding what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 46. Is it your understanding that some of the video that you extracted from the Woodward location is contained on this disc?
Yes.
And we've reviewed that together correctly before you testified?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that that video that's on this disc is it's still in substantially the same condition it was in when you extracted it directly from the DVR system at that location?
Yes.
And that was back on January 20th of 2022?
Yes.
And viewable in this video, is there, I guess, is there something notable that's relevant to the investigation?
Something notable to the investigation?
Yeah.
As far as
What's in the view of the video footage that's on this disc?
the dumpsters behind the location.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, I'd move to admit proposed exhibit 46.
No.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start with a file on Exhibit 46 that ends in 4326 for the record.
Everything does hinge on what the defendant had to say. He's the only one with information on this. And the only thing he's admitted to is removing the body and placing it in the dumpster, throwing it in the dumpster, throwing her out like trash, however you want to say it. That's the only thing that they have evidence of.
0303 20.
Probably not.
And so, Sergeant Ford, so again, that time that's reflected on the video, how does that compare to?
If he hadn't have said anything, I don't know if they would have gotten this far. You're right.
It is 2:03.
So when it says 3:03 a.m. on January 5th, we're really looking at
3:03.
2:03, right?
2:03. Yes.
Okay, got it. And just to be clear, I want to go back to something that's been admitted as Exhibit 19. And in particular, page 12. So do you see the time reflected up here on page 12 of Exhibit 19?
Yes.
And that's 2 a.m. to 2:07 a.m.
Yes.
And do you see the area depicted on this?
Yes.
And is this kind of right here where the yellow marker is? Is that going to be viewable in our video?
Yes.
Okay. And so we're looking, when we're seeing 3:03 a.m., it's really 2:03 a.m., just like in this particular image on Exhibit 19.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to start at this 3:03 and 27 seconds.
Yeah, it seems like his lies actually caused more problems from the get-go. And then he retracts. And then, I mean, the conviction in Macomb is literally about lying to the police, right? So he wouldn't have gotten that if he didn't lie. But if he didn't talk at all, I don't know what evidence they would have.
And just to be clear, as this is playing, in terms of the dumpster of relevance to the investigation, would that be in this area where my cursor is?
Yes.
Salvador's on his way. Well, you don't get rewarded for talking to the police in any way, shape, or form. That's just the bottom line. At most, it's a neutral activity. Right? I don't even know what we're looking at. Is this even relevant? What is this? 3:05 a.m. So it'd be 2:05 a.m. Okay. Oh, is this the where he's dumping the body? Oh. Oh, I know. You should guys should just go back. If you missed the police interrogation from the end of yesterday and the beginning of today, it is highly entertaining. Just the lawyer, just his defense attorney. Crunch. I hear all this sound like Lego bags, crinkling in my ear, and it's his attorney munching through a bag of chips, sucking down his soda.
Okay, I'm going to stop at timestamp 3 a.m., 3:06 and 56 seconds. And so that would conclude the sort of relevant portion at that time?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that lines up with this slide we see for Exhibit 19, concluding with the 2:07 timeframe?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish on Exhibit 46 another file ending in 0000. And I'm going to start at a timestamp of 8 a.m., 8 minutes and 45 seconds. And so, again, at this time, right now on the screen it says 0800 hours, 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Is that correct?
Correct.
But in real time, what time are we looking at?
7:08
And this is still on which date?
on the 5th.
5th of January 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, it's a little lighter out, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, this area where the cursor is toward the top of the screen, that's kind of the dumpster of relevance?
Correct.
Oh, this isn't where he dumped it. This is where the garbage truck picked it up. Oh,
And
that's
this is
bad.
just 5 hours after the last video clip that we watched.
Yes.
It doesn't prove the cause of the death. It just proves that he disposed of the body, right? I'm sure that the garbage company has records as to who picked up what location, what address. Like I have a dumpster service here at my office. And if I was to say, hey, who dumped the dumpster on May 9th, 2024, they'd probably have a record of that. Oh. Again, I think the cell phone data placed him there. In about 20 minutes, I'm going to leave you guys in the unstable, shaky, and inappropriate hands of Salvador.
And at this point, where it says 8:11 a.m., is it your understanding that dumpster is being lifted?
Yes.
Oh, sticky, you're right.
I'm gonna jump ahead to a couple of minutes.
I have to bail on you guys. I've got some obligations. Remember, my mother-in-law is still in town. So I am going to go back home. And I have been requested to stop and pick up things for her on my way home.
Timestamp of 8 a.m. and 16 minutes.
That was the family. Yeah, for like a couple of months, they dug around that the garbage dump looking for her.
And stopping at 8:17 a.m. Is that sort of the last relevant portion of this part of the video?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish from Exhibit 46 a file ending 2000. And I'm going to start at.
I know, right?
timestamp
Me too.
14:54. And 45 seconds. So looking at the timestamp on the video at this point, what day are we in now?
January 6th.
And what's what would be the real time reflected at this point?
1:54:45.
54. Okay. And so if we go back to Exhibit 19, and specifically page 15.
Yeah, probably.
With this time frame of starting at basically 1:56, kind of correspond to this general time frame?
Yes.
and I'm going to resume playing the final video on Exhibit 46 at 14:54 and 45 seconds.
Not the trucks that pick up the big dumpsters. They just pick them up and then they dump them overhead like this, and then they bring them back down. Even if you had someone outside, they're not going to necessarily notice something specific like that. They do, from my understanding, have mirrors and cameras because, again, the one that picks up at my office here, if something gets hung up in it, they notice it, and then they'll go up and try to like figure it out. So I think some of them might have that, but I don't know. Oh, at the Final Destination, I doubt it. Open up the back of the trunk or the truck, shove everything out. Bulldozer comes along and pushes it. I wonder how many people disappear in landfills every year. How many people are dumped in landfills? I'm Googling it. How many dead bodies do you think are in landfills? Is a Reddit stream. Oh. I can't believe 500,000 people go missing every year in the U.S. That's not right. 500,000? 500,000 people? I doubt that. That seems exaggerated. Oh, God. Well, you know what? I have a plausible excuse with this live stream, as long as it doesn't get struck in and taken down by somebody.
I'm going to stop the video at 14:57 and 29 seconds. Sergeant Ford, throughout your work on this investigation, did you become familiar with something called a transfer station?
Yes.
And what is a transfer station?
The transfer station is, so for instance, when the dump truck picks up the trash.
I mean, that's supposedly where
trash
Rosalio is too, right?
Transfers it to the garage down on Ferry. And from Ferry, they transfer it to the actual final place of storage.
Okay, and is that ferry location of the transfer station a place that you sort of physically acquainted yourself with, become familiar with?
Yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 87. Is proposed exhibit 87 sort of a map overview of the transfer system?
Yeah.
Or transfer station, I'm sorry. And does that fairly and accurately depict the transfer station?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 87.
No objection.
Thank you. May I publish?
Yes.
250 U.S. soldiers' remains were dumped in landfills between 2004 and 2008. What?
Okay, and looking at this exhibit, in terms of the area that's kind of blown up to the right, is that the transfer station?
Yes.
And can you explain, throughout your investigation, did you familiarize yourself with the process that happens when a garbage truck gets full? Where does it go once it's full?
It brings it to the transfer station.
Okay. And what happens at the transfer station based on your familiarity with the process?
The truck pulls into the bays.
And when you say the bays, can you sort of describe the bays that a garbage truck would pull into, and kind of point it out on the image
So
here?
up to the top, the top of the screen, the top portion of the building, there are bays, like a huge garage. The trucks back to the garage, they're back in, and it actually dumps right on the floor.
Okay. And do you see the sort of what looks like almost like a chain of objects? What does that represent?
So those are the semis that actually pull into the chute. There's a chute to the side of the garage, and it actually goes kind of like underneath the side. And when they dump the garbage onto the floor, there's tractors that push the garbage back onto the semi.
And so are those semis just kind of lined up, waiting in line to take a load?
Take a load, yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach the screen just to point something out?
Sure.
Really quick. So, just so I understand it, would the garbage truck, the initial garbage truck, would it pull into this structure?
Yes.
And then these are the semi trucks up here.
Yes.
And would they pull into this
yes.
structure from the side?
Yes.
And when they pull in, there's a bulldozer that's essentially
Like
pushing trash into them.
Yes.
And once a semi truck gets loaded with trash, what happens to the trash from there based on your understanding of the process?
The semi takes it to whatever yard is the final. So I think there's several actual dump yards, and I can't speak to where those yards are, but so whatever time of day, they all have specific times of which semi is going, say, north and which is going south.
And as part of your investigation, did you obtain some video from this transfer station that's depicted in Exhibit 87?
Yes.
And did you? What was the purpose of obtaining that video?
Attempting to identify the truck that made the Woodward location here at this location, so we can find.
Hello, Dolly. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. If you want to pull up the stream, I am at 8 minutes and 28 seconds behind, roughly.
Okay, great. Doing it right now. 8 minutes.
Time to determine where that dump went.
Okay, so you want to find out when the garbage truck that dumps the dumpster, that empties out the dumpster, when it gets to this transfer station, right? And were you able to obtain video that then would have
Hang on.
taken on that particular load?
Yes.
Oh, you're doing the same?
And then
sorry.
from there, did
Oh,
you
no, that's
collect
fine.
Some raw video.
Yes.
Did you also make some modifications?
Can you guys hear it?
To sort
Yep.
of like clip and trim that
I
video
can anyways.
presentation?
Yes.
And in terms of both the raw video that you collected and the more presentable version of the video,
They have known where to go to find evidence so many different times, and they just can't find it.
marked as proposed exhibit 46.
Wait, are you?
Yes.
You got the full
And,
screen. Okay, so I'll
would
put
it
this down.
be fair to say that in terms of the raw footage reflected on this disc, that's in substantially the same condition it was when you collected it at the transfer station?
Yes.
Okay. And when you collected that video, were you able to make a determination as to the accuracy of the system time compared to real time when it comes to the transfer station video?
Yes.
And I'm assuming you didn't come with that memorized. Is that correct?
Correct.
If you took a look at your report, would that refresh your recollection as to the accuracy between the transfer station's system time and actual time?
Yes.
Why don't you take a look at your report and let me know when and if your recollection is refreshed?
Yes.
And what was the difference, if any, between the transfer station video's system time and actual time?
It's 42 minutes and 32 seconds fast.
Okay.
No, that's fine. I'm going to jump off, guys. Thanks everyone for hanging out.
Your Honor, I
Salvador,
would
it's all
submit
yours.
close exhibit
All right.
37.
I will talk to you later.
No objection.
Okay, so this-
Thank you. And may I publish?
yes.
Yes, Match, thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna play a file starting labeled.
Hopefully it's better now.
One. And Sergeant Ford, what area of the transfer station is depicted in this first clip?
This is actually the weigh station.
Okay, and where is that relative to the transfer station?
It's right at the beginning.
Okay. So,
So you will come off ferry right into the weigh station.
okay.
Sammy
And,
brings all the
I'm gonna
boys to the
move
yard.
To 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the video. Okay, and this particular image, stopping at 3 minutes and 35 seconds into the video, is there any significance to this?
I'm still here, just eating.
I can't see it, but I think this is the going off of the truck number on Woodward compared to this truck number. It's the same truck.
Okay.
Is he saying it is, or is he speculating? I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
It's hard to see on this. Well, I guess we'll get to that in the slides later. But at any rate, you see a truck coming into the weigh station.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe the road was built a lot earlier. New York has that problem. Cars have gotten much wider over time.
And I'm going to move to a different file on Exhibit 47, and it is a file.
Wow.
Starts with
Yes.
letters XVR CH1 main 2, and it ends in the number 100,000. And just looking at this image right at the start of the video, this area toward the top of the screen, where is that? What are we
So
looking
that's
at right
the
here?
bays where they dump the garbage.
Okay. And if I just pull up for reference really quick.
Probably so they break more easily.
Going back to Exhibit 87. Would that be
Really
this
bad.
area on Exhibit 87?
Yes, the top shaded area.
I'm sorry. Could you go back to that? 'Cause I was kind of confused on. Did he indicate the top shaded area?
Yes.
On
You see the shade at the top of the building?
Is it where my cursor is right now?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is the camera kind of somewhere over here,
Yeah.
facing this area?
Yes.
And I'm gonna skip ahead to the timestamp of 9:50 and 5 seconds.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense.
And in terms of
Absolutely nothing.
relevance to the investigation, is there any relevance that you found to this portion of the video that we're watching right now?
Just look at
the
dump
purpose of the timing of the dump compared to the timing of the truck that goes into the chute.
All right, I'm gonna stop at 9:53 and 15 seconds. I'm now gonna publish a portion of exhibit 47 that's titled Event. So I can open it in a different player. Let's see. And Sergeant, what's the I guess the purpose of this part of the video?
Attempting to show the trucks cleaning the area in the back.
Okay. All right, and with the conclusion of that video, I am holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 88. Can I approach you on?
Yes.
And Sergeant Ford, what is contained in proposed exhibit 88?
This is the Woodward location facing the dumpsters. When the garbage trucks pulls in, trying to identify the numbers on the trucks.
Okay, and is there more than one picture in exhibit 88?
Yes. And this is the truck from Woodward going to the weigh station.
And so would these images in 88 be still images from some of the videos that we just went over?
Yes.
And do those still images contain sort of like converted times based on the time conversions that you discussed earlier?
Yes.
And are these still images from sort of like pertinent parts of the video that assisted you in identifying specific vehicles
Yes.
in this investigation?
Yes.
And are these specific times and vehicles that were identified, were they sort of relevant to the ultimate landfill investigation done in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 88.
No objection.
Thank you. May I publish?
Yes.
I have no idea what else they can possibly bring in.
Okay, and just
Maybe we'll get the directed verdict today.
on
Or they'll argue the directed verdict.
first slide
They can rest.
of exhibit 88, where are we looking at this point?
The green circle up to the left, next to the timestamp.
Where is this location though?
Oh, behind Woodward, the
Okay.
facility in Woodward.
And what's the sort of, what would be the actual time at this point in time based on the time conversions?
7:08.
And so the 7-Eleven in there is not accurate? Maybe a mistake.
For the time
Crabs?
here in the conversion will be 7:08.
Oh, Justin, you have crabs? I'm sorry.
And were you able to identify a specific number to the garbage truck depicted in this video?
Yes.
Okay, and is it your understanding that garbage trucks can have the same number, or are those like unique identifiers?
Let's identify.
Okay. And then if we go to the next slide.
I think it's a crab.
Two. Are we at the weigh station now?
Yes.
And I know that the numbers aren't necessarily viewable in
No judgment. We've
still
all been
images,
there.
but based on your review, is this the sort of time that you were able to find the matching truck number
Yes.
under the weigh station?
Yes.
Okay. And then moving to slide 3, what's the significance of what's circled in this slide?
So the semi up to the right inside the circle. If you see the red truck, you see a white semi right in front of it.
Uh-huh.
And that's the truck that was in the bay when our dump truck went in.
Okay. And if we go to the next slide, what's the significance of what's circled here?
That's our dump truck pulling into the bay.
Okay. And then the next slide, Again, what would be the significance here?
Just showing it dumped in the bay.
Okay. And is the idea that, could there be more than one semi-truck in the bay at this time, or just one?
It's two, but it's only one loading.
Okay.
The other one is ready to exit.
It's like waiting in line?
Yes.
Okay. And then, moving to the next slide, what's the significance of what's circled here?
It's our truck leaving.
Okay. And then, the 7th slide, what's the significance of this slide?
Our truck exiting the yard.
So this is just following
Yes.
further down the line?
Yes.
And, in terms of. the
Hopefully they
next
don't already
slide,
know.
The final slide, what's the significance
Where he got it.
of this slide?
Identifying the semi that picked up the load.
And what would be, how were you able to identify the semi-truck here?
Truthfully, watching several hours to determine which one was which, but in the timing. But this was the semi that identified going into the yard and leaving the yard after the dump.
Okay. And so what, I guess based on your role in the investigation, did you reach any conclusions with regard to the potential relevance of this semi-truck?
Yes. From the number from this semi truck, we were able to talk to Waste Management and find out where this truck went, where he took his load.
And that would be to a landfill?
Yes.
Okay. And you use the sort of unique identifier on that truck that is sort of visible in this picture, but not entirely visible?
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant Ford, are you familiar with a place called the Detroit Detention Center?
Yes.
And what is the Detroit Detention Center?
So all the precincts closed several years ago. Now we take all our prisoners to the detention center over on Mound, which is the old MDOC jail. But now it houses just our prisoners.
And so if somebody is held in custody before charges are filed, where might they be held?
At the detention center.
Okay. And at the Detroit Detention Center, do you have familiarity with whether individuals housed there have the ability to make phone calls to the outside?
They do, yes.
And do you have familiarity with whether those phone calls are recorded or not?
They are.
And is there a particular system that is used at the Detroit Detention Center to store recordings of inmate calls?
Just GTL.
And as part of your role in the homicide unit, do you have access to that system?
I do.
And are you able to go into that system and pull call recordings?
Yes.
And were you asked to pull some recordings when Jaylin Brazier was housed at the Detroit Detention Center?
Yes.
And when you go into the system to look for recordings, can you go in and find recordings for a specific inmate, or is there some other way that you search the system?
So we have two systems. We have one system that tells us when the suspect was arrested, and then we have the GTL system that just lists all the calls. So you basically find out what time the suspect made the location, and you just start listening from the time he entered to the time he exits.
Okay, and did you find some potentially relevant calls from Mr. Brazier's time in custody at the Detroit Detention Center?
I did.
And did you extract those calls, those recordings of those calls from the GTL system?
Yes.
And I am holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 48. Is it your understanding that one of those calls, a recording of the calls, is contained on this particular exhibit?
Yes.
And does this exhibit also contain a data sheet that indicates the date and time of the call and the number called?
Yes.
And is that information that you can also pull from the system?
Yes.
If you were to go back into the system today and pull this same call, would it be in substantially the same condition it's in now on this particular disk?
No.
Explain that.
We have 1 year.
1 year, okay.
Yes.
But let me rephrase then. If, to your knowledge, the recording that's on this disk, is this in substantially the same condition it was when you initially extracted it from the system?
Yes.
And when you extract it from the system, part of that is to preserve potential evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, because the recording system has a retention period.
Yes.
With that, I move to admit proposed exhibit 48, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I would object. I think it's voir dire.
Sure.
Sergeant Ford. All right, thank you. Good afternoon again, Mr. Sergeant Ford. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
Now, you stated that these particular calls are managed by GTL.
Yes.
Okay. Would that be the same company as Tailmate?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I know our company is GTO.
Okay. So this is a third party organization who maintains these phone calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these particular calls, they're not stored on site at the Detroit Detention Center, correct?
I think so, Dana.
Okay. And you don't know
No one can
exactly
come over here
where these
on,
particular phone calls
David's
are
trying
stored,
to get them
correct?
watch hours.
Okay. You don't know how these particular phone calls are indexed by GTL, correct?
Oh, thank you, T.
They're
much appreciated.
You don't know how these particular phone calls are indexed when they're stored by GTL, correct?
you're losing me here.
Okay. You don't know how these particular phone
you
calls
doing?
are labeled at GTL facilities, correct?
So you're talking if I pull the calls, how they're labeled, or
Okay.
before I pull the calls?
Before the calls, they're stored on some type of mainframe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That mainframe is not at the Detroit Detention Center, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object to this. It's not time for cross-examination yet. The foundation has been laid for the admissibility of this call. There's another witness who's familiar with the defendant's voice, who identified the defendant's voice on this disc. That's frankly all that's needed. If he wants to cross-examine on this, he can cross-examine on it later, but I don't think this goes to the admissibility of the evidence.
I believe so. Pursuant to MRE 8036, I'm assuming that the prosecutor is indicating that this is the custodial of records of this particular phone calls, and I would suspect, based upon the testimony that's been elicited so far, that in fact that Sergeant Ford, in fact, is not the custodian of records of these particular calls. So he was not in a position to testify to the authenticity of the calls in this particular situation.
First of all, it's coming in as a part of the admission under the exception to hearsay. When we look at Rule 901, which is the rule for authenticating or identifying evidence, under 901B5 indicates opinion about a voice, an opinion identifying a person's voice, whether heard firsthand or through mechanical or electronic transmission or recording, based on hearing the voice at any time under circumstances that connect it with the alleged speaker. It indicates that that is a way of satisfying the requirement for authenticity. And so here, I asked Sergeant Jones when she was testifying very specifically about 4 specific discs and whether she reviewed recordings on those discs and whether she was familiar with a voice on those discs. And she indicated that for each disc, she was familiar with the defendant's voice on those discs based on her prior interrogation of him. What's more, he fully authenticated that there is what's essentially a database that he can go into to extract recordings, and that's what he did. So I don't think, if he wants to argue this goes to weight and there's another inmate talking about this case who's not Jaylin Brazier, he's free to do so, but this doesn't go to admissibility.
I would say that, if this is obviously attempting to be entered under the hearsay exception of the records of regularly conducted activity, which states a memorandum, report, record, or data compilation in any form of acts, transactions, occurrences, events, conditions, opinions, or diagnosis made at or near the time by or from information transmitted by a person with knowledge if kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity and if it was the regular practice of that business activity to make the memorandum, report, record, or data compilation, all as shown by the testimony of the custodian or other qualified witness, or by certification that compiles with a rule promulgated by the Supreme Court or statute permitting certification. And Your Honor, I don't believe that we have this in this particular case. Sergeant Ford is in the position that he's being attempted to verify these records under the hearsay exception as being a custodian of these particular.
I don't think it's hearsay.
Yeah,
It's a party admission.
Yeah, this isn't, we're not in hearsay exception territory under 803 because it's a party admission. Even if we were under 803.6, it's not limited to custodians of record in the plain language of the rule. It's custodians of record or other qualified witnesses. So even if we were there, we're still, I mean, we got belts and suspenders here for the admissibility of this.
David, what do you think?
And Your Honor, may I publish it?
Yeah. This is exhibit number
48, Your Honor. Okay, and Sergeant Ford, you see this file on exhibit 48 that's ending in 441. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if we go into the call list, is this call list contain data from the files that you were able to pull from GTL?
Yes.
And so for this file ending 441,
This will be interesting.
What would be the date of that particular file?
January 20th, 22 at 10:21.
Okay, so the 22:21, that'd be military time for 10:21 p.m.
Yes.
One. Para español, please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please state your name at the beep. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected.
Very polite.
Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from a detainee at the Detroit, Michigan Detention Center. To accept this call, press 0. Your current balance is $22.18. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using GTL. Hello?
Hey, man, good.
What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to call and talk to you.
Are you okay?
Yeah, you there?
Yeah. Well, apparently Gary was telling Sierra's family about the case.
Really? And that's why this shit's going on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where'd you hear that from?
From people, a lot of people knowing too much about the case, and the shit not true, and they say it's spreading stuff.
Right.
Oh, also, yo, I just wanted you to ask you, did they make you sign any paper?
They had made me do a statement that Gary had put together and everything, and that's the only thing I signed.
But you should be honest and tell them, Gary promised you if you tell them what he wanted you to say, then you guarantee to be home to your family.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell them what I'm telling you, and then you will make it home. So you gotta tell them that he made promises to you and shit, not everything is in the fan and you ain't this shit.
Okay.
And then he's trying to spread rumors talking about they got cameras and stuff from the back of your house or somebody else's house showing that you was bringing something.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what he's spreading people too, talking about they got video footage. Today the police went and found the video from the house behind your.
Thank you. Oh, Lefty. You're welcome, Lefty. I'm glad to help. No, I was just kidding, Lefty. Almost there. Hey, Val. How are you doing? Guess I can have a few seconds to skip through the sidebar.
From the jury room for a few minutes, so I'll have you right back out.
Oh, that was an eye roll. See that again.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an issue we need to take up outside your presence. I'm going to ask you to go to the jury room for a few minutes.
Oh, God. Yeah, please subscribe to Lefty if you haven't. What happened? Okay, we need to clip that. We have to clip that.
I would state that this particular statement that's being introduced contains a lot of impermissible hearsay from other individuals. I know the prosecution may try to argue that, in fact, my client adopted these particular statements, but for one, I think it prejudices the jury to hear what somebody else is more or less forced or attempting to force feed my client. And if he's just sitting there agreeing like, okay, whatever, yeah. I don't necessarily would indicate that that's an adoption that would rise to the level that the jury should hear this impermissible hearsay.
And Your Honor, if I can continue publishing the call, I think it'll speak for itself.
Okay, go ahead.
They saw you bring something out the house. And so that's the rumor spreading around, not from Gary.
If we could possibly listen to this in camera, because I'm not sure if the jury could hear this. I know in other cases I'm able to hear conversations from the jury room, and this is pretty loud. And
I'll turn it down.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, got so many people that know of him, and he's just running his mouth about stuff that's not true.
Okay. Well, you can get in contact with my mom, let her know that you all said we were done here.
Yeah,
They can't do that. They can't bring me to him at any point tomorrow or anything.
No, you don't have to have shit to say to him. Tell them that when they bring him to you in front of this, tell him he is fired and you don't no longer need his service, and tell them that you will request, you need to request for an attorney. And you don't got to say shit to nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's sitting and made all these promises to you. So that shit not gonna even stand no more, because he's sitting and made promises that if you just say what I'm telling you to say, you're gonna make it home.
That's basically what he said to me and my mom. He said, okay, well, you say basically what I said and everything, that it would go a certain way.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's being forced fed at all of this. I mean, he's clearly adopting what this person is saying, which is Ms. Smith.
this particular voice is not Ms. Smith. It's an unknown person to me, but I'm not sure that the identity of that person is necessarily relevant. What's relevant is that he said what he said.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he's talking about his past attorney.
He's talking about Mr. Jones.
Yeah, Mr. Jones, yeah, Gary Jones.
Right, and he's admitting that, admitting the nature of the conversation that she, this sort of unknown female party is suggesting.
But there's other hearsay in there as far as about being cameras or anything. All that was just admitted by my client was, yes, Mr. Jones told me to go in to the police and tell them what I told him. That's not an adopting of every other statement that was made by this other particular witness or individual on the phone call. All he said was Mr. Jones told me to go in and basically tell him what I told him. And I don't believe that's an adoption of all the other hearsay that this particular individual was soliciting.
And to be clear, none of this other content, it's not like I'm gonna be standing up and closing arguments saying you should listen to this person on the phone. I mean, it's not, I think it's almost, I just don't think that we can play the portion of the call where the defendant is saying what he says without this other portion, because I just don't think it's gonna make any sense in context.
And I would say it's irrelevant whether or not the prosecutor intends to use that in his closing. Obviously, he's using it for a purpose for the jury to hear this whole conversation, to put into their mind, and it's impermissible hearsay there, where this individual is indicating that Mr. Jones allegedly saying that there was a camera here, a camera here.
But that's the hearsay is being offered for the truth of the matter, so evidence per se.
No, but I guess if the court perhaps could give a limiting instruction and say only, you should not consider the comments made of another party on the call or something, something to that effect.
That's fine. Okay.
I know, right, David? God.
Juan, para español.
I never considered them dreads.
Seated, all the members of the jury are present.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to start publishing Exhibit 48 again around the minute 50 seconds into the call.
Did they make you sign any paper?
They had maybe do a statement that Gary had put together and everything, and that's the only thing I signed.
But you just be honest and tell them. Gary promised you if you tell them what he wanted you to say, then you guarantee to be home to your family.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell them what I'm telling you, and then you will make it home. So you gotta tell them that he made promises to you, and it's not everything is hitting the fan, and you ain't do it.
Okay.
And then he's trying to spread rumors talking about they got cameras and stuff from the back of your house or somebody else's house showing that you was bringing something.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what he's spreading people too, talking about they got video footage. Today the police went and found the video from the house behind your house saying they started to bring something out the house.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the rumor spreading around.
And Sergeant Ford, just to be clear, that issue you heard about the video, do you understand that to be not true?
Yes.
He's running around telling me, like, I done got so many people that know of him, and he's just running his mouth about stuff that's not true.
Okay. You can get in contact with my mom, let her know that you all said we were done here.
Yeah,
So they can't bring me to him at any point tomorrow or anything.
No, you don't have to have shit to say to him. Tell them that when they bring him to you in front of this, tell him he is fired and you don't no longer need his service, and tell them that you will request, you need to request for an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't got to say shit to nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
Because he shouldn't have made all these promises to you. So that shit not gonna even stand on her because he should have made promises that if you just say what I'm telling you to say, you gonna make it home.
That's basically what he said to me and my mom. He said, okay, what you say, basically what I said and everything, that it would go a certain way.
Exactly.
So lower,
So
ways
you
to
need
that,
to
third.
let that be known, and so that they can appoint you a new lawyer, and whatever the fuck was said and signed,
The
it's going to
whitest
be
white boy there is.
because he should have made promises to you. And so he gonna tell me today on the phone, like, do you know this is gonna be the biggest profile case that I've had?
So he's trying to milk it, basically.
Yeah,
Typical woman.
he trying to get a name for himself. Shouldn't have never trusted him, because then he told you, you do this and you do that, I guarantee, I got you, you will get home, you're not gonna be there, he lying, trying to get you in trouble.
Okay,
I
dear.
wouldn't say
Mhm.
shit else to him.
Okay.
No.
We stay, dear.
So
Mhm.
what else have they been circulating that y'all hear about?
Time.
I said, what else been circulating that y'all hear about?
Just pretty much that they supposed to find a video from the house behind your house showing you coming off the back of the house.
And then they show, your auntie said that it was a video on the news saying that they saw us go into Waterford when we went to David's house.
So I guess they sell a video footage from the streets and stuff, anywhere that they assume y'all went, and they following each camera.
She's right about
what
that.
direction y'all went.
Former attorney was an idiot.
So they said, yeah, right. They said they got y'all in Waterford and Highland, what they say, Highland Park? Hazel Park. Hazel Park.
Yeah, that was Kingdom herself.
Yeah, so they supposed to have some, private detectives on the case, looking into all the videos that goes alongside whatever street that they see that y'all they trying to pull any cameras they can possibly pull. And it's just all come from Jerry lying, making promises, and it's just all the whole time he trying to set you up.
Yeah, a whole bunch of hearsay just to fucking railroad me. Literally, when I went to go talk to detectives, he was on the phone and LCLB was in there. He was saying to say basically what he said to me all along, and just stick with that, and I'd be okay, basically.
I would stop the call at 6 minutes and 11 seconds, and I don't have any further questions.
Right, and just members of the jury to disregard the comments made by the female individual on the call with regard to rumors, right, as
How is the jury going to do that?
unsubstantiated, and obviously it hasn't been admitted into evidence that you can't consider it reaching a verdict, right? Go ahead, Mr.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, this video on Greenfield, this camera footage, that was sent to you?
No.
You went over there and downloaded it?
No.
Okay. How did you ever become in receipt of it?
I just viewed it when I made the location.
You just viewed it on the homeowner's system?
On her phone.
On her phone? Okay. And you stated that on the actual system, the video was overwritten?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the retention time is for that particular system for videos?
When I went to that location, it had already been overwritten, so I can't tell you how long.
Did you ever try to ascertain how long this particular system maintained videos?
No, I did not.
Is there a reason why you didn't try to ascertain how long?
It was already overwritten. There was no need.
There was no need, okay. And you didn't do any type of, I guess, comparison between this particular video to see if there was an offset at the time, correct?
I did.
Okay.
I looked at her cameras and I saw her cameras were on time.
They were on time?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't document that in your report, did you?
No.
Okay. So they were on time to the very second?
Yes.
Okay. And normally would you indicate that particular step for?
If I extracted video, yes.
Okay. even if you compare the video, do you normally reduce that to writing as to that the fact that you actually compared the times and they were on time or similar?
When I was at that location, I was not comparing. I was just viewing what she had on her phone.
So you, okay. So how would you determine whether or not this particular video on the phone is from the correct date and or time?
So the video on her time was time stamped, and it had the correct date and time.
Okay. But you said you didn't do, did you or did you do, I'm confused. Did you or did you not do any comparison between her system time and the actual time that it was?
So when I went to extract the video was overwritten. But of course, when I go to extract the video, I calibrate the time. And when I calibrated the time, the system was on time.
Okay. And do you normally reduce that to writing, the fact that you did that particular step?
No, unless I actually extract the video.
Okay. And as far as the transfer station, you indicated that you don't know where the trucks go after they leave the transfer station?
No, I don't.
Okay. This particular semi truck that you suspected carried the particular load that was dumped by this garbage truck, do you know where that truck went?
I do not know.
Okay. In your notes, is there a particular semi truck identification number that you have that you know that it was the correct truck?
No, I do not.
So how do you know you were looking at the right truck?
I provided the information that I gathered from the weigh station and from the from Ferry, and that information was turned over to Sergeant Jones. Sergeant Jones was able to take the numbers from those trucks to determine where those trucks went.
Okay. And were you with Sergeant Jones when that determination was made?
No.
Okay. Now, you looked at a video, I believe it was Exhibit 47, where it showed a garbage truck that was entering the transfer station. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And it had a time up there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And after watching Exhibit 47, you were unable to determine whether or not this was the particular truck that picked up the dumpster off of Woodward, correct?
One more time.
When you during direct examination, the prosecutor showed you Exhibit 47. Exhibit 47 was a video footage of a particular truck entering the transfer station, correct?
Correct.
And during that questioning, you were unable to verify whether or not this particular truck was in fact this truck that picked up the dumpster that was located off of Woodward in Highland Park, correct?
From this video?
Yes, from the yes.
Yes, I couldn't see.
Okay. And you extracted this particular video, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you watched hours and hours of video, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking at the times of the video. You were looking at the times of the video, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you calibrated, or I guess made a comparison of the actual time and then the time of the particular camera, correct?
Correct.
And you said you determined it was approximately 42-minute difference, correct?
Correct.
In order to make that determination, you had to watch the video, correct?
Correct.
So why is it that when you saw this particular Exhibit 47, you were unable to identify this particular truck from a video you extracted?
Because I've done it at my office where I can slow it down, zoom in, and I can see the truck number.
Okay.
I can't see the truck number from here.
Okay, but you were able to see the time stamp on the video, correct?
But I'm not going to sit here and say that's the truck when I can't see it. So
you were able to see the time of the video, correct?
Correct.
And did you write any notes down of when this suspected truck that picked the dumpster up from Highland Park actually entered the transfer system?
Yes.
Okay. So based upon your notes and your knowledge of the video, you were still unable to watch this particular video, which had a time that was indicated in being able to verify that this was the right truck, correct?
Correct.
And you are also unable to tell from the still photo that if this was the particular truck that entered the transfer station, which dumped the garbage can from Highland Park, correct?
One more time.
You were unable to view the still photo that the prosecutor showed you and verify that this particular truck on the still photo was in fact the truck that dumped the dumpster in Highland Park. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you reduce in writing or your notes the actual truck number that you believe to have picked up the dumpster from Highland Park?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to match that with the truck or a truck that entered the transfer system?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as these phone calls from the Detroit Detention Center, do you after you're requested to extract these phone calls, do you listen to the phone calls or you just extract them?
I listen.
You listen to them?
Yes. What? Yes.
In this particular situation, you listen to them?
You have to.
Do you provide or do you generate the list of calls, the call list that was shown to you? Do you generate that?
Yes.
Okay, so you actually type it?
No.
Okay, how is that particular list generated?
It comes with the calls.
From GTL?
Yes.
Is there any way that you independently verify whether or not the call that GTL sends you is in fact the call that you requested?
So I go in. So say if the person gets locked up at 1 o'clock, I start listening at 1 o'clock, and I'll listen until I find the person. If he ever makes a call, I attempt to locate that person. Once I locate that person, then I can listen to the calls to discover all the phone numbers that they make. And then I run those phone numbers in the system to see, to get all the calls they make.
Okay, good. I understand that. My question is, do you do any verification to verify whether or not the call that you receive from GTL is actually the call that you requested from GTL?
So the call I listen to is the call I request. So I'm not really understanding your question.
Whether or not you independently verify it as far as timing, the day, the actual individual.
So when you heard the call, it tells you the time. That sheet tells you the time, the day, tells you what cell he's in. Only thing it does not tell you is the defendant or the caller's name.
Okay. And do you use any type of like voice recognition to determine whether or not this, whoever it is on the phone, is actually the person that you suspect it would be?
Normally they'll somehow identify themselves or talk about a case where I can put it together to figure out who the person is.
So is that a number? As far as my question, my question was, do you use like any type of voice recognition?
No.
Now, as far as exhibit Exhibit 88, slide 1.
Yeah, Stray, why didn't you answer? Well, this guy is really tying up a storm here.
Now, Sergeant, did you prepare these Exhibit 88 as far as these still photos?
No.
Okay. And you indicated earlier that from your comparison, there was an hour difference from this particular camera footage to actual time, correct?
Correct.
And it indicates in the right side of this particular slide, 7:11, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that that was an incorrect time?
Correct.
Do you know who inputted this time?
No.
But that would be an incorrect time, correct?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to review Exhibit 88 prior to you testifying today?
Yes.
And did you make it known that this particular time on this slide was inaccurate?
No.
Did you notice it prior?
No.
But you said you did review it, correct?
Yes.
Did you review it thoroughly, or you just looked at it and said everything was okay?
I look at it to refresh my memory. I mean, I remember it, this, because I did screen captures myself, so I know it was from the video.
Okay. But so you say you just looked at it just to refresh your memory. You weren't looking at it to see whether or not the information contained in it was actually accurate?
I didn't pay attention to the time because the time was on the video.
Okay. But did you notice the time?
I did not, no.
What is the point
Now,
of
as
that?
far as the other slides, did you compare or pay attention to the other slides in this particular exhibit to see whether or not they're accurate?
They all have the time on.
I understand, but they also have a corresponding time in the right margin. You would agree, correct?
Correct.
Did you do any type of verification of comparing the time that's depicted in the actual camera footage with whatever footage, whatever time that's depicted in the right margin?
No.
Okay, so you can't say whether or not the times are actually accurate, correct?
For the video or for the notes?
You can't, for the notes.
No.
Okay. But you can tell us at least that this particular slide is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Finally.
Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, sir, you can step down. It's 4:04, we'll pass time today. So tomorrow's Friday, which is probably good news for all of you, right? We're gonna return tomorrow, or we're gonna return in the afternoon.
Oh.
I've got about 18 other matters unrelated to this case on my docket that I need to address. And obviously you don't want to sit around just waiting for me. So I'll get those done in the morning and we'll resume at 1:30 in the afternoon. So please
1:30 in the afternoon, David.
return and begin promptly at 1:30, okay? All right.
So 1:30. 10:30 my time. I don't think. I'm not sure what the plan is for tomorrow. I know David can't stream it tomorrow. I'll get with him and see if he wants me to cover it. If it's just half a day, I can probably do that when I get home from work. I don't think he's drunk enough yet. So that was a little tedious at the end, but there's some good legal arguments. Yeah, like a lot of you, I'm going back and forth. They really haven't proven anything. Well, they've proven he's got rid of the body, but there's nothing to say he actually unalived her. And you guys are just in your own little world in chat. True. Is David still here or no? I don't know if he's going to run back on or if he wants me to end the stream. Which I'm more than capable of doing. Okay, well, he's not here, so I guess it's up to me. Oh, God damn it. Oh, you are friends with a judge, so I guess it wouldn't be that awkward. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's true. So David, I'm going to end the stream now, I guess, unless you had any thoughts. It's up to me. No? Okay. I am going to end the stream. I don't think we maybe... damn, David, I don't think we've talked. Yeah. We'll figure it out and let you guys know in Discord. Anyways, I'm going to end it now. And, oh yeah, David should be really, really, really close to his watch hours. So hopefully by this weekend he should have them. And you can put on the playlist and help him get everything going. Yeah, I would have rebooted the universe a long time ago. Let's see. Okay, guys. I am going to end it. It's been a lot of fun. Hopefully, we'll try and do this the afternoon of tomorrow. I'll try to do it. So I will talk to you later if I can find the freaking video. Sorry, God.
When I was young, my daddy said, gotta keep one eye open in your bed. Cause there's a time coming when the devil gonna come for you. So my trigger finger, stay prepared.
Really, David? Okay, if you want to come in and say a few words, go ahead. No, I'm not gonna. I don't have to end it yet. Or are you just screwing with me? Oh, for God's sakes. I hate you all sometimes. Oh, God damn it. Okay, God damn it. Okay, I'm ending it for real. Bye.
When I was young, my daddy